all through at some
Yeah,
time.
everybody come
Yeah,
through. You know what I'm saying? Right. So let's see. Let's see.
yeah. We're gonna have a whole crew. You know, M finna get ready to pop up.
eh, we got a packed house. Now everybody's waiting. Everybody like, God damn, even on his 300th episode, he's still late.
Oh, am I good? Am I clear?
Oh,
Now you good, brother?
you good.
You're
Hey,
talking
Barry, you look like
at a juicy 30 FPS. You sound juicy 30 FPS.
I
right
told you, Rock. You finally went and found that drink.
Oh shit, that shit is funny.
Hey, yo, listen, man. Yo, it's episode 300. You gonna get the Spartan kick, P Rock?
Oh,
You know what I mean? Because I blame you for Concord. I blame you for Concord.
Listen, my brother, man. Listen, yo, Bar. Listen, man. This is why I'm your only friend. These YouTube streets. You gotta listen to me. I warned you about Avengers. I warned you about Gotham Knights. I warned you about Suicide Squad, and I warned you about Concord. Now, if you enjoy it, listen. To be fair, I never tried to convince you not to play a game on a personal level. All I said was, these games not gonna hit from an industry sales success perspective. From a personal perspective, hell, I like Forspoken, and that game flopped, and I loved it. But when I tell you, I'm looking like, I don't know, Barry. I don't think people are gonna go for this shit. I don't think this is gonna hit. This ain't reaching, yo. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean.
Yeah. When it comes to Concord, I mean, I knew it in the background. I didn't know it was gonna be 2 weeks though. You know what I'm saying? Like Babylon Fall, I knew Babylon Fall was gonna last long, but at least that was a year. You know what I'm saying?
You know it's bad when Sony voluntarily gives you back your money without asking. Without having to go through the automated chat, nah, it's just refunded straight to your bank account. You're like, wait a minute, what happened? You know what I'm saying? But hey, you put that money towards Astrobot. You know what I'm saying? That's all they did. You know, they get it right back. But hey, welcome, my friends, my family, my fellow gamers. Is your only friend is you two streets. Welcome you to the 300th episode of 60 frames no lag. Yes, I had to go back. I did it maybe like 2 years ago, whatever. I was like, man, how many episodes have I done so far? So I had to go through the archive. I had to look through my dog shit channel, video by video. I had to remove all the solo lives. And for the actual legit 60 frames lags, and yep, this is the official 300th episode. I just want to start out and say, first off, I want to say right now to my current panel, you know what I'm saying, those who rock with me, I got to say, my brothers, you have been a huge part of this. Thank you so much for rocking out with me, you know what I'm saying? Because the truth is, you guys are investing your time. Like right now, y'all could be doing anything you want right now. You could be playing PlayStation games. Of course, well, I know you're not going to play Xbox games. There ain't shit to play on there. But so I know that. But you know what I'm saying? Right now, J-Dub could be on his racing wheel, beating somebody's ass in Asia. You know, Craig, he could be saving somebody's life in a hospital. He's like, fuck them kids. All of y'all could be doing something. Y'all could be doing anything, right? You know what I'm saying? Tissue paper, you know, you could be going to one of Diddy's parties. Whatever the hell y'all want to do. Y'all could be doing that right. Y'all could be chilling with Diddy right now. You know what I'm saying? One of his all-white parties. But instead, you've been rocking out with me. You know what I'm saying? Every Tuesday, you understand? So I appreciate you guys. You know, for all those in the past that showed up on the show as guests, you know, formal panel members, because, you know, new things changes. Everybody goes in different directions. But for everybody that was here in the beginning, I want to say I truly appreciate you guys for being a part of it. And most importantly, out of everybody else, it's the subscribers, the members, and the people that show up on the chat. Above all else, you guys been rocking with me over and over, watching the videos, hitting up the chat, you know, doing the glimmer to the glimmer men and glimmer gals. I don't know who you guys are, but every time y'all show up on the DMs, be like, yo, Porterock, you need to see this, and then all of a sudden the account disappears. Thank you for showing me all the clips, all the ammo, all the info. You guys have probably been the biggest part of the growth of this and success of this channel. You guys are awesome. I truly appreciate it, right? Now, I want to show y'all a little special surprise, right? I want to show you something. We're going to go back to the archives. We're going to go back to the history, right? I'm going to show you my first debate, a little snippet of my first debate. You know, before I start with that, I want to shout out two people. First, I want to shout out to my brother-in-law, Pocket Console. He's the one that convinced me just to go on YouTube anyway. What originally started was he was going to start a podcast, right? And that lasted like 3 episodes, right? It is what it is, right? The group just collapsed. It was fast. It was worse than fucking, you know, the Backstreet Boys. That shit just ended real. I'm like, wow, that was quick. But he said, you need to keep going. And I'm like, all right, I'll do a little bullshit video here and there. And then I met Next Gen 720, right? It all started on when he had his Pony versus Xbot debates, right? On his third episode, and Jay Barry was part of that. You remember those days for shit? You had Ken Masters. What's up with that dude, bro?
I had to fall back a little bit.
Yo, Jay Barry was by himself. He had a whole team, but them other dudes, bro, they were wilding. I'm like, I feel sorry for Jay Barry. Jay Barry's the only one making sense. Ken Masters.
I fell back because
right? Ken Masters.
Yeah, Ken. At that time, I was creating a website, so I couldn't really join the stuff. So when I saw you come in and that first debate you had, I was like, Zaire, this is the one. This is the guy right here. You know what I mean? You don't need to get nobody else. He good.
So I saw Jay Barry. I was like, oh, he's doing this thing, but your team though, I was like, ooh, they're a little suspect. You might have to redraft. You might have to do a redraft and rebuild, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that episode,
yeah. Then Zaire had his third episode, I think it was, or something. And he had a dude named Rambo. If y'all remember Rambo, I don't know if you remember.
Rambo. I remember Rambo.
So Pony versus Xbox. Rambo was siding with Ponies, and Jay Sentries was the Xbox dude. Jay Sentries crushed him. I was like, who is this Rambo dude? I'm like, yo, this guy don't look like Rambo. This doesn't look like Rambo at all. I'm like, what the hell? This dude look like Revenge of the Nerds. We went from Rambo to Virgin. What are we doing here? At the end of the debate, he says, well, I'm really a PC guy. I was like, oh, no wonder. This guy don't even play on PlayStation. So I DM'd, I hit up Next Gen. I'm like, bro, you got a PC dude repping PlayStation? Like, what are you doing? Well, Next Gen. He's like, then you show up. Stop talking your shit and come on the next episode. I said, all right, fuck it. Set me up with Jay Sentry. So I'm gonna show y'all right now a little bit of snippet, going back to the archives of me debating Jay Sentries. All right, I want everybody to enjoy. This is it. This was Google Hangouts. She was raw and rugged. Please don't cancel me. All right, here we go.
Be quiet.
Halo 5 had a total of 400.
No, I don't care how many diapers and onesies Halo 5 sold. I want to know game sales. How many game sales did it sold the first week it came out? Guess
they
why?
didn't come out with the game sales because Microsoft released.
Why? Why can't Microsoft tell people?
Microsoft hasn't
Halo
released any sales this generation, so that's not due to anything.
Exactly. No, they're not this generation. They were releasing numbers, all the way up to June 2015. All the way up to June 2015, we were getting numbers. After that, they stopped. Why? Why are you all quiet all of a sudden? And here's the thing. Well, yeah,
they stopped because they're getting their ass fucked. I mean, no one's going to deny that. I don't deny that at all.
Now, here's the thing.
But why are they? But yet again, this comes back to why are they getting pumped? Because they shot themselves in the foot, just like Nintendo in 2013.
Okay.
If they didn't do that, if they didn't put the Kinect in the system, and if they didn't sell the system for $100, we'd see a completely different fucking race here.
Hey, that's all woulda, coulda, shoulda. So what it sounds like to me, Xbox One is not the best console this gen then, because Microsoft fucked up. I mean, that's what you're saying. Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
But here,
if that,
you said the features, correct?
What? I didn't mention features.
You said the PlayStation.
I didn't say anything
so
about features.
What?
We talked about games, and then
at the beginning of the conversation, before we got into the whole game, still you talking about that.
I didn't mention features or anything yet. I didn't say my part yet. You stopped me at games, so we're talking about games right now. Now I could mention features. Okay. I could move on, but I think at this point,
because I want to get into that.
Okay, but so in other words, we pretty much done with the game side. Are we moving on? Do I get the point?
Yeah, because y'all really only have 2 exclusives that are worth it. I mean, I haven't even bought a PlayStation 4 yet because there's not really any exclusives on that that are worth shit.
I'll say this. You didn't buy a PlayStation exclusive, but a lot of people didn't buy an Xbox One. A lot are not buying it.
You were correct about that.
Oh shit! Wait, the gloves are off, man. Hold on.
Let's go.
The gloves are off.
For every one person that says I didn't buy a PlayStation, there's at least 2 that's saying I didn't buy an Xbox. So don't go say who did and who didn't buy.
And for every one person that bought a PlayStation, probably regretting what the fuck they bought right now.
Well, how about this? If that's true, then why are we leading in game sales? Because as I check, if you buy a console, it's to buy games. PlayStation's leading in game sales. Think about this.
Well, yeah, you're gonna lead in game sales regardless. If you have if you have a higher install base, you're always gonna lead in game sales regardless.
I agree.
Of the situation.
So, but
how many? But how many of the? But are your exclusives leading in game sales? Because they're really not. Your
really only have
exclusives are
one.
are
You only
doing
have
dog
one
shit.
that-
Your third parties are doing good.
You only have one that could probably contend, and that's Halo 5. And again,
You should
Microsoft-
call that system a
Microsoft.
third party machine because that's
Okay.
all it is.
But hey, you only have one game that could probably contend with PlayStation with sales, and that's Halo 5. And again, Microsoft didn't release the numbers. And let's be real. When a company releases numbers, let's say when Sony released 2.7 million, they're not doing it to be like, hey, we're going to release this number.
But did not PlayStation also have to include digital sales into the Uncharted 4? Which they've never done before in any of their fucking sales release?
You're talking about this?
Why did they have to do that? Because obviously the physical sales didn't match up to what they wanted to announce, so they had to go back and retract and look at the digital
there's
sales.
no retraction.
That's what it really came down to.
No, brother man. If I buy a game digital, the only difference between me buying a game digital is I didn't have to go in my car and buy a physical. It's the same thing.
Answer the question. Has PlayStation ever done that when they counted their sales per week? Have they ever
For this gen, yes. PlayStation 3 wasn't big on digital release.
They have never done that before.
Yes, they did that. All the games.
Yeah, when they came out,
digital. Every game, that's their plan.
Uncharted 4 combined sales. Have they ever done that besides Uncharted 4?
Uncharted 3 wasn't.
No, I'm not talking about Uncharted 3. We're going off of the current gen. We're not going off of last gen. I'm asking this.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead. Say
hello.
Yeah, you're back. You're back now.
All right, say again, please.
I said, has PlayStation in this generation ever combined digital and physical sales on the released week of a game?
Yes,
They've never done that. Which one on this generation besides fucking Uncharted 4?
All of them. Because Sony's plan from the start is to also make the digital content.
Send me an
delivery.
Never heard them.
All of them.
Do that.
Why? Think about it.
Send
Why
me
wouldn't
an article.
Why wouldn't they? It's the same thing. If I buy
Send me a link.
Let me send you a link. Technically, what you call it?
I said send me a link where they showed week sales of where they combine both digital and physical. There's no link. There's no article that's ever said that. They didn't do that with Bloodborne. They didn't do that with Knack. They didn't do that with fucking Infamous. They've never done that this generation.
Let me ask you this. Why wouldn't
Show me.
Let me ask you this. Why wouldn't they? Because buying a game digitally is the same thing as buying it physically. The only difference is I don't have to go to the store.
Look.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Look, here's the fact. The physical sales for Uncharted probably wasn't what they were looking at, so they combined the digital sales to make it look good for their investors
What do you mean?
for
That statement doesn't even make sense. Let's say you, all right, come here. Let's say you're a third-party developer, right? J-Century Gaming. Do you really care the difference between someone buying your game digitally versus somebody buying physically? If anything, you save more money selling digital over physical. Because physical, you have to do package delivery. The retail store gets a cut.
You're getting what I'm trying to get at. I've never seen Sony ever release when they do their
They started it this gen
They've
because
never done
that's
that.
part of their plan. It's part of their plan. It's part of Microsoft and Sony's plan. They want digital delivery. If Microsoft and Sony could cut retailers out, period, believe me, they would.
Which still never happened because they have to get rid of fucking
There's a lot of things. There's a lot of people that are not ready for that. But if they could,
GameStop
they
mainly.
would. If
They're
they
not
could,
gonna be able to get
they
rid
would.
of GameStop like that.
You know what I'm saying? But digital and physical sales is the same thing. It's the same thing. Sony doesn't care if you get a code from Amazon, put it on the PSN, and got the game. It's a sale. That's all they care about. Someone bought their game, whether it's digital, or you drove your happy ass, or you ran 5 miles to pick it up physical, it's a sale. It's the same thing. It's the same metric. Digital.
All right. Y'all see the shit I gotta deal with, bro? That was like
is just an easier way.
Y'all see the shit I had to deal with?
Not what you telling that man to come here. He was like, come here. Like you was explaining to him like he was a child.
No, this shit is crazy. You see, that's the I know Extreme's like, what the fuck did I just listen to? You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me drag.
That argument made no sense. Your man said they added digital sales. It was like, okay.
But you see what I had to go through over the last 300 episodes of 60 Frames No Lag. Yep. Did you see? Y'all people, I try to tell ya, Xbox are different, bro. They're
Yep.
different breed, bro.
Brooklyn shit. You stunned them.
Yep.
You heard about that? My man's like, oh, they had to throw in digital cells because the physical thing was. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, what is this?
They always been that way.
ridiculousness?
Yeah, they always been that way. That's nothing new.
Hold on. All right. Hey, I want to say shout out to we got Everborn Saga up in here. This is his first appearance.
What up?
What up?
My brother Everborn.
And what better time than the 300th episode?
First of all, congratulations for making it to 300 episodes. A lot of people like they do this, but like to keep up with it and build a community. I think you're getting ready to hit 10 stacks on the subscribers and all that. Like
little by little.
Shout out to you, sir. And you have been doing this before a lot of the Johnny Come Latelys as well. So
yeah, man, I appreciate it, man.
Whether people agree with your views or not.
I'm surprised I didn't get canceled. That's really the achievement. How many more episodes I can go before they shut my ass down? Right? They're going after broken games. They're like, oh man, like BG, never flag. Like I never flag nobody. I don't care. Hell, you could rip my whole podcast. I don't care. Take it all. I'm not messing with nobody.
Free advertisement. Usually when people rip somebody's content, then other people will go and check it out. So
yeah, that's how I see it. Like, hell, take half the show if you want. Is what it
but
is.
You from New York, so you'll know this. I saw that, and the first thing I said was, "My name is Bennett, and I ain't in it."
You know, I saw that. Like, ooh, here we go. It is what it is. They're gonna have to go through it, but I truly appreciate it, man. Again, I truly appreciate everybody for this 300 episode. You know, we're gonna have a good conversation. What a great day we had. You know, State of Play. We're gonna talk about a little bit about the PS5 Pro and stuff. Remasters and. You know, Tokyo Game Show and stuff like that. But let's go around the horn real quick. We'll start out with Craig Harris, my brother. What's going on? He just waved.
On 300, and I remember you being on, and I was on there too. Titanfall Princesses.
Yeah. Shout out to Titanfall. Listen, I know what you're talking about. I know the podcast you're talking about. I had to privatize it. I had to privatize that one.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah, I know.
We would have survived in that episode. That episode's never being released. I would have to. That's the Diddy tape. That shit ain't being released. That tape, that's what Fame. That was what Fame knows. Cause Fame was there too. Fame was a podcast guest, so Fame knows. Woo! That shit we will not survive. That episode, bruh, it was wild.
She blamed at it, but glad I was able to be.
But
here
shout out to Titanfall Princess.
Yeah, shout out to her. Glad I was able to be there and just be a part of it. I mean, we see the topics we got. I don't know if you all are following something called Twitter X. They are dropping. These studios are now telling you exactly what their games are going to do, and these people are already starting to cope. J-Dub put out there the Alan Wake stuff, which 90 to 95% of PCs can't run with the PlayStation.
Oh shit! Here we go. You already talking your shit. This is just the intro already. He throwing heat.
Yeah, Resident Evil 8.
He ain't lying.
No, 60 frames no lag. He throwing heat already.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so they're already coping. But you all. My favorite announcements. My two favorite snow bunnies are getting upgraded. Look at them right there.
Yo, he put that in the chat. I was like, yo, what?
This dude, bro. Is it? Hey, Everborn, I'm gonna just give you a warning. The shit Craig says is not directly representative of the panel or the 60 Frames No Lag podcast. We're gonna put that disclaimer out there right there. He has freedom of speech. He says what he wants when he wants. And don't ask who Chocolate Thunder is. Just don't let it go. Just don't worry about it. Let him say it and just move on.
I'm here for it.
Okay. And I feel like, this is like the Brady Bunch. I'm like, holy cow. I'm like looking around on the screen. So right above me, we got Extreme. Now, the one thing about Extreme, he is not allowed to play multiplayer or breakdance. Australia, they're barred from that. Everything else is fair game, right? Shout out to my brother. What's going on, Extreme?
Hey, listen, man. You know I don't need any introduction. Let's move on.
Let's move on. All right, my brother. Okay, and then over here, we got, Jay Breezy. He always makes this a movie. Shout out to my brother, man. He's been there from the beginning, rocking me, supporting me. I'm loving his content. Let me tell you something. So all those niche games I be playing on PlayStation, it don't come from me. I have no idea where they come from. It comes from this guy. I just pay attention to what he does. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, ooh, what you showing, Jay Barry? Yeah, I'm a cop that. so really, I'm just biting off of him. This is the guy that knows. So I'm telling you, you want some good quality games that are low key from PlayStation? Follow this guy. He will show it to you. So that's it.
That's not Concord.
You know, except Concord. Hey, I'm sorry, bro. I know. At some point, when my Spidey senses, when the Porter Rock senses tingle, I'm like, wait a minute, bro. I sense danger with this one. You know what I'm saying? So we go with that one. All right. What's up, my brother, man? Thank you for stopping by, man. 300 episodes. Would you believe that?
Yeah, absolutely, man. 300 episodes is a great achievement. Congrats to you. Congrats to everyone in here. But yeah, man, make sure you all hit the like button. Share the stream out. It's going to be a celebration today. It's going to be this old school. P-Rock kind of set you up. That was the old school saying. It's going to be a movie. You know what I mean? Today is going to be a movie. Trust me, it's going to be a good one. So definitely share it out and get people in here.
Yeah, don't forget me. You know, when you're on your 300th episode, what's up? And you're sitting next to Colin Moriarty in New York City in the theater. Don't forget the little people. When I say, yo, Jay Barry, what's up? You be like, who you, dog? I'll be like, wow. Wow. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm surprised I was allowed on the show, P-Rock, man. You know what I mean? You're up here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
All of y'all got the keys. Even Everborn. I updated your role. You have podcast today. You're the guest, so we're gonna take care of you. But next time you on your own, dog. You just show up when you show up. Go get a beer in the fridge. Hell, get me one. We watching the game together. Ain't no more invites. You show up when you show up. You got the free reign. Got keys to the house. Everybody up in here invited. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, I'm just
one of these Saturdays.
Hell yeah.
I'm just happy. I'm just happy Everborn ain't got no Xbox shirt on today. You know what I'm saying?
He's reading the temperature of the room. He's like, you know what? Let me not test the water. He's in a different hood. Let me just check this out. He's like, let me check this out.
I gotta fix that real quick.
Yo, rep your brand. Rep it, bro. Shit,
man.
if I could, I would get Gritty up in here. There you go.
He's about to turn the light green, put on the Xbox shirt. Yeah.
Put it on, get up in there.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Hell yeah. That's rep your brand.
Hey, Barry, what's the stench? What's the stench now?
You smell that?
Smell that?
He got that jacket. He got that jacket because PlayStation brought that winter. Winter's coming.
Yeah.
I mean,
I bet that
to
thing
be
smells
fair,
like kangaroo piss and Fritos.
PlayStation did show a lot of Xbox games, but
oh shit, here we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
I have recently, as of April, kind of graduated over to the PC on the.
We know. We heard. In fact, was it one
another
of the podcasts?
Weebly green behind the computer screen.
You had a monologue. You did that little monologue.
Yeah.
The dagger though, and I will talk about it. But the daggers when you said you're gonna play Towerborn before your Xbox brothers, and I'm like,
oh yeah.
Oh no.
We can talk about it.
Oh yeah, but that stings. I'm like, ooh.
But at least they make.
My man said, he said, "Oh man, like bot violence." Ooh, all right, we're gonna do it.
I thought what you were gonna do, because you and I had a debate on the X timelines about don't talk to me about Xbox going third party last year. Fast forward to this year, and. So if you were a petty person, you would have. But
you know what though is that you were cool with me though. You know you were like you know that's why I didn't really go at you because you were like it was a conversation. Other people I tell them they'll use they'll call me stupid, I'm an idiot, racial slurs, and I'm gonna be like I'm gonna remember your ass. Ooh, you gonna talk to me like that? I'm gonna confine you, bro. I'm gonna remember this. But you were cool. It was a normal conversation. So I didn't go hard on you.
The biggest thing of whatever their new direction was you will not catch me on the timeline defending anything. I don't even care if you're wrong. I'm not even correcting anybody no more.
After that, right?
They're gonna make you look crazy out here.
After that, you're like, you don't know what direction Xbox is doing. All right, shout out, man. But we'll come back to you. Bad.
Yes,
here we go. J-Dub, the antagonizer in chief, the orchestrator of the console war plan, the strategist. You know what I'm saying? Behind the scenes, orchestrate all this. What's going on, my brother?
Thanks. What's going on, y'all? It's a great day. Man. We had actually a great week, but
We're not
Listen,
done
man.
yet. We're not done.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna get into the PlayStation news, but I want to give a special shout out to Porter Rock. You know what I'm saying? He put in a lot of hard work. A lot of people don't know. My first podcast was with this guy named Iron Wolf, and then I started the podcast.
Oh, yeah,
and
I remember
did
that.
my second podcast with Nancy, but y'all know Titanfall Princess. And then from there, Porter Rock, and then from Porter Rock, he kind of, brought me under his wings and exposed me to, Next Gen 720 and Bar and everybody else. You know what I'm saying? And from there, I got to know everybody before I know it. Craig and everybody else. But man, we've been rocking out for a lot of years, man. We've been in the trenches of the console wars, having fun. It's been beautiful. We done stumped the bots out. We beating up PC guys. Now we running out of people to do so. We right now we having fun with this. This is a very fun time for PlayStation.
Right now they're filling out asylum paperwork with the PC master.
Yeah. It was so crazy. It was so crazy. We was behind the scenes seeing now that the console war is over, we're gonna have to start fighting each other. And so we had a special episode where we was all just fighting each other. We had to entertain each other. Exactly. We had to entertain each other. That's how.
Extreme try to be Switzerland. Oh no. It's single and multi. Nah, bro. We're not doing both.
Hey, I just want to be accurate. Okay, that's what it was.
The accuracy.
My bad, Extreme. I wasn't.
Extreme was like, I don't like the poll. Where's the single and multiplayer?
Extreme, my bad. I wasn't here to back you up, bro. I should have been here to back you up.
That was American of you. Okay, you need 3 parties for presidential election.
No, 2.
Not just 2
parties.
That's it. First thing in the console war, the rule number 1 in the console war is
change the poll.
Pick a side and throw a rock. There's no neutral.
Nah. I'm with Extreme, bro. It's both, bro. I would have been on both sides.
That's
Switzerland is not allowed.
International level democracy.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Pick a side. All right.
Yeah. Our democracy is unrigged.
We got the truth. What's going on, my brother?
What's good? Congratulations to your 300. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty new to this. This whole thing. To be honest with you, I didn't start realizing that this space even existed till maybe somewhere in the end of the first year of the pandemic.
And now you can't get out. And now you're stuck. Once you're in, you can't escape.
This is Hotel California.
I'm a visitor, man. I don't live in the countryside. I visit.
This is Hotel California. You can't leave. You can't leave. We'll give you everything, but you can't go.
Sonny from Bronx tell you can't leave. That's it. Once you know the club, you can't escape. That's it. You're in for life. All right, bro.
Yeah. So congratulations, and that's it.
All right, Ramon. Oh shit, he made an appearance. He's rocking the 4070.
It could be fun.
He's one of the few people. He's one of the few PC gamers that actually has a rig more powerful than a pro. That's what I'm talking about. You could talk that shit. The other 90%, nah, you can't talk. Upgrade your shit. What's going on?
Craig Davis was more powerful than 4090, so
you can't talk. Right, yeah. Hey, we're gonna wrap that up again. That is the opinion of Craig. And I told you, Craig. See, they try to say, "Oh, this podcast, nobody checked them." I'm like, bullshit. Everybody was like, "Whoa."
They
was cutting the clip off before
they cut the clip off.
Yeah, they can't check me. I put that clip out there. I am
Everborn, listen, I'm saying again, that is his opinion. Does not represent any of us.
It's back. We're looking at these games coming out. Are you seeing these announcements? More power.
Oh shit.
Man. I don't let me ask you a question. Hey. Have you ever witnessed what a 4090, forget about it, like a 4080? Have you ever just seen it in person? What it could do for you?
Me? No, only an idiot spends over $500 for a graphics card.
No, that's true.
There you go. Here you go.
$500 on a single component. That's true.
Before we get into this,
extreme.
Can I just give my flowers to P-Rock real quick, please? Before we start getting.
Go ahead.
Before you do that, I need to tell Extreme to knock it off. Not today. It's a celebration today.
Seriously. Yeah. What bar is this?
I'm just here chilling.
No, no, I just want to say, like, I'm still, I'm only a few years old in the community, and I remember when I first, started seeing this freaking science experiment mixed up with a madhouse that's the gaming community, and then, I'm seeing everybody arguing, and I'm just like, I'm taking Twitter as rational because I was new to Twitter, and I'm like, why is everybody arguing over something that's supposed to make us happy? Then I see, this dude named Porter Rock.
Why is someone so mad? Why are y'all
Yeah,
so mad?
Then I see this cat called Porter Rock, and he's talking all this shit, and I'm like, why the hell is he so hard on Xbox? Now, keep in mind, I'm fairly new to Xbox because I had largely ignored them for years, so I wasn't up on all of the stuff that started going wrong since the Xbox One. I remember the Red Ring of Death, but that was the most I knew really about Xbox's troubles. So I'm like, dude, they got their shit together. They bought Bethesda, they blah blah blah. I'm like, they're getting their act together. I'm like, why is he talking so much smack? And I'm like, and why is he trolling all of these people that like Xbox? And then, shout out to Optimus Code, Uncle Code. Like, I saw how he was also trying to rest in peace to Uncle Code. Like, he was trying to educate people, and then they was getting on him. And then he's like, you know what? Okay, you don't see the new school folks don't understand what growing up in roast culture is most of the time. So he had them all up in their feelings. And then I'm seeing P Rock, and I'm like, and then I started seeing all the facts, and I'm like, okay, he's talking shit, but I'm like, nothing he's saying is really cap. I'm like, I'm looking at these other dudes talking crap, but it's lies. I'm like, he's not lying. And then the more I start paying attention, I'm like, okay, he talks a lot of smack, but it's like, growing up in roast culture, I get it. I get exactly what was going on. And then from there, I'm just like, okay, and then huge fan. And then, I remember the first time he welcomed me on the 60 frames, no lag. And, I had a great time. And then, now I can drop in whenever I want. And I really appreciate that. And I mean, it's just been a blast, and this show is a lot of fun, and I mean, it's just a great time. So congratulations on this really big milestone, man. It's a great achievement.
Man, thank you, my brother. I really appreciate it, man. That's a good little stroll back through memory lane, man. And also Captain is cold, man. I gotta give him my flowers to him, man. Rest in peace. Optimist, but like he really, man, oh my God, such a loss for the community, because he was trying to get the ship right for a lot of us, because the whole power narrative in 2020 was just insane, and
he tried to tell us. He tried to tell us, yeah.
You guys are
he really did.
Yeah, he was like,
I had drank the Kool-Aid too. I had drank the Kool-Aid too.
Rip to Optimus and Big Mike of the platform podcast.
Shout out to Big Mike.
A lot of people don't notice. Code is why I came into the community in the first place. Like, as somebody who does podcasts and all that stuff. Like, he was one of the first people on X or Twitter back then that, like, what I'm saying, would respond when I would be in the comments or saying anything, and it was always respect, always like I always felt like I learned something every time I talked with him.
Yep.
And he could joke like whatever on the timeline, but if you talk to him direct, and I had his phone number and we would talk every now and again. And when me and Kay Asante first started Gaming Circle, he was the first guest we had.
Nice.
Oh wow.
Have to do
I
that.
gotta see that
Code,
episode. I gotta
always
see that.
respect.
I gotta see that, because
we was arguing about the Series S.
Oh, he tried to teach you, right? He tried to help you, didn't he? He didn't want to listen.
No, well, that Xbox fan, whatever. Even back then, that was the one thing I was like, y'all should have done what Sony did, which is you could have two models, but do one with no disc, as opposed to having different architectures.
Exactly.
That developers are going to have to contend with. Because I get the idea that they wanted to come in low, but
that was too
we
low.
see
you know,
in the
it
issues. Yeah.
no, it became a headache, and you can't give developers a headache because what's funny is you'll never hear anybody complain about having to port something to the Switch. Why? Because they want that sweet Nintendo money. But if you third place and you making them do extra work, they're gonna complain.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, actually, real quick. Number one, shout out to you, Everborn. Good to see you on here,
Thank you,
brother.
sir. Thank you.
But I do have a small bone to pick with you.
Let's go. Let's
So,
go. How big my tweets are.
Before we move on, hold that. We'll do. I got one more. I got the judge.
Okay.
The judge. Is he in there?
Yeah, I'm still here, man. Thank you for having me. I just want I'm just happy to be part of this occasion. And I just got a couple of things. Number one, congratulations on your 300th episode. As I said, I've been watching you since I think you were still in North Carolina right before you went to Germany, and I've been watching you ever since. Secondly, I'm pulling the trigger on the PS5 Pro. I'm gonna hold my nose.
That much.
It.
There we go.
Wow.
That's
Come
it.
on.
Wow.
There we go.
I forgot the new blue fitted. There we go. Hell
Come
yeah.
on,
That's what I'm
come
talking
on,
about.
home,
Team
come
Pro.
on home, Rambo.
That's it.
Come on home.
That's it.
And then lastly, yo, next time Rocky, you in Philadelphia, man, at least give me notification
right.
so that
You were there,
I can
that's
at least give you the consideration of turning you down.
Oh shit!
Just let me know if I can turn you
Like,
down.
I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right, man. All right, my brother. But thank you so much. And then we'll go over new guest right here, first time on the 300th episode. We got Everborn Saga. Hey, Everborn, talk a little bit about you. Talk about the things you got going on and stuff like that. You know, present yourself to the you know, to the crew. You know, to the chat. I want to say thank you so much for reaching out and stuff like that.
Yeah. Definitely. Listen, Everborn Saga. I'm Everborn Saga everywhere. Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, Nintendo, Facebook, Instagram, all that. You say Everborn Saga in the mirror 3 times, I'll show up behind you. With Diddy. But the thing is this. But most importantly, go to Kickstarter and type in Everborn, and you will see we have a Kickstarter going right now. You may not know this about me. I am the writer, producer, and publisher of a comic book universe called Everborn. We have 3 different series right now. They're all interconnected. It's all telling the same story. It is basically X-Men meets Lord of the Rings, and it is drawn in the style of your favorite manga or anime. So
It's fire. It's fire. I have his other stuff, and it's fire.
Shit, we got Everborn, and let you know, Ramon's an actor too. I think I was the first in the community,
and a writer. I got Ramon,
and a writer. Yeah, so Ramon, was I the first one to recognize you were an actor in the gaming community? I think I was. Did anybody else recognize you? Because I was like, yo, Ramon,
yeah, because it was Once Upon a Time. Yeah, you saw me Once Upon a Time.
I'm like, wait a minute, weren't you Once Upon a Time? And you were like, how the fuck did you know? I'm like, because I'm like, that's you, right? I was like, I know I'm not bugging. I'm like, wait a minute, I know I seen this dude. I'm like, he's one of the dwarves. This dude was one of the dwarves.
No. One of the merry men. One of the merry men.
There you go. He was one of the merry men. I'm like, he's one of the merry men. I know he is. I'm like, yo, he's bugging. And then you were also on Arrow too.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, so look at that. This podcast got you know, A-list actors and writers and authors and stuff like that.
Oh my god.
It's A-list for me. It's A-list for me. But shout out to Everborn. Yo, Everborn, that's what. Hey, Everborn, I got a quick question.
Yes,
so you got your own comic universe.
Yes, sir.
1 or 2 publishers approaches you, be like, yo, we want to make a video game out of your universe. Which one you picking? Microsoft or Sony?
Fun fact. This whole thing, all of this, we are 5 years into this from our first book release. We the Kickstarter right now for the 7th chapter that we are releasing. This all started. Look at this. You see it.
I see it. It's gorgeous.
Jay Barry got it. So
it's gorgeous.
This actually all started from a video game that I coded and made myself. So there is really, like, the developer that would come to me is me. Like Ariel's Adventure comes from the Ariel World video game that was on the Windows phone before it went belly up. Satya Nadella killed that.
Oh, so you already,
Okay, listen, Everborn, you have to get an exclusivity deal.
So it's exclusivity though, right now. Who that? Right, right. Herman Halls. Listen,
the Windows Phone.
But now that's all passed, and obviously they got rid of it, right? Now there's all got new move. AAA budget on a console. AAA budget. Okay. They give you a blank check. 2 people call you: Phil Spencer, Herman Halls. Who's getting the contract?
He's gonna say Steam.
Nah. Gabe Newell, he on vacation. He ain't trying to hear it. Herman Halls or Phil Spencer?
I want to talk to Nintendo.
Oh, man.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair, bro. That's fair.
You ain't catching me. He said you ain't catching me. I respect that. Yo, he found his way out. He's like, shit.
I said I gotta give him that one. That was a fair one because you said console, so he said I'm gonna get you one.
Miyamoto. There you go.
But yeah, check out the Kickstarter. Something very interesting that we are doing. We actually put you can be a character in the book, right? Like, so we have a tier called the Everborn tier, the Immortal tier.
I'm gonna be Chocolate Thunder.
If you know Gamer MD or Pixelbit G, they're already characters in the world. So check out the campaign, check out the Everborn or the Immortal tier. But if you just want to get caught up in the books, check out the Rightful Heir. That's like the best deal that we have going in the whole thing. So you can.
Yeah. That's real. Everborn Saga is awesome.
Everborn, don't take Craig's money. Don't take his money because your shit's about to be X-rated. Don't do it.
No, I mean, I was going to ask.
You're gonna have to put all the advice. That shit's about to be like HBO's Oz. He's out of BC. No, don't do it, bro.
No, I mean, I got
not all money is good money. Not all money is good money. You're about to be out of BC up in there. He's gonna be like this. Hey, little brother, pull down your pants. Nah, that's not the type of superhero we want. We don't. That's
I'm gonna show you the real Everborn Saga.
You're about to say I do double life. Nah, that's my superpower. That's your superpower. I do double life.
Yeah. Let me pitch him for 30 seconds. So if you can create your own character.
Oh Lord!
Oh, he's gonna.
Is that what you're saying? I'm just asking.
Superpower is application.
So we work with you on the character design, but not the story. We got to leave that in house.
Oh, so you have his own story.
No. What I'm saying is, you will or whoever you want. You could make it somebody else, right? You could do this as a gift, and these slots are limited, right? But we work with you on the design of the character, but we decide.
I already know what the character looks like. He's 6'8".
Everborn.
Okay.
Everborn. We both
hold on, right? Let him right?
Yeah, he's swole, and he doesn't have any superpowers, except he may think that you're a pretty man. I mean, that's his superpower right there.
Wow, power.
So you have a Kickstarter. First, congratulations on that, man, and congratulations on your success. But yeah, I would like to talk to you about creating a character. You got it in mind. That'd be great, man. I appreciate
Yo, Chocolate Thunder is Diddy. That's what we're gonna put in there.
Everborn, we
That's
from
what
New
we're gonna put in
York.
there.
Listen, Everborn, you from the city? Like, are you from New York or you from upstate?
No, the Bronx, just like they
right. You from New York?
I'm in Yonkers now.
I
grew up in the Bronx.
I gotta make sure some dudes are from upstate, and like, hey, internet's getting kind of funny here. You know the rules. New Yorkers know the rules.
Hey, what's wrong with White Plains?
Upstate, New York. Upstate, New York. That's how it is, right? Hey, we both from New York. Not all money's good money. You know that. I'm telling you.
Absolutely.
Don't do it.
Absolutely.
You don't have like a utility belt like Batman. Hold on, let me get a utility belt like Batman. And then in that utility belt, he got a bunch of he's got some some different utensils and tools that help him get around. And but yeah, man, I gotta write. I'm a flesh. What do you all say? Flesh the character out. I'm gonna.
All right, do me a favor. Flesh that out after you hit subscribe on the campaign in that Everborn tier. And then let's talk about it.
Can you put a link up? Can you put a link up to what we?
Yeah,
what
if you want to put on the chat, right?
Yeah. Put a link
I got you.
Yeah, put in the chat. All right.
Hey,
no, I know sometimes.
No, let's talk video games. Let's talk video games, please.
You too hyper focus on this Chocolate Thunder.
So
I'm gonna send it to you. And then you put it in the chat because it might not let me do it.
Okay. All right. So send it in a DM. All right. We'll start over with Ramon. Ramon said he had a beef with you. So we'll kick off with Little Beef
Yeah.
session. All right, what's up,
Okay,
Ramon?
so I remember distinctly, and this is on the whole Concord thing. I remember, like, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, when I remember seeing all these memes that said, "Don't panic, it's organic." And now we see PlayStation make an inorganic purchase, and it's disastrous. So I just wanted all that smack about organic stuff, but then when they don't make an organic purchase, and it turns out to be a disaster, brother. So I mean, with all that smack about organic talk, but we see that the formula actually is supposed to work that way.
Well. Here's the thing, though. I think the real problem is Mr. Jim Dance Moves, who nobody on this panel will be able to convince me that man was not fired, because if we see all the things that he invested in haphazardly and how it turned out, I really feel like that man was pushed out the door. So it's not necessarily organic or inorganic. It is make smart purchases. Bungie was purchased in a panic. Firewalk and the hard pivot to services when they could have taken a more measured approach instead of just saying we all in on services and we gonna green light 12 service-based games and not tell you when the games that their core fans care about are coming out. Not saying they weren't coming out, but all Jim wanted us to know is, don't worry, shareholders, we're making service games. And I think in his haste to try to get a piece of the service pie is why you see things like what is happening with Bungie and what happened with Concord, and we'll see what happens with Fair Games. But you can't.
Well, Bungie, you can't blame
go ahead.
You can't blame Jim Ryan with Bungie. Bungie is under PlayStation, but it's ran independently. 2, Jim Ryan, is no way Jim Ryan is fired, because under Jim Ryan, PlayStation has made the most money, not just revenue, but profit. You don't fire people like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, has things changed since he left? Obviously, yeah. You know, the investment into live service has decreased, but there's more positives with Jim Ryan being the head of PlayStation than negatives. There's no way he's being fired over live service when he has made more profit for PlayStation ever. Every milestone PlayStation has really done in the past couple of years has been under Jim Ryan.
I would have to say,
sorry, go ahead. Somebody's talking.
I get that. I mean, I'm on the PlayStation side, but I don't know about fired. I definitely feel like pushed out for sure. You know what I'm saying? I agree. Jabbar, you're correct. That can't be denied. But also, I do think the mistakes with the live service, i.e., Naughty Dog, with Factions 2, Concord kind of falling in the way it did, and the Bungie situation, which I don't agree with other people. I know that it's been maybe a headache for Sony, but I really think that that Bungie will be a big asset with Sony now that they're under Sony's control. Before, when they was doing their own thing, it wasn't an asset, but now that Sony is pretty much taking up most of the executive spots and they're getting everything in order, Bungie is one of the best studios out there in the games that they make. You know what I'm saying? So while everybody's worried, I think Marathon will take off. I think even that little Bungie Gum game, mobile game, whatever they making, will probably be a hit. I just think they make great games, so I think they'll be fine. But I definitely do think that he was pushed out. Maybe not fired, but asked to leave. And I also think that what he said was also true. Like, I'm getting tired. We kind of want to, change course because the things he did wasn't coming to fruition the way it was. So, I mean, I wouldn't say.
Yo, Barry, shut these fools down, man. Shut these fools down, Barry. Go ahead. Get up.
No, let me. I'll go ahead and do it. Listen. Let's not sit here, right, and act like all of the executives who run each generation successful, right? Even in the PS3 generation, it will still look a success, even though they had a ton of failures, a ton of blunders. They still ended up beating the competition, right?
Yep.
So everything from Ken Kutaragi to Kaz to all the people who've ran these things. Go back to Sean Layton or whatever. These guys have been with the company for over 30 years, right? So if you've been with the company for 30 years, that means you're in your fucking 60s, right? Executives who make that type of money, who work for these big corporations, they don't want to work until they're fucking 80 years old. They're not like, the regular people that just have to, work from 9 to 5. They went through everything that they've went through. They reached the status where they became the CEO or the president or to be able to run in charge of Sony PlayStation. They've all had a successful run. After their run is over, their generation, like with Sean Layton, he was able to see the PlayStation 4 to be one of the most successful generations ever. It's time for him to ride out on the high. He stuck around for the hard times, but he's going out on the high. Jim Ryan, the exact same thing. This guy had to, and he was very open about it. He said, listen, I have to wake up and travel to 3 different time zones every single day. The guy is old, right? He's not a spring chicken anymore. He's not that old, but I understand. No. I mean, if you think if he's in his he's late 50s, early 60s. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm almost done. Let me finish. So he oversaw the transition from the PS4 to the PS5. He did what he did in the PS4 era. He saw the ending of that to be the best, one of the best ever. He brought us the PS5. Mind you, right? Look what he did with the PS5. He launched it with great titles. It's already just 3.5 years in. It's almost 4 we're going on 4 years now. Already in. He's already destroyed his competition in 3 years, right? He's already destroyed his competition. So he's already did his job. So he's like, listen, guys, I've oversaw this. I'm gonna ride out on the high. PlayStation, just coast or do whatever you want. Get somebody else in here. And Herman Hulse was the next guy, and the other guy was the next guy for the Japanese region and stuff like that, so they can have shared responses. What failures did Jim Ryan have outside of just us saying, exactly, oh, we don't like this or we don't like that? That just did he not give you almost 120 million sales in console? Did he not make PlayStation the biggest brand out there in gaming? Did he not solidify the PlayStation 5 generation before it even started? He solidified the PlayStation 6 before it's even conception. Right? There's nobody who can compete with PlayStation. And Jim Ryan was in charge of doing that. Regardless of we say the little studios here and there, you know how many studios PlayStation own? So you're telling me because they decide to do a few live service games, this is why they're going to fire the guy who set them up for 2 and 3 generations ahead? No, it's not. Like, I think it makes for a great, compelling story in the fanboy wars, right? But on the flip side, you see Phil Spencer, right? His whole reign has been epic failures, right?
I don't know what
and hold on. Let me say, Phil Spencer has been with Microsoft since the 80s, right? Since I was a little kid. And this guy still has a job. And I know people are going to say, oh, but he really wasn't in charge. But mind you, he was part of the Xbox One failure. He was part of the Xbox Series, the Xbox One X, the Xbox Series, all of these shits. He's been part of all of these failures, right? And people are still saying, well, it's not really his fault. Give him more time. It's been how much more time do you want to give this guy? But Jim Ryan has been number one, right? He's had the number one platform for his whole run, but they're going to fire him because a few purchases that you deem to be
J-Dub,
years or whatever.
J-Dub, people forget Jim Ryan helped save PlayStation 2 when he got moved to the head of Europe during the PS3 era.
He made people forget about PlayStation the number one platform in Europe, which was the number 2 market in the world. Now PlayStation is the number 1 platform in every single territory in the world. You know why people hate Jim Ryan outside of people of PlayStation? Because Jim Ryan made the PlayStation the focal point. He incentivized the hell out of PlayStation that it don't matter if a game is third party on other platforms. Guess what? You're going to get it here on this platform because we got this exclusive DLC, story, episode, cosmetic skin over here. You know what I mean? That stuff, you see that stuff is slowly trickling away a little bit now that Jim Ryan's not there. But you can't put Jim Ryan
he got fired because of stuff that he was already gone, failed in. You know what I mean? What failed underneath Jim Ryan? Nothing really.
Yeah.
But I get that, right? But there's a few. I feel like there's a little bit of rose-colored glasses going on, which is fine. And take whatever I say with a grain of salt, because you see the jacket, right? But the thing is this: if you're thinking about like the corporate world and how cutthroat it is, we all understand the concept of what have you done for me lately, right? And if they are coming in and they are looking at these investments that he has made, because remember, what year did Jim Ryan actually take over, right? Because Sean Layden, 2019?
2019.
So 2019 he was the president. 2018 was the president, and 2019 he was the president and CEO.
Okay, so again, kudos to him. He launched the PS5, amazing launch, and he did something that I guess was unheard of, launching with actual games, right? But the thing is, it is always, what have you done for me lately? And if he leaves and he greenlit several initiatives that are turning out to we'll see how they turn out. But my point is, if we see them pivoting after he leaves, that means they didn't have confidence in the direction he was taking them. At least that's the way that I read it.
Yeah, right? But it's still not like they're still putting out live service games. You looking at one game, meanwhile you had Helldivers, you got Jim Ryan, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, Final Fantasy 16, Stellar Blade, all these successes that I can
Rise of Ronin.
Rise of Ronin. These are part of Jim Ryan.
PlayStation Portal, DualSense Edge.
The way I see it, I don't think it's so much that they fight him. Okay. Oh shit. Yeah.
Even that.
But that's that. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. But I would say I don't think.
Yeah.
The one thing I'm agreeing for, I don't think he got pushed out. I think what it is because if you notice, who replaced him? 2 people replaced him.
Yeah.
It's no longer one CEO. You have a CEO specific for first party, and you have a CEO specific for the platform.
Two people he put in place. Mind you.
Yeah.
He put Herman Hulse as head of all that. Yeah.
So
and they're in 2 different regions. They're in two different regions. One to cover the Asian market, and one to cover the based on what he said.
Not 2 different regions.
It's 2 different things. One is Herman Hulse deals with all first party, third party
software,
the software and all that side. And the other CEO deals with, the network, the console, all the hardware and stuff, right? And when you think about it, in my opinion, Jim Ryan or that position can no longer be held by one person. I think PlayStation now is at the point where one person can make all the decisions. And I think they've
outgrew that one.
That's what I think happened. I think it's time that's like, hey, Jim, you did great. But you can't do this no more. Not just because he's Jim. It's one person can't do this. It's too big.
He said it. He said he was tired.
Yeah.
To be fair,
and I think that's what it is. I think the position just got too big for one CEO. They wanted to move on into the future with this new strategy. Hey, you focus on all of this because this is a lot of stuff you got to deal with. And you got to focus on this because this is a lot of stuff you got to deal with.
In Puerto Rock, let me say this one thing. Let's not forget, right? PlayStation the brand itself has grown. It's now into TV shows, movies, cars, everything else that it's into.
And that falls on the Hulse.
Exactly. On the Herman Hulse. So the company is expanding. Like the IP, everything else is expanding. So you're going to need more people to manage those particular areas. Look, they even had even dealing with the TV shows. They took Naughty Dog. What's his name? The head guy from Naughty Dog, Neil Druckmann, right?
Neil Druckmann.
So now he has to be part of directing and producing his IP to make sure that it goes in the way that he wants it to go and that Sony will allow it to go. So that's taking time and effort to direct that. They're not going to just throw people out there and let them do that. They're curating this experience, not only from a gaming standpoint, but the TV shows, the movies, and the cars, and all the other stuff that they do. So, let's say he did get fired, right? Let's say they saw, hey, we
And
think
at that
Concor's
level,
gonna
they
be
don't
trash.
fire
We
you
think,
unless you did something crazy. So it's more like we
yeah,
going in a different direction.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And even back then, we had this big debate and this big discussion when Yoshida, because Yoshida used to be really high up there, and Yoshida, and everybody said, oh, he's got fired because of X, Y, and Z, whatever. It's like, no. Yoshida wants to tackle the indie market because that's his joy. That's what he wants. And
That man
this
is
guy
living his
is
best
up
life.
there in age. Yes. Nobody wants to, and I'll be honest, and I'm showing my age. I'm 43. I'm being honest. I don't have the energy or the want to do what I used to do. So now I Cadillac, right? I hire people to do the stuff that I need them to do. That way I can sit here and podcast with you guys in the daytime or be on Twitter spaces or joking around on Twitter, do stuff. Now, when I was younger, yes, I'm traveling every day. I'm doing all this. I'm making all these decisions and stuff. Now now I have that vision. I hire these people. I put them in place to do that, to carry out that, and that's what these companies do. They once the bigger you go. Look at Phil Spencer, the same thing, right? Eventually, Phil got in that position. Then he saw fit. Well, Sarah, we need Sarah Bond. We need this, and I'm pretty sure they hired other people to do these things
You can
to
see the
manage a lot
toll
of this
taken
stuff.
on him.
Exactly. He's
Yeah,
aged like overnight because of dealing with all of that stuff, man. Is no one person can do that. And that just comes with growth.
To your point, right? Like Sarah Bond over at Xbox is the platform person, like the guy in Japan over here, and then Matt Booty. I don't know how he keeps failing upwards, but he is the guy running all of the games from Activision and Bethesda and everybody. But
shout
out to that guy.
because they spent $100 billion. They got all these studios, all these publishers, all of these people. Yeah, they're gonna have to hire people to manage all of this stuff. You just can't keep that one person in charge of. I remember Matt Booty. He was in charge of the games division, right? He was in charge of all IP at one time.
Yeah, who?
It's like
that was just for Xbox, like
Booty.
Yes,
not like Bethesda and other ones.
Yes, but now all of that stuff is under the umbrella. Like it's still under the gaming sector. Somebody has to manage all the additional stuff. You just can't buy all this stuff and then keep the same people. You're gonna have to expand. You're gonna have to hire more people to manage this stuff. You're gonna make sure that they hit the dates right. You got to make sure that everything at the studio is going right. You're gonna make sure that it fits with what they're trying to do. Or if not, you keep getting the kind of same stuff they've been putting out right. They're having all these issues.
Point, but then why didn't Jim Ryan keep the Hiroki Totoki role and just say, Herman Holtz, you gonna do this, and other dudes
that's a downgrade.
Because that would feed over, right?
I imagine if I have as much money as Jim
everybody
Ryan,
wants
I'm
to go out on
retiring,
top.
man.
Everybody wants to go out a clean slate, go out on top, and make that transition before
And enjoy
the
that
next
money that
generation
he's
comes
earned.
and move on. You
I-
don't want to stop because go ahead, Em.
Yeah, listen. Here's the thing I don't like about this whole debate in the first place. Why is the burden on proof on us to disprove that he got fired? You're the one that comes with the claim. What proof do you have that he got fired? Like, I don't like this whole debate thing. It's like, you are telling me that something that didn't happen did happen. You prove it. I saw my job to be like, oh, look at the statements. Oh, look at this or look at that. It's your job to make the case, because you can't disprove something that didn't happen. If I say to you like, hey, you fucked your cat last night, and then suddenly it's up to you to prove that you didn't. It's like, no, it's up to me to prove that this thing happened. So you're the one that said that, hey, he got fired.
Like,
you proved to me.
Podcast
you proved to me.
He like,
Who did I do to you?
He's like, this is the weirdest podcast ever, bro. He's like, what the hell?
No, I understand.
Listen. This thing is all backwards. Why are we trying to prove to you that he didn't get fired? You proved to us that he did.
Right, and I get that, but I gave my examples of
no example. What's your facts? We've got facts. We've got statements. We've got this. Where is yours? You just got speculation.
Oh shit!
I feel like we're all kind of speculating, though, aren't we?
No, we're not also kind of speculating. We've got the facts on our side. He's the one that built PlayStation.
Hey, yo, Everborn, take that jacket off, B. Take that jacket off, B.
Leave that jacket on. Leave that shit red, boy. Hell, get the King David chain too, bro. Wear that chain if you got it.
Hold that line. But no, this is bullshit, man.
No.
Listen, this is bullshit. We've got the ones that can prove to you that he put our successes. We're the ones that can prove to you that he built PlayStation Europe. We're the ones that can prove to you he was there for 30 years. We've got all of this. Where's yours?
Okay.
What's
so
one fact
what
that you have where you think that he got fired?
Wait a minute.
I already said the biggest thing. It's all about money. This man left for PlayStation the most profitable. I'm not talking about revenue.
But,
So that's a
wait a minute.
That's another fact.
Wait a minute.
What's
if
your
it is
fact?
about money, if it's about money, and we're talking about facts,
Oh yeah.
all right, let's go.
Oh man.
If it is about money, and we're talking about facts,
There's levels to this.
how
I
much?
told
We're
you.
just gonna go-
Oh man, it's this.
Oh my goodness.
I said.
Can y'all hear me?
I said, leave this
we can hear you,
motherfucker in
man.
Puerto Rico. Leave his ass in Aguadilla.
Yo, what's
Don't
up,
give him a
big
ticket.
homie?
I warned the people.
Oh
Leave
god.
his ass in Humacao. Don't send
No,
that kid a
papi,
ticket.
espérate,
Nah,
espérate.
mami, oh,
No, pero déjame hablar,
Easy's
pero déjame hablar.
family. I'm like,
Óyeme.
I said, I said, don't give that
No,
dude
es
that
que están
JetBlue
hablando
ticket.
mentira.
Don't give
Es que
him that
están hablando
JetBlue
mentira.
ticket. Leave his
No
ass
venga
in
con esa
Humacao.
mierda. No,
Leave
no,
his
no.
ass in Humacao. They bought him a
Humacao
ticket, and now look.
Humacao tú.
This shit left himself. Look at that. Now it's all fucked up.
Hold on. Listen. I just came to say congratulations, big bro.
We should have built that
Can
wall.
I stop? Espérate. Built the wall. I would have climbed and swam under it, baby. You can't stop us. They not like us. Wall's gonna stop us. You think a wall's gonna stop us?
$1 billion wall.
Yeah,
all we need is $25 at Home Depot. We got this.
Hey, who gonna build the wall? He ain't gonna say,
It's us.
get out of here, bro.
Ask us to do it.
Exactly. They not like us. Hey, Bobby, hold on. First of all, congratulations on 300 episode. I'm so proud of you. You know you're my big bro in more ways than one. Okay. Now, first of all, this is what I'm gonna say. Everborn Saga, don't fold. You are correct. Jim Ryan got fired. I don't want to hear it. No. Wait, let me finish. He got fired. I am so disgusted right now that you guys are actually defending Jim Ryan and saying that the success of the PS5 is because of Jim Ryan. That is so disrespectful to the legacy of what PlayStation is. And I'm not even a PlayStation fan. The success of the PS5 is because of the PS4.
You just ended your argument right there.
Hold on, let me finish. The success of the PS5 is because of the genius of Mark Cerny. Don't you put that shit on Jim Ryan. It's not Jim Ryan. Jim Ryan is what's messing up PlayStation right now. Jim Ryan is the reason why today the only thing you got to celebrate in the state of play is one freaking game. That's what Jim Ryan did, okay? Don't be out here pretending like Jim Ryan is doing great. He's not doing great. And that's why Big Bro is quiet about it, because he knows the truth. You guys are lucky that Sony was smart enough to be like, hey, Jim Ryan, you're not a real gamer. Get out of here. Get out. And they took him out of here. Yeah, they had to replace him with two people because his one brain wasn't enough.
A real gamer, right?
Get out of here, bro. You got your damn mind. You people giving all this. What are the best games on the PS5 this generation that took the PS5 off? Spider-Man 2? That's not Jim Ryan, right? God of War 2000. That's not Jim Ryan. That's not Jim Ryan. That game was in development before Jim Ryan. Wait your turn. Thank you. Wait your turn. That game was in development before Jim Ryan. Wait your turn. Listen to me.
PlayStation history. You just come out with your chip on a popcorn mic, and then you want to talk about everybody else. That doesn't make you right, man. That doesn't make you right. Can you get a real mic? Can you get a real mic?
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
And now I won't let you finish because you've been talking nonsense.
I got a real mic. They call that.
Yeah, better than that. Get that real mic. Yo, listen, go sell some of
Hold on. Let Doc spit his bars, and then you'll counter.
Listen, what hurts me.
I also want to say, Everborn, welcome to the show. All right, let's go.
He ain't spit no bars.
Keep it above the belt.
What hurts my soul again is that you guys are acting like the PlayStation 4 and the PlayStation 3 didn't exist, and that Sony didn't build their legacy off of that, and that's why the PS5 is so popular right now. If you guys think Jim Ryan could have been replaced with anybody, and the PS5 still would have done the exact same thing that it's doing right now. And for you guys to pretend that you're gonna get that's facts. So for you guys to be like, oh, the most profit under Jim Ryan, get out of here. PlayStation 5 was gonna be fine, freaking regardless. The PS5 Pro is gonna sell regardless. PlayStation is the household name. They are who they are. They built who they are. Like no one can take that away from PlayStation.
Who built it? No, who built it?
Yeah,
it wasn't Jim Ryan.
Who set that up?
Wait,
It
what do
wasn't
you mean
Jim
it wasn't Jim Ryan? Who was it?
Oh, okay.
Who was
Hey, die on that hill when I will do my research. You're gonna say that it was Jim Ryan because I'll do a whole video just based on that and I'll put the whole picture on it.
Your little Asus allergy ally. Turn on Google Chrome and do your research now real quick before the podcast ends.
So you want to bet? You want to bet? You want to put the legacy of PlayStation on Jim Ryan?
I can put that bet in there too. I can put that bet in there too. Because if you think that Jim Ryan was not a part of PlayStation's success as far as why it's selling well,
bro.
you are crazy.
You're foolish, bro.
Okay, tell me how. Tell me how. Tell me.
Let me tell you now. I thought you were going to go on your little OG. Get your Switch out. Go ahead and use the browser and then do your little research,
bro.
No, now you're arguing.
No.
You gotta tell me why you're arguing against
this guy. Let me get this guy because you're coming here with the same energy as Everborn. You're coming here making claims and statements. At least he's got a decent mic, but it's okay. We'll put up with yours. But then you've got no facts to go along with it.
I'm sorry.
On the debate team helping you. You're my opposition. Why am I helping you? Use your smartphone. I know you use your smartphone right now. Get another smartphone. Get another tablet. Do your little Google search. Okay, go ahead and ask ChatGPT exactly what Jim Ryan did.
I know you're trying to downplay what I'm using, but it doesn't matter what I'm using. I will still get more views than you ever will. If I was actually using a setup like yours, I'd kill you, bro. So what are you doing? Why are you making fun of what I'm using? You think you're better than me because you're using? Come on, man. You're attacking my gear.
Come on, man.
You're attacking my gear. Really, Em? You watch my videos with my little mic.
Google. You're supposed to use Google.
Crazy.
You're going to find it.
I see you, Jay. I see you, Jay.
F.
I see you, Jay.
This is a function.
Every morning, if you ever come to Vancouver, I owe you like lunch or something, dude.
Then go ahead and get your facts. Then you can come back and talk again. You're Everborn. Your turn. Let's return to your conversation.
Yeah, what's crazy is the only thing I heard when I was talking was him saying facts. That I said even if Jim Ryan was removed from there, PlayStation 5 still would have done great this generation. So he's literally agreeing with what I said.
He did his job.
So it's not Jim Ryan.
So
it's not Jim Ryan. It's not Jim Ryan. Thank you. So tell me how it was Jim Ryan. That's all. Tell me how it was. Just tell me.
No. I'm not. Listen. The burden of proof is on you. You don't understand how debates work. It's on you to prove that what you said is true.
No, that's not true. The way that debate is, I say a statement and you tell me why you don't agree with it.
You don't just say something because you feel like it. Where's your facts? Where's your evidence? Facts, data, and statistics. That means nothing.
Here's my fact. PlayStation was winning during the PS4 era. That's a fact. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yes.
Okay. There you go. Now tell me how the PS5.
You gotta understand.
Hey, Jay, don't help him. Hey, he's big.
No, but you gotta understand that Jim Ryan is a part of that leadership. Jim Ryan is a part of the PS4 leadership. He was a part of it.
I just want him to tell me how.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I just want him to tell me how. You tell me how. Don't let Jay help you.
I'll help you.
Jay knows more than you. I know Jay knows more than you. Jay's a real PlayStation fan.
Can you shut up just for a second, bro?
Go ahead, go. Just speak facts. Come on.
Thank you. No problem. Jim Ryan built PlayStation Europe from the worst performing market to the top performing market. He's been there for 30 years. He's the reason that people.
Hey, dog, we're in America. Nobody care about Europe. Get out of here, Poppy. Get out of here, Poppy. Nobody care about Europe, bro. We're in America. Nobody care about Europe, dog.
Nothing.
Oh man, he's
go ahead, man.
No, it's okay.
Even
though
was like, damn.
You wanted this. You wanted this.
Go ahead. Go.
People forget that Jim Ryan was in charge of Europe when PlayStation 3 was failing. In fact, the reason why PlayStation was able to sell 80 million was because of Europe. It wasn't because of America. Xbox dominated America.
People forget that games like Gorilla.
I don't know how Jim Ryan convinced, but he convinced your PS3 is better than Xbox, and I don't know how he did it. Because it's like you saw what Xbox 360 brought to the table, first couple of years, and somehow his marketing strategy and the things he did, he said, "Nah, don't worry about the Xbox. We got that PS3. Work them 2 jobs."
You can't die on that hill. You can't die on that Jim Ryan is bad hill, yo. It's too much evidence against you on that. I'm sorry, Xbox gamers. What you're saying is just false information. Anybody that is in the PlayStation ecosystem or when they hear the stuff that you're saying, respectfully, it sounds idiotic. Real talk. That's real talk.
Jay,
Okay, so
Jake, I'm a reasonable man. Can we come to an agreement then? Okay, Jim Ryan didn't get fired. Jim Ryan quit.
He did. He quit.
He retired.
Okay. You see that?
Listen, bro.
There you go.
Doc, I'm about to submit my Appendix J. Yes, I quit. 28 years, I'm done. I'm retiring. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm
I got about 5 or 10 more years. Yeah.
Hey, they're not gonna let you, dog. You see how things are going. They're not gonna let you.
You know what? Actually, we drew. We had a nice game.
Listen. I gotta leave before shit pops off in China. I gotta go. Let's catch out and see.
No, they're not gonna let you go. Yo, you already know. You know the year they're saying. You know the year they're saying, right?
Listen, yeah.
None of us might see a PS. None of us might see a PS6.
Listen. You guys got the watch.
Look, you know how Jim Wine is good. You know how Jim Wine is good.
All right,
because you wish Xbox will hire him instead of Phil Spencer.
Thinking about that China comment. What the hell is about to happen?
All right.
Xbox will hire Jim Ryan instead of Phil Spencer.
Right now, Jim Ryan's watching off the villa, and the bees are laughing at us. Right? He's like, "Look at these clowns talking about me." And
I blame Ramon. Ramon brought this topic to Everborn.
I did all this. How about we all celebrate that everyone, including Xbox, gets to enjoy the Legacy of Kain remastered? That's something to celebrate.
I know he happy.
Ain't it coming to Xbox? I thought it was coming to Xbox too.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying. Including Xbox.
Another remaster. Another remaster.
I was about to say, did it skip Xbox?
Yeah, but that's a reworth. That's a remaster.
Doc, have you ever played? Doc, have you played Legacy of Kain before?
Oh man,
nah, I never played it.
Ramon, you're gonna get your shine. I know you excited, yo. He's been talking about it for like the last 5 years. They gotta remake Legacy of Kain. Yo, I know. Once I saw that video, I'm like, the first thing I said, Ramon's happy. I know he's happy as fuck. All right, but anyway, let me hit up.
I gotta head out though. I just wanted to say what's up to everybody, and then I wanted to say this to Jay Barry. Hey Jay, I defended you, my dude, because I know you actually really like Concord, and I know you actually played that game, and I know you actually missed it, and I respect that, bro. So I'm sorry that that game died. It is what it is, though, man. But he the only one. No, I put in one of my videos, like you and Persona are the only ones that I really saw really going hard for Concord. I'm like, no, but they're not just saying that. Like they actually like the game, you know. And I know what that feels like, because I really like scoring, and people came at me for that. Right, so I know what it feels like when you really like a game and nobody else like it.
Also, you also like Xbox and nobody else like it. So yeah, you do know how that
feels.
That's true.
He's an Xbox refugee.
Right here. No. He converted. He converted. Right.
You also like Xbox.
He's a PC gamer.
Y'all know how Jay Bar feels because y'all like Xbox consoles and y'all realize that shit didn't work out either. Y'all know. Y'all know.
Yeah, he PC now.
I'm gonna hit you up after this now.
He's PC.
Everborn's like, listen, he got his asylum paperwork. He's like, y'all can't touch me. He's like, he got his 4090. You can't talk to me.
Somebody said before I leave.
Doc, before you leave, man.
What's up, Bobby? What's up?
Go to GOG.com because you're on PC and get Blood Omen and Blood Omen 2 and Defiance. The
Is that on Game Pass?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
The game. You know how much the motherfucking games cost? They cost $1.
Game Pass.
I'm about to say they are stupid.
That just is like $1.
I can't believe you give me
this. He's on Game Pass.
Knock it off, Doc. Knock it off. You going too far now.
Hey, let's be real though. When I first hopped on this podcast like years ago, y'all remember how I really repped Game Pass and everything, right? Yeah. Right now, Game Pass is the only thing holding Xbox up. So y'all gotta give me that at least. Y'all gotta give me that at least.
That's true.
That's the only thing that Xbox got right now.
He wants a $2 game on Game Pass.
I give you that.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Hey, listen. I just got this guy in. I just want to say, I'm a PC gamer too. You know, there we go. There's my nice power supply. You know, to replace the very expensive one that.
Oh, that's a beefy boy right there.
Hey, listen. I get good shit. This shit costs almost as much as a PlayStation Pro. You know, just it's good.
Almost. All right.
We gotta
All
get
right.
good shit. So,
All right, let me go through.
All right.
Let me
You
go
guys have
through
a good night. I appreciate you guys.
All
You have a good night.
Thanks for coming through. All right, let me go through super chats and then we'll go right into state of play. We'll start with Everborn since he's the guest. But first, Jimmy Allison, $10 shout out. He said, "Shout out to you, brothers." 300. That's right. We did 300 today. We got Anthony Morris, a new member. Hey, welcome to the 60 Frames No Lag show and family. I hope you're enjoying the show. Tommy Bull number 2. What happened to Tommy Bull number 1? I can't play Ghost or Stranding 2 on base PS5. Oh, he's not going to do it. He's going to get that Pro. That's what I'm talking about. Andrew Wilkins. Here he goes. Everborn made a bet that Sonic Frontiers would double the sales of Ragnarok. All
It
Xbox
wasn't
fans are the
double.
same.
I said I would
What
beat
did
it.
you say? What did
Okay,
you say?
so here's the thing, right?
Why did you defend yourself?
Now my brother John Wolf and Kay Asante had a bet where because they got their own show on Monday and me and Kay do the show on Saturday. So on their show, they were arguing about Sonic Frontiers beating Ragnarok because Sonic Frontiers was multi-plat, right?
In sales.
Now, you know I'm a Sonic fan. You see Sonic behind me, right?
Sega, yo, listen, we got that in common. We said Team Sega. That they will.
But I don't know how you ended up going to PlayStation after what they did to Sega. But that's neither here nor there.
Listen,
But-
no. Sega did it to themselves. 32X, Sega CD,
I know.
Game
I had all
Gear,
of them.
the 3D glasses, and I bought all of that shit. I bought it, all of it. So they did it to themselves. More hardware than
So anyway.
hell. Technically speaking, shout out to Grigiddy. I'll give him.
I
props
bought
for
it all
this.
too.
I give him props. Technically, Sega was the first one to do the mid-gen refresh. That's what the 32X was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was like,
And
you know what?
the
I can't argue
Sega
with
channel was Game Pass before Game Pass.
Sega was ahead of his time, bro. They just
Yeah,
they
it was.
couldn't put it together. They couldn't put it together.
But so
All right, well, go ahead.
so with that bet, I heard him just dogging Sonic like he is like the blue rat, homeless Sonic. And I was like, somebody gotta jump in here and defend Sonic. So even though I knew he wasn't gonna win, I had to go in there and talk my shit and say Sonic is gonna win because he's multi-platform or whatever. And then, what's
You
it
got
called?
your ass beat.
What's that?
he said you got your ass beat. You were wrong.
Oh yeah,
You got your ass beat.
and I had to change my name as a rule for this bet. I had to change my name on Twitter for a week to Sonic Sucks.
Oh, I remember that. I think
I remember
I
that.
remember that.
You know what? I didn't even ask you. I'm like, yo, he's going through it because I thought he was a Sonic.
I thought he was
confused.
just trolling. I thought he was trolling.
I was
Nah,
like,
I
Sonic.
lost
So
the
I'm like,
bet. I had to
yo.
keep it like that for 7
I'm like,
days.
Everborn always talks about Sonic. I'm like, something happened, bro. Someone broke his heart. Because I saw that. Sonic sucks? I'm like, yo. I know.
You can blame Kay Asante and Slow Mo Backslap for that.
Yo, oh, that's great. All right. So we got the story behind that. That shit is funny. All right, Jay Bari. All right, he's up in there. He says, "Extreme, knock it off." All right, that's when he was talking his shit earlier. Jay Bari with a super chat. He says, "Congrats on a 300 P Rock. Thank you, my brother, man. You were a part of it." Jenna Hayes. She says, "Granddaddy Craig disciplining dudes old school style. I can't wait to pre-order the PS5 Pro. It's so exciting. We have more games being revealed for it. Absolutely. And of course, we got Blaze 4K, Sony baby. He said 300. I appreciate my brother. We got Heaven Crasher as a new member. Thank you for rocking out. I hope you stick around. Okay. Oh, there's Ramon showing something. Oh, Everborn.
This is my joint right here. This is my joint right here, though.
I'm gonna have to start copying these
Ariel?
books. These shits, the illustration looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Look at that, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Look how gorgeous the illustrations are.
I got my order in already.
I'm just saying Everborn. If
That's PlayStation quality right there.
Listen,
That's
all I gotta
PlayStation
say-
quality right
yeah,
there.
definitely. Everborn. If Herman Hulse calls, don't do that fanboy shit. You throw that jacket away. Be like,
Oh, listen.
Be like, launch that shit. Launch that. I want
It
you to
ain't
see you.
heartbeat.
I want to see you in a state of play. Introducing your game. I want to see your ass on state of play. Yo, the whole community will be on fire. Traitor. It'd be like, yo, I'm getting this money.
Yo, he do a deep sigh before he introduces.
He'd be like, yo, got the Everborn PlayStation 5 Pro edition.
I'm gonna be up there next to Herman Holtz like the new Square CEO is standing next to Phil Spencer.
That's it. You know, tap him on the shoulder.
Yo, Everborn, you ain't got to do that to me, bro. You ain't got to do that, Everborn.
Yo,
that was a low blow.
That was a low blow, right?
That was a low.
I mean,
Listen, You ain't far from me, Everborn. I drive over there. Yeah.
He gonna go out to your shins on the way and get a chopped cheese.
Still had that.
He knew what he was doing right there. He knew what he was doing.
Oh, when Kojima walked by and tapped the shoulders, remember during 360? I was like, oh man, there's gonna be some shit talking today. Shout out to Ryan Landis. He brought out some history. He says P-Rock used that mic included with the PS4 back in the day. I do remember a great vid where you tore Xbox a new one for canceling Scalebound 2. Oh, those was classics. I used to podcast.
They never recovered after that. They never recovered after that.
I was podcasting with the PS4 mic.
Yeah.
But now you still doing the same.
That still
Now you still doing the same.
That's
PlayStation mics.
Hey, this is great. This is
headphones. Oh, there's a headphones.
I got Tempest. I got Tempest. Right.
Tempest really.
Yeah, there you go. Shout out to Mash. He just gifted 10 memberships. So if you received a membership, please give him a shout out. He shows subs every week. Hey Mash, I really appreciate it. Just the fact that you provide memberships to everybody so they can enjoy. Spam the smileys. Thank you so much, Mash. Really truly appreciate it. I'm glad you're here with the 300 episode. Guabzilla. Hey yo, funniest shit. Guabzilla on the Spaces. He joined. What's his name? The rapper's name. Oh my God. Joe Button. Right?
Oh, Guapzilla.
That shit was funny. He went on Joe Button's, like he pulled him up. So Joe Button's like, hey, what's up, Guap? Guapzilla goes, Guapzilla in the house. Joe Button kicked him off.
Ejected
his ass.
Yo, Guap, that's my guy right there. That's my guy.
That's my dude, bro. My man said Guapzilla in the house. He's like, Joe Button says like, nah, this dude singing in my ear. Nah, you gotta go. I was like, yo,
Guap is also a Sega kid.
Yeah, so he is. He's one of the Sega kids, He's one of the chosen. But shout out to Guap. He said Jim Ryan left before Concord came out, and after their two biggest first-party successes of all time, Helldivers 2 and Spidey 2. All right, The Brain. He says, I think State of Play was a 7.5. I am out, fellas. Shout out to The Brain.
Yo, that's crazy.
That was a 9 for me.
Okay, we're going to talk about it.
I was a 9.
Well, listen, it was a 9 for him because of
that was a peace sign for
the
me.
Remaster. The remaster. He got what he wanted. Ramon, I know Ramon. When I saw the remaster, I already knew that was 10-10 for him. All right, Guapzilla. He says also, thank you for the super chat, my brother. He says, how do you fire dude for dropping 2 10 million sellers in a matter of weeks, fighting Helldivers 2, then I am hang around for 6 months? All right, but we're gonna move on. That was a great super chat. You know what I'm saying? Thank you so much, my brother. Flaffy 1101, he says, here comes Dollar Tree Porter Rock, shaking my head, his BS. Oh, he's talking about
man.
Dollar Tree Porter Rock.
Y'all be mad rude to Doc, man.
Y'all be mad rude, bro. He's the bad guy. Yo, he's the bad guy up here. Oh shit.
Yo, that's one thing I know about Doc. Yo, he got thick skin, man, cause like we joke around, but he know how to take a joke. You know what I mean? So
shout out to
and he's not boring. You gotta give him that.
He brings excitement.
He doesn't bore me.
Yeah,
he doesn't bore me.
He's like WWE. He's like WWE. He's like the bad guy in the wrestling.
Yeah.
He knew he wasn't gonna get away with that phrase. I let him rock though for the 300 episode, but he said messing up PlayStation lineage, but I don't even rock with PlayStation. I was gonna cut him off right there, but I was like, you know what, rock, this is your 300 episode. I'm gonna let him rock. But
they don't have Game Pass. He knows where Game Pass goes. Shout out, he goes, Jim Flaffy again. He said Jim Ryan brought Xbox games to PS5 platform. Oh shit, I think Game Pass did that. Metro Knight with the super chat says, can we agree that 2 things can be true? Potentially. Shout out to Metro Knight with the common sense.
That's boring though.
He says boring though. 60 frames, no lag. There's no Switzerland in this podcast. Pick a side and go to war. And then John Baptiste. And then John Baptiste. He said, Doc, you're not even an Xbox fan. None of the things that you say come from any type of research. You just repeat whatever King David said. Oh, I wish I would have read that.
Oh man. Where King at?
Oh
shit, man!
Shout out to King David. All right, so now we're gonna get back to the highlight, right? The state of play.
That's my guy, by the way.
There was a lot of content mix. Some people mix messages. So what I'm gonna do is this: I'm just gonna go around the panel, give me your overall thoughts on state of play. Give me your ups, your downs, what games you're looking forward to, what games you're not. Could it have been better? We're gonna start with Everborn since he's the guest. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Because when we talk about any individual game, we'll be here till tomorrow. So give me what your perspective out of it. And you're on mute.
All right, good. I'm good now, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So just to I'm gonna leave what you call it for Ramon. So I won't bring up Legacy of Kain. But
leave Legacy of Kain for Ramon. That's his baby.
Yeah. So
that's it. He been waiting for that all his life.
Hell is Us and Arch Age. Those are the two new joints that I never saw before that look super interesting. And then Ghost of Tsushima. Sorry, Ghost of how do you pronounce it?
Yote?
Not Tsushima.
Yote.
Ghost of Yote. So that looks very interesting. It really makes me wonder if Ubisoft knew that or got wind that was coming, and now that's why they didn't want to go to TGS, because they knew that was going to take all the oxygen out the room for Assassin's Creed Shadow. But one thing I will give Mr. Dance Moves Jim Ryan is that a lot of these games are now coming to PC from PlayStation, and that is something that really was reigned over by Jim Ryan himself. So he made the moves for PlayStation to go to PC. I'm on PC now.
He didn't.
I thought that was Sean Layden.
He didn't. That was Sean Layden. Sean Layden actually said it on. He said it himself on Jay Barry and them podcast.
No, so it's
he
just
said
Sean
that was
Layden.
him.
Yeah, that was actually shout out to Jay Barry. Sean Layden.
Wait a minute.
He literally said the move to PC was his idea.
But if Sean Layden gets the credit for that, for things that happened after his tenure, doesn't that make what Doc is talking about correct? Where when the PS5 launched, that's really of the hard work of Sean Layden?
No, it's what you're talking about, right? Sean Layden himself said he started that move to started adding the old legacy titles or the older titles to PC. No. Hear me out. He said himself he started that. He didn't say after that. He didn't say he was responsible for everything else that went forward, right? Jim Ryan was. You got to understand, when these guys are in charge, they make decisions not just from the year that they're in. They make the decisions that's going to last 2 and 3 years going forward, right? So after Sean Layden has been gone since what year, Jay Barry? Sean Layden's been gone
2019.
since last generation.
2019.
Okay, 2019, right? So that means was Jim Ryan took over from that point, right? And he's in charge of setting the foundation.
Well, Sean Layden was never CEO. He was never CEO.
And he wasn't.
He was just had a place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But Sean Layden, he specifically said, "No, that was me. I initiated that."
He said, "What?"
Yeah,
I
he
did
created that because
everybody basically was saying who was the difference between.
Oh, we lost
we
his
lost
audio.
you.
Is that me?
Your audio. Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
They said that they missed the styles. They were saying everything that they loved about Sean Layden, but they didn't like about Jim Ryan. But he stated that he was like, "No, that's me. That's not Jim Ryan." And so that put a whole nother take, because everybody was just blaming. Oh, I can't stand Jim Ryan. He put not. Sean Layden said, "Hey, no, that was me."
Yeah, Sean pretty much said the last two things he did was he initiated the PC move because he's like, okay, if there's an audience that won't come, we're going to force them to come. That's his initial goal with it. Also, Insomniac purchase, and those are the two things he left out of PlayStation.
From that point on, everything else was Jim Ryan.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay.
Taking it
I
back
don't
to
want to go back
Everborn.
into the Jim Ryan debate.
Yeah,
I got more to say about. We'll save that for an offline conversation or when I come back.
All right.
But anyway, the show, I like the show. I see a lot of people calling it mid. I didn't think it was mid. I saw a lot of games there that I wanted to play. Now, as a first-party show, I could see why people would say that. But if we're being realistic and we're being gamers, I thought it was a strong show because I saw like 5 or 6 games there that I know that I'm going to be playing. So I like the show as a gamer, as a looking for PlayStation first party. I don't think it was very strong, other than the fact that they showed they had a haymaker.
Ghost of Yotai.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll go with Extreme. Down under, my
Yo,
brother.
I'm gonna make this real quick. Yeah. Here's the thing. Here's the way I evaluate shows. The way that I evaluate a show is if I was to give this presentation, be like, here's the link. Watch this presentation to a person that hasn't played in a while, or a person that's never played on PlayStation, or they haven't played video games ever. would that show be enough to convince them to like love gaming and get into it and blah blah blah? In that sense, okay, so that's the very first thing. The second thing this show had to do, according to me, is it had to sell people on the PlayStation 5 Pro, right? You just announced it. This would have been a great time for people to be like, here's the reason why, here are the games why, and everything. Based on those two metrics, this show was a 2 out of 10. Straight up. Like, I don't think that this show is a good show where you can send it to someone and they'll be like, yeah, I'm going to get back into PlayStation. And I don't think it sold the PlayStation 5 Pro. Now, in terms of like me personally as a gamer, the games that I was announced, I think it's a higher score because, you know, they got Horizon Zero Dawn Remaster there. That's already a 10 out of 10. So for me personally, I'm great. Like, I love it. I love the announcement that we saw. But like I said, for me, according to those two criteria, not good. Not a good show. Bit of a stinker, actually. But yeah, they've got Horizon Zero Dawn remasters. For me, love it. Ghost of Yote. I'm going to learn how to say that eventually. Great. Fantastic. You know, they've got The Last of Us Part 1. That is going to be part of PlayStation Plus Extra and is going to be enhanced for the PlayStation 5 Pro when it eventually comes out, which is information they should have put in the show, by the way, but they put it on the PlayStation blog instead. So, in any case, like I said, 2 out of 10. I'm going to let these people debate me.
Ooh, my man. He said I will allow you to try to counter. Oh, you know, Jay Barry's like, I'm about to kick this dude's shins. Yo, Jay Barry, I see you right now. You like he want to go to war. He about to go to Sydney. He's like, I'm like, you gonna
Melbourne. I'm too far from Sydney.
He's in Melbourne.
Melbourne. I'm gonna get you to say that right one day.
What's up, Jay Barry? How about you, Jay Barry? Jay Barry, give me your thoughts, and then what do you think about Extreme's thoughts?
You on mute, Jay?
Oh, my bad. Yo, my thoughts isn't too far off from Extreme because as far as like you just announced the Pro, I felt like this is a showing that didn't sell anyone on the show outside of the little scissor reel, which for me personally, I was sold at Metal Gear and, you know, Rebirth and Stellar Blade and all that stuff. But just everything that was announced there is too much PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5 games going on 4 years into the generation. It's too much now, right? I feel that in the state of where I view PlayStation at, we need to hear from first party more often. It was great that they opened the curtains a little bit for Ghost of Yote, but the first party is too quiet for you to be not doing a show in a year, and then you have a state of play here, third party in VR, then you have another state of play here, third party. You're too quiet with the first party games, knowing that we're 4 years into the generation and we got about 3-4 left. You know what I mean? All these studios is not cooking something to show. It's a problem for me. So I gave the show a 6 out of 10 just due to that standpoint. I mean, a 6.5 out of 10 just due to that standpoint. Do I think the show was bad? No, I don't think the show was bad at all. I actually liked the show. They had a lot of games shown there that I feel like, I will play this. You know, when I heard the Lunar music, I got crazy. I was like, oh, that's Lunar. You know what I mean? It was like, how you know? I was like, I hear the music. You know what I mean? So that was a great announcement. All the other stuff, great announcements. I'm not taking anything away from it. But is it the show that the PlayStation Nation, the core audience, needs or want? I don't think so personally, because first party is being way too quiet, and I'm not going above a 6.5 out of 10. You need to do better, in my personal opinion, for PlayStation.
Jay Barry, let me ask you. So, would you agree with this statement? Because this is what I think about it. I thought it was a great show, but not a great PlayStation show.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I do agree with that because when I think about a PlayStation show, you got to show more first party. First party is too quiet. You know what I mean? Yeah, you left off with a bang. Imagine if they didn't show that Ghost of Yote.
It would be terrible.
Imagine they didn't show that. You know what I mean? Like, that over, because that was a surprising moment. You know what I mean? It was a shocker. It sucks that a lot of this stuff did get leaked out because I felt like if the Legacy of Kain stuff didn't get leaked out, that would have been a big announcement. You know what I mean? Right there. But
Facts.
Nah, man, it's just like, yo, I get it. They're not ready to show stuff yet, but we're seeing too much news of game cancellations. We're cooking, not ready to show yet. you know, you have a year where you're migrating a lot of stuff to PC, but then you have in the other instance you're saying that the PlayStation is the core audience, but you're not really doing anything for the core audience other than upping the price for everything that we do in the core audience. You know what I mean? And then the one thing that would cement everybody as PlayStation fans, you're not really showing it. I feel like that's a problem, you know? And we're getting into 2025. Well, we know we got Death Stranding, we got Ghost of Yote, but why are the other games not showing anything? Eventually, you got to show it. You got to show these games. When are these games coming out? 2028? You got to show these games. You know what I mean? So, but I do think the show was good. It was a great show. Personally, if I was looking at it outside of a PlayStation lens, I'd have probably gave this like an 8.5 out of 10. But as a PlayStation fan, 6.5 out of 10. That's due to the fact first party is way too quiet for me.
Yo, Trevor, I'll ask you another question.
I really
do you think this show?
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
So sorry. Do you think this show would sell an Xbox gamer or a gamer that skipped the PlayStation 4 generation and now they're looking back, they're circling back to PlayStation and they're looking at this show like, oh, can I jump on the 5 or the 5 Pro?
The only thing I will say is, right, I feel like the show itself is not going to sell the gamer to convert or whatnot. But everything after the show is going to sell because when they put that blog article up and they spoke about what the Pro is doing, anybody reading that blog article is going to be like, yo, I need to get a Pro. I need to get these games in this type of quality. You know what I mean? But if it was to showcase that visually instead of just a sizzle reel type of ordeal, it would have been much better in my opinion.
Yo, J Barry and I are completely in agreement. Like our scores might differ, but where we're coming from is the same. Because the PlayStation blog article, especially the one that references the PlayStation 5 Pro improvements, it's not just first party, it's also some third party games. But specifically from first party, there will be an 8K 60 FPS mode for freaking Gran Turismo. That's something like, how do you not put that in the show? Like even as a little subline, like, hey, we're gonna have 8K fucking 60 frames per second on the PlayStation 5 Pro, but you don't put it anyway. So the blog was much better. So anyways, go. You guys go.
Everborn, what are you going to say?
No, I was saying I think what we're going to see in this generation is very similar for PlayStation is going to be similar to the end of last generation because that run from 2017 to 2020 was crazy for PlayStation. And I think the last 3 years, so from like 2025 to 2028 is probably going to be nuts and you're going to see those games because you like if we think in just the span of 2 years you got Horizon, Spider-Man, God of War, Ghost and Last of Us 2 and Final Fantasy remake all in that time period. So I see what they're doing and they're kind of biding their time and trying to expand the platform and I think that makes sense. But I wouldn't write them off. Yeah, I'm not saying none of you.
Oh no, I'm not writing them off. I'm not writing them off. But the thing is, Everborn. I'll say this right. Like, you got cool announcements, but yo, you got to talk to the people. You got to talk to the core audience. Like the whole Last of Us information is coming to Plus, which is a great announcement, and that's the announcement for the Last of Us Day. Nah, yo, Naughty Dog, you've been releasing remasters and remake, and you canceled a game. We got to hear more from you than this. Oh yeah, we're putting this game on Plus now. And that's how I look at it. I'm like, nah, bruh. To me, that's not good enough. Talk to the people. What are you doing? What are you making? Are you continuing the Last of Us story? That's what I want to hear about the Last of Us Day. I already got the Last of Us Part 1 remake. Yeah, I bought it. You know what I mean? So that coming to Plus, that ain't just, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like, maybe I'm just an oddball when it comes to that stuff, but I just feel PlayStation needs to be more vocal. But I'm not writing them off. I know they've already built a good rapport because, yeah, we are playing games, and I do like the third party. I do like the second party stuff. They're doing a great job filling that void. You know what I mean? Where the first party is not there, as they should, because it's not the first party. But, bro, come on, bro.
Maury, you know what it is? And I'm just going to tell you what it is, right? I gave the show a 10 out of 10. I'm going to explain that. But the reason you feel that way is because you're a content creator. Because you're a content creator, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of content. There's a lot of people. And yeah, I mean, it's not that you've been getting a shortage of games. As a matter of fact, it's been an overabundance of game that you got. Big facts. Exclusive games to your platform speaking to you tickling your fancies. Pause. Right? They're speaking to you. They gave you Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. They gave you Grand Blue Fantasy
Name of the
Relink
generation.
because they knew you like that type of game, right? They gave you Stellar Yams because they knew you like that. They gave you Rise of Ronin because they know you like Koei Tecmo and their type of games, right? They gave everybody Astrobot, something that everybody can enjoy and everybody play, right? We still got stuff that goes to our heart, right? Silent Hill 2. We still got Until Dawn. We still got other things here. You got to realize this show gave me as a PSVR gamer, it gave me 3 games that I've already wish list. I'm gonna buy day one. So that spoke to the VR people. Hey, there's something for you. They brought those people who probably own The Last of Us or the people who probably already bought Dragon's Dogma and things like that. They showed you that in that reel saying, hey, if you get a PS5 Pro, you'll be able to run these games at 60 frames in 4K and higher fidelity and XYZ and advanced ray tracing. That's for those people who were interested in that. They gave you there was quite a few new IPs that they just kind of announced and talked about. Those that they market, those marketing deals, or they're probably exclusive to PlayStation. They gave you that for you, right? And then on top of that, to end it off, yeah, we know you guys are waiting for our big first party stuff. We're gonna drop Ghost of Tsushima on your Ghost of is it I gotta get used to saying the name. Yotai, right? Yotai, right? They gave you that, right? Just to let you know, listen, we're cooking. Give us time. When we're ready, we're gonna give it to you. Because this is gonna happen. They showed us Wolverine. Yeah, they showed us Wolverine, right? 2 years ago. Nothing came of that yet. So if they show you all that stuff and it's not ready yet, all that does is give us temporary satisfaction for the console war and to have content to put on our channels and stuff like that. But after that, we're sitting here waiting. We still sitting there with our hands. We know it's releasing next year, most likely according to them, but we're still sitting here waiting. So yes, I would like to know exactly what's coming, but I'm not at that point where I'm just pulling my hair out because at the end of the day, it's about what are you giving me now? Okay, you're giving me new games and new experiences throughout the year. We know next year we got Death Stranding 2. We know we got Ghost of Yotai. We know we got some other things. You know, if they don't talk about it next month or the following month, we know eventually at this point we're gonna get. But we talked about it at the beginning of this year. The beginning of this year, we were like, yeah, they're gonna have this big showcase and they're just gonna roll out what they did, like Everborn said. Back in that year, they gave us 4 goatees all in 1 year. We think that, you know, and that was one event. It was just kind of really, it's gonna be hard for them to do that all over again. And the reason is because you're putting all of you're just dumping everything out there. But the reason they dumped it out there at that point because they got a new generation coming up. So it's like, hey, let's go ahead and put this stuff out here. We got a new generation coming up. I just think they're in a different position than what they were previously. Mm-hmm. We know they're doing something. They're not sitting on their hands, right? It's not like Naughty Dog just sitting there doing that. And here's the thing: another reason we're different is because we're in the content creator space. We're in the know. We live and breathe on the rumors out there and what's going on deep in depth with the studios and who's getting hired, who's getting fired. The average gamer out there don't know any of that stuff. Those guys just know when they look on the store what's there or what they say, hey, what's coming this month or whatever. It's because our mental are in tune with what's going on with these studios all the time, years ahead. We saw the leak, what's going on with Insomniac with the leaks. We know their roadmap all the way to 2035, right? We know what they're working on because of that, but the average gamer don't. And so I think that's why we're so sensitive to, hey, show us what you're doing, show us what you're working with. Corey Barlog, he said it specifically. I'm going to change my name on Twitter. I'm just going to go zero silence for quite a while, and when I'm ready, I'm gonna come out of the shadows and then I'm gonna drop something for you. And I get that strategy.
Listen, bro.
Yeah.
Listen. We can bring up the casual gamer. I personally don't care about the casual gamer. I can only speak for me. At the end of the day, if you have a friend and your friend asks you for $200, you give him the $200, and you say, "Yeah, I'm gonna pay you back." You know that motherfucker. You know, my bad, P. Right? You know he working, right? So eventually you're gonna get that bread, but he ain't communicating to you. What you gonna do?
Yeah.
You gonna be like, hey brother, where are my $200? That's how I feel like with PlayStation. The investment is there. You done raise the price of the console. You done raise the price of the Plus. You done raise the price of controllers. You done raise the price of the games. The investment is there from the core audience. We're trying to hear from you.
No, absolutely.
That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Let me ask you. Let me ask you this. When they drop,
hold on, let me get around. This inspired me for a question, but let me get everybody's point. Hey, J-Dub, give me your thoughts on the state of play. Let's finish this up, and I want to get everybody's view on the state of play. So, J-Dub,
again,
on you, J-Dub.
I gave it to me. I thought it. Can you hear me? Yeah, you hear me. I thought it was a straight 10 out of 10 because it accomplished everything that I wanted it to. It gave me the new first party IP, right? It did it with obviously Ghost of Utah, right? That was a given. But remove that off the table. It gave me my VR stuff, right? It gave me all the enhancements. It told me about the PS5 Pro. When I saw Mark Cerny, I was like, oh shit, here we go. There's some big shit finna come. Then he starts talking about what you're gonna have and stuff like that. And then he showed that. But even prior to that, there was new IPs that he showed that I was interested in. So there was only like 2 games throughout the whole show that I'm not going to buy that I just wasn't for me. It was for other people, but it wasn't for me. And maybe I'll look at things differently. I'll look at it for it gave a show gave something for me that I'm interested in. Cool. But there's a lot of stuff there that's not for me. I don't knock it and say it's trash because it's not for me. I got something out of it. Now, if there was a show that there was nothing for me, then I would do that. But I understand gaming is a selfish hobby, and this is what all our opinions are. This is why we're giving our opinions. But I gave it 10 out of 10 because it accomplished what it needs to. First party, second party, third party, and it's still showing you that PlayStation is the best place to play, and your investment is there for good reason. So yeah, I'm day one.
All right. Okay. Good. All right. We'll go to the truth. All right. Let's get your thoughts. Hold on. Let me do an intermission real quick for the super chat, so that way I'm not too far behind. The Gordo P23. Thank you for the super chat. He says now that Stellar Blade has photo mode, all these pervs are gonna stick that camera right up her butt.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh man, it's bad. Oh, this is a bad idea. They should have never gave him that mode. And he says, "P.S. Happy 300, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Gordo."
That's
SNK,
easy. Another 3 million sold right there.
That's gonna be once they see them ass shots, it's over. SNK, what up? PR77, I'm in the waiting room, no doubt. We got you in there. I think you're in the operating room right now. That's where you at right now. You better tend to your patient. I don't know what the hell's going on there. He postponed the LASIK surgery to be on the podcast. What are we doing here?
Man, I was just working. I'm actually at work right now, bro. I was just like, yo, let me show up, man, to his 300. His 300 grand opening, grand closing. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
Up.
He's delaying the colonoscopy surgery right there. That's why he's doing it. He don't want, man. Yo, but shout out to you. And then
I'm always working, man. I'm always working. So
gotta hustle in this country. You gotta hustle.
Up, man. Oh yeah, man. I gotta save up for that PS5 Pro, man. I gotta save up for that PS5 Pro. It's looking good, man.
My man's doing 5 surgeries a day. Oh shit. Phil takes blue. We got shout out to Phil takes blue chew. Oh shit. Let Nori Dog cook and be patient, Jay. Relax. He's trying to say Jay Barry, relax. Let him cook.
I've been patient since 2019, man.
Listen, it's like cooking a brisket. You gotta smoke it for 12 hours. All right, but we're gonna do this.
Yo, P-Rod, you see, this is the problem, P-Rod. A lot of these people, they ain't in their 40s. You know what I mean? We ain't on 40s, man.
We ain't got that much time. How much time we got left?
Let's get this thing rolling, man.
Listen, I got about 2 or 3 more PlayStations, and then that's it. All right? We gotta wrap this shit up.
This went dark real fast.
This brother 18 years old talking about be patient. Come on, brother. Let's roll this thing up.
There's only a few more PlayStations before my eyes give out. All right, the truth.
Oh, 2020. My bad, Corey. 2020.
All right, go ahead, the truth. What you thought about the showcase?
Think about a 4 out of 10.
Shit.
Jay Barry had pretty much said a lot of things I wanted to say, or that I actually already said. I'm not a content creator. I just started my content creation probably within like the last month, to be honest with you. So on my channel Outlaw Dreams, I had said a lot of things that Jabari said. I had a bone to pick with PlayStation because I'm like, wow, I've enjoyed this. generation with the games I've played, it hasn't been hyped. I have not really been like overly hyped. But as far as the regular show, there wasn't like anything that I really cared to play for me specifically. I'm big on turn-based RPGs, especially Japanese and American, and they didn't really have anything. They had the Neo joint, which I'm probably going to end up getting on the Switch because I just feel like it better suits my Switch. But they didn't have anything for me. Like the Muso, the Dynasty Warriors is probably the only thing that I was like, oh, okay, cool. Ghost, for me, while it looked good, I don't know.
No. Hold on. Just go slowly now. Just go slowly. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say what I want. Death Stranding was trash. Anyway, Ghost.
I'm gonna say what the hell I want.
While Ghost was, I know Ghost is gonna be fired because I enjoyed the first one. I don't know. It didn't like super impress me the way I thought it would. I thought it was gonna be like light years beyond what Ghost One was, and it was just like it's better. You know what I mean? Like I still think Horizon Forbidden West is the best looking PlayStation game from the first party so far still. But I know the game's gonna be dope, so that is what it is. But yeah, it was only like I said, I know Ramon wants to talk about it, but like the Legacy of Kain, Soul Reavers, that was fire. Lunar Story, that was fire. But those are games I played and beat already. And then the Legacy of Kain on PlayStation Plus, I think they put it on for the PlayStation Plus Premium. I was like, oh, that's kind of dope. So yeah, I mean, as far as like anything new, just Dynasty Warriors really. And Ghost was just automatic. But that didn't super impress me the way, I don't know, I got a different vision in my head of what I think first party studio games is supposed to look like and things of that nature. So maybe I just went
Just
too
say you
high.
hate women. Just say you hate women.
What? Oh, hate women? Nah.
He said you hate women. This guy.
Yeah, I quote what he said. I didn't put it in. I was like,
That's the only thing. It's like I'm not impressed by all of these double X chromosomes.
The truth is out here listening to Fresh and Fit podcast. Oh shit!
Exactly.
No. I mean, I'm looking forward to Fable, so I can't hate women. Never mind. Anyway,
Fable.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna make some jokes, but I'm gonna leave it alone. Yeah. All right. But I am looking forward to Fable. But It's not. I didn't say I didn't want to play Ghost. I'm just saying it. I don't know. I'm just keep thinking it's supposed to be like this next level. Everybody keeps saying that we are like at the diminishing returns, and I'm just not in the belief. I just don't believe that.
All right. Okay. All right. Hey, Ramon, I'm going to have you last because these guys are Debbie Downers and I need that energy. So I'm going to start out with SNK. and plus, I think his patient is waiting on him. So, you know what I'm saying? That colonoscopy, listen, you got to do that. You got to get that
right
procedure
now it's a little downtime right now. Yeah, you already know.
You know what I'm saying? All right, so what's going on? What you thought about the state of play?
My opinion is, I think the state of play was really good. In my opinion, it was good, like A-, and I'll tell you why.
A-.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. Because of the fact that they also hit PlayStation move. Like what is it? That PlayStation VR 2.
The VR
they
2,
also
okay.
they gave you new games. They hit everything. They gave you like when they're gonna show you what's gonna happen next year too. So they're hitting every single demographic right now, and that's the good thing for all the supported things that they have.
Okay.
And that's why if they keep on supporting those things, if they just show more support for those products that they have, that's why I will always support PlayStation on those things.
All right. What game? Is there any game you like in particular? Anything?
Well, the game, the Dynasty Warriors, bro. That Dynasty Warriors looking good.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna get back into that. I used to play the shit out of that on PS2.
I love Dynasty. I still have every single one except for the last one, and I think it was 6. That's the only one I didn't like. So those are the two that I just were like, nah. I'll keep the 8, 7, and then beyond. And after that, too. No, before that was those two.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Now we got Ramon. All right, Ramon. I know you've been waiting like 9 years for this game to come out. You let me know, right? Yeah, you let me know about how you like the state of play or didn't, and you tell me what game piqued your interest, even though we all know.
Well, I'm gonna start with this real quick. From the shards of tattered dreams, I rose, unwilling, tossed upon tides of pain that flowed and ebbed, and left me searingly awake, and more revoltingly alive. It was then I saw it. Legacy of Kain remastered. They Victus. Partial quote, partial me. Had to get that out of my system.
Let's do some Everborn voice acting, sir.
Yeah, that's some good acting, man.
I would be happy to.
This guy was in the mirror practicing that all night. Right after the show, he was in the mirror. He's like in the mirror like this. I'm Batman.
He was waiting for you to call his name.
That's all he's doing. I'm Batman. That's all you're doing.
Swear to me.
Swear to me.
Swear to me.
All right.
Why did you say that name?
Oh snap!
Yo, fact.
All right, go ahead. So let spit your bars.
Okay, so first off, like I mean, we got free Astro expansion DLC, so that was a good start. And you know, we got third party stuff. We already knew about Monster Hunter. It looks really good. I'm not much for grindy stuff these days because I mean, you know, time is a commodity. Even if I'm enjoying myself to a degree, like it's just, you know, so I'm on the fence about that. But so we got to see Ghost. I really like the direction they went. Jin Sakai, let that man enjoy his retirement. He went through hell, and now we got somebody new. So I thought it looked, yeah, you know, and I thought it looked great. We weren't, you know, I didn't get to see it in 4K, but at the same time, I'm sure the game is going to be absolutely stunning, just as the first one was. But I'm really excited to see everything that they have improved upon based on what they learned from Ghost. Bringing it around the Legacy of Kain. Soul Reaver came out in 1999, and I used to play that 5-part series every single year, once or twice a year, on my PlayStation 3, and then my launch PlayStation 3 died. So it died probably about 7 years ago, 8 years ago,
and you can never play the game again.
Yeah, I haven't been able to play them again since then. I still have all of the games in physical because I just couldn't let them go, right? You know, because I'd even debated on trying to find a launch PS3 to buy just to play that series. Then I bought a PC, and right when I was looking to grab Soul Reaver, they took it off the store. You know, and then that's when they did that. And then that's when they did the poll. Oh man, and then you know, and then they did the poll. Well, and here's the funny thing:
the gaming gods hate you.
Oh man! And so then Crystal Dynamics does that poll after they got acquired, and I'm like, oh my god, Hope is alive. They're doing a poll, blah blah blah. So I'm over the moon. Then Crystal Dynamics gets bought, and then that's when they took it off the store. And I'm like, okay, I'm holding on to hope. They took it off the store because they're gonna they're gonna probably do remasters. I have gone from desperately wanting them to continue the series to now I would prefer all remakes, but just being realistic, that would take a lot longer and a lot more resources. The series is really old, so you know, remasters are a lot more palatable and less risky for the studio. So I get it. Obviously I want the remakes, but I mean, I'll take whatever I can get. They need to remaster the entire series, but I'm just happy that I'll be able to play all of the games again. My favorite series of all time, and it's just like to see it come back, to see it finally come back. Like the writing is somewhat Shakespearean, and they hired Simon Templeman because he's a Shakespearean actor. And you see that Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen, if I'm not mistaken, pioneered voice acting in games that we know today.
Yeah. Bring
It was
out
the
your
first.
dead. Bring out your dead. I remember that game. That game was crazy. Blood Omen.
Yeah.
Legacy of Kain. I remember that on PS1.
Yep. I mean, it's so. I mean, you know, I'm not going to spend too much time on it because I could go for freaking 12 hours. But I grabbed I grabbed the all of the games that were available on PC, so I have them on GOG, and then obviously I'm gonna get these 2 new remasters. So like I'm gonna play the series in order leading up to the release, which means I'll play Blood Omen 1 right before Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remaster come out. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do with myself until December 10th, but I'll try. I gave the show I gave the show personally a 9 out of 10, and as for myself a 9 out of 10, and here's why. Bari, I totally get what you're saying. Their silence is really it can be frustrating, and I get that. I totally understand where you're coming from. I think what you're saying is valid, and I get it. At the same time, I'm also looking at the philosophy that they've developed, with the exception of Wolverine. Jim Ryan, he did say it. He said we're going to let the games do the talking, and with the exception of Wolverine, if I remember correctly, every other game that they have shown has been within a 12-month window. In some cases, within a 6-month window. And I feel like that's the new formula that they're going with, is they're only going to show games that are close to being released. And for me, I mean, it works. It's fine for me because they're keeping me busy. I mean, I'm not going to mention third party because third party, but between that and the second party deals, and then the first party deals with an outside studio, with all of that, they're keeping me busy. So I can't really complain too much because they showed me Astrobot over the summer, and I got to play it a couple weeks ago. They showed me Ghost, and it's coming out next year. And if Detective Seeds, shout out to Detective Seeds, if he's to be believed, and he's been right so far, December we're going to get something bigger and that they're going to show. And based on their trend, it's probably going to be whatever they show is going to come out in 2025, and maybe it'll go into 2026. So again, I get your frustration, and I think it's totally valid. For me, they've been keeping me busy.
To be clear, I'm not frustrated. I'm just saying this is more of a personal thing.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
You know what I mean? I feel like that whole strategy of showing a game 6 months to a year doesn't work for all games. Yeah, God of War, Spider-Man, sure. But how's that doing for your new titles? You know what I mean? These are the games that you need to excel in it as well. That didn't help Concord, did it?
Well, a lot of things didn't help Concord, though. What I hope is for new IP, like we'll speak single player, for new IP, let's hope that they show it within a 12-month window, and then they market the hell out of it leading up to its release. Whereas with your God of Wars and your Spider-Man 2s and so forth, they show it within a 12-month window, and they do some marketing here or there, but it's an established IP, so they don't need to do as much lifting in that regard. I will
also too, like people saying that I'm out here bitching. I'm not bitching. I thought the show was great. I just think for where it stayed of how I view PlayStation, this was not what I typically wanted. But overall, I thought the showcase was great. It was a great showcase. But yeah, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
No. I mean, no, I feel that. I mean, there's the quality of the showcase itself, and then there's the what you personally want out of it. And I mean, that's I get that.
Yeah, like everybody bringing up casuals. Like, what a casual going to do for me? A casual going to enjoy this, so I should just put away my feelings. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll also say that today, for the first time ever, PlayStation has shown me what it feels like to be completely defenseless. And what do I mean by that? Horizon Zero Dawn Remaster. At first, when I first heard about it, I was like, oh, I don't need to buy that because I got the PC version. I can play it at 4K triple digits. I'm good, right? And then I see that it has the Forbidden West textures. And I'm just like, I'm standing there looking at this, and I'm like, these motherfuckers gonna get me a third time. I bought it on PS4, and then I didn't buy it on. I did the free upgrade on PS5, but then I bought it on PC. So I done already bought it twice. And before I read later on that we get the $10 upgrade too, I was like, these motherfuckers gonna get me for another 40, 50, $60 because I gotta buy the damn remaster. So I was like, I was already. Yeah, I know. Now,
But
man,
you got it
I
on your
was ready
PC
for a party
though.
when I saw it.
You're gonna get that
Huh?
on your PC with the.
It works on PC too.
It works on PC too.
Yes.
Okay.
Dude, I was already bummed. I was like, man, I'm gonna have to buy this damn game a third time, and I was gonna do it. So
You
that's
better get that upgrade on PS5 and PC.
Oh
You're not
my
gonna leave the
God.
PlayStation 5 out. You're not gonna leave that out.
This guy.
if it was Legacy of Kain, then I
You're
might have
spending
taken
$20.
If it was
You're
Legacy of Kain.
spending
He's spending
$20.
20. He's spending 20. Okay, gotcha.
it. Spend that 20.
You're a better
But
man
no,
than
man.
me.
So
Yeah, I was already sold, and people was bashing that remaster. I told people, it's like,
I would
yeah,
have bought it for $200. I don't give a
do I
fuck.
think
Like-
do I think it's necessary? No, but am I going to buy it? Hell
You know,
yeah, I
and
was
that's
not
the-
denying that.
And that's the reason why I'm not even gonna get in an argument no more. Like, listen, the reality is people buy it.
exactly.
Money
Well,
talks.
the thing is,
Money
is
talks, bullshit walks. They're gonna buy it.
Yeah, my phone is real
So I'm
quick.
not gonna
My
waste no
phone is
energy.
about to die.
dude,
My phone is about to die, so I'm
Your
gonna be out.
patient's about to die, bro. What's
No,
wrong
my
with
phone,
you?
man.
Oh,
phone is
this
about
dude
to
is
die.
wild.
I'm
This patient out there hitting the emergency thing. Like, yo, where is this dude?
No, I'm at work though, you know. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch on my other phone because this phone is about to die. So
Holy shit, you got backup phones for this.
Yo, listen,
I'll be back on
PlayStation Nation, PlayStation Nation, stop with this emergency room, video calls, man.
We got
see this, we see this too much now.
What is it? Yo, I didn't realize we had that many doctors in the PlayStation side. Like, what's going on here? Like, we got Dr. Pony from India. Like, oh shit.
Listen, we not beating those allegations.
Oh shit.
Go ahead.
We not. We keep doxing patient records and shit.
Barry, imagine if you had been a
wild.
PlayStation showcase. We just see people coming from everywhere.
Straight from
People
the
driving
outrage.
trucks, gonna talk about it.
Okay, we'll have motherfuckers in the NSA go join on this
Exactly.
podcast. Like, yo,
We'll
what's
see
going on
pilots flying
Get ready to
into
launch
Continental.
missiles and then
Gonna
doing
talk
a
about
live
it.
Yeah, right. All right. Hey, so let me give you my quick thoughts because I want to ask a question. I want to inspire. Here's a question that inspired me real quick. So my quick thoughts was I actually gave the show a 6 out of 5. The reason why it's a 6 out of 5.
How you get them a 6 out of 5?
I mean, I'm 6 out of 10. I'm sorry, 6.5, 6.5
Like
out
you
of
love
10.
this show.
Like 6. No,
This
6.6.
month, we was at 12 out of 10.
6.5
Super pony.
out of 10.
Super pony.
6.5, right? And the reason why is one, it reached 6.5 because there are some games I do want to play, and I do like there's some games coming out on VR, right? So I like Midnight Walk was one. I like Hell Is Us, Metro Awakening VR. I'm interested in.
That Hell Is Us look good.
Yeah, Dynasty Warriors. I'm looking at. Obviously Dragon's Age, but everybody's with that. I like the fact that now Stellar Blade Near Automata DLC, so I'm looking forward to seeing what's that about. But you know what I'm saying? So there was a few things right there. Now, of course, Luna Remastered. Now, I wasn't big on remasters until they said Luna Remastered. And I'm like, wait a minute. Now I'm gonna say this. I know they said, "Oh, classic on a PS1." Hold on. That's a classic on the Sega CD. And I specifically remember that game because it's one of the few games that were good on the Sega CD.
Talk about it.
So I'm gonna talk about it. That Sega CD, that was his first appearance. Little Silver Star. Yo, I beat that game like 9 times because Sega CD had no games, so I kept playing that one. So yeah, I'm gonna get that Luna remaster. I'm gonna get that remaster because I'm gonna play that stuff, right? And then of course Ghost of Yotai, stuff like that, right? The reason why it's not in the 7, 8, or 9, because in my opinion, what would it take for Sony to show the Pro? Like, how many more chances? Like, they're going to show it after it launches? Like, the thing launches in November. So is there going to be something from now until November that actually shows the games and the Pro and be like, yo, look, boom, bow, right? And this is going to lead me to my question, and I'm going to start it off with Everborn. Is Sony kind of making the same mistake with the Pro that Microsoft did with the Xbox One X? Like, they just launched it and they talk about it and they talk about how everything is supposed to make better, but they didn't really actually show it for people to jump on the train and buy it. Like, they're just letting the words and maybe a few sizzle reels in a blog talk about it, but they didn't really put that punch. You know what I'm talking about? Like, yo, we're going to show you the punch behind this. Is Sony making the same mistake for their launch of the PS5 Pro? They're like, bro, show us. Like, show us. I don't want to go to CNET and find Linus Tech. Like, these dudes ain't PlayStation dudes. Like, I don't want to scour the internet to get information. You're selling me this shit. Yeah. Show it big on the stage. Be like, look how shit Final Fantasy VII looks, and look how great it looks now. Like, I mean, I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean? Like, you're selling the product. Why do I gotta subscribe to Lennox Tech Tips and all these dudes to show me how the Pro looks? Like, help me out here. What do you think, Everborn? And then all around the panel, open discussion.
I think like kind of Occam's razor, like the simplest explanation is probably the right one, which
they
is
have no games. He's gonna say they have no games.
No, it's not that. It's that they don't have to show you, right? Like, if I learned anything from the PS5 Pro debate, is that people were already locked in before they saw it, before they had the price, and the same people who said they were going to buy it no matter what said they were going to buy it no matter what, and the same people who were hating on it without knowing about it were hating about it after. So it doesn't matter whether they show you what it can do or not. About 10% of the install base is going to buy that box. So and again, that sucks. And I think that also leads to why they like, we knew about this state of play the day before, right? Yeah. Usually they would give people a heads up, but they don't. And how many people watched it, right? I think it's past 1 million views now, right? I think I don't know, but I thought I saw like an 800,000 number earlier. But anyway, my point is, they're at a point in the market where they kind of have they've become that household name. Like, I just, I switched to PC or whatever, but we got a daycare, me and my wife, and I put the Xbox downstairs. She calls the Xbox a PlayStation. That is just
as you should.
That's a good woman.
Association that people have with
you married her, video. But he married her. That's his wife.
All right, he did. Yeah.
No, bro, you married the truth. That's a good one.
Yo,
good.
But that's it. That's
don't let her
go. Hold on, relax.
Keep her safe.
Shout out to Mrs. Everborn. You the truest.
Hey, man,
there you go.
She's great, man.
Hey,
she's
behind
great,
every black successful man is a black successful woman. You got one, bro. Shout out to
her. He calls it the PlayStation. Who knows about PlayStation? That's what.
He's like, yo, you can't even say that, can you? We congratulate her. He's like, he took off that Xbox jack. He's like, whatever, man. I'm taking this shit.
Behind every great man is a
pony. This you could get this on the Kickstarter, by the way.
That's what's up. There you go. Promote that shit. Get that swag out.
But check this out. Like, I really just think they're at this point of inertia where it's not that they're like taking they kind of are, but every company does that. But it's not that they're making bad stuff, but they just don't have to tell you about it because they know you're gonna buy it anyway. So why tell you 3 months in advance? Why show you all these things when we're probably going to sell 100 million PS5s or 120 million PS5s, and we're going to sell 12 million PS5 Pros no matter what we do. So let's just do that, right? You're not going to sell the person who held out on a PS5 until now on a PS5 Pro. If you wanted a PS5, you would have got one, and you're definitely not going to come in out the gate and spend $700. That PS5 Pro is for the hardcore who likely already has PlayStation. So again, they figure if you know about the PS5 Pro, you already know what games is coming out and what you want to play on it. So I just think it's they're partly victims of their own success, and they also know just they don't really have to tell us, and the people who are going to buy it are going to buy it, and that's it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Good point.
I blame Xbox, bro. They blame
Xbox.
That peace treaty flag.
Wow.
Shit. I'm messing.
He blamed the Series S. That man said the Series S. God damn, he said I blame Series S.
You know what? I want to say one thing. Because I saw a lot of this talk about the reason the PS5 Pro is $700 because Xbox is not competing. I don't think it's that, because that would assume that if Xbox was still trying to compete, they're not. But if they were, and they did have a Series Pro or whatever, that would be less than $700. And if you think that, you weren't really paying attention this generation. They haven't been able to lower prices on the PS5 digital. In fact, they had to increase it. And don't tell me it's because they just wanted to extract money from you. They do, but they know if they could get that price down like they do every generation, that they would sell even more and have a larger install base to
They
sell
would get
to.
more in software, subscriptions, and game sales, way more.
Which is what the real business is. So it's the price is $700 because you can't make what they're doing for that price. Unfortunately, with inflation and everything.
I agree.
So we know.
I agree with. Oh, my bad.
No, real quick. To add on top of that, if it was really about a competition, Microsoft would have never launched a $600 even a limited edition console. They would have never. They would have not released any product anywhere near that price. Because think about it, they're getting stomped. The last thing they need to say to a community that's not really buying their product, hey, we released a $600 version. No, they would have. They would have made a more competitive pricing. But I think because, like Everborn said, the building materials and the components, no one really can't. It's like you can't do those drastic price cuts at this point. Not without going back into negative, and no one's trying to get back into the negative. They're just not trying to do that. What's up, J Barry?
Yeah, I agree with Everborn's original point. As far as with the Pro, the thing is, like with the Pro, you're playing that thin line as far as like you don't want to shit on your old console or the bigger install base where you know that 10% best luck scenario, 15% of the people is going to buy into the Pro console. So things like the blog, where they write an article and they show off that, I think that's where you're going to see the marketing for the Pro, not like a general thing like a state of play or whatever showcase that they have. Because people already with this console being released or announced, people's like, oh, well, I just got a PS5. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't want that in mass. They just hey, this version of our game, it's 30 frames and it's ass, but you want all the benefits of everything. You get this version. You know what I mean? They're not going to do that. It's no different than the Pro, PS4 Pro. Same type of marketing. They ain't really marketed heavily. They just told you like, hey, this might be running on a Pro. Here's how it look on a Pro through these blog articles or these dev commentary, and that's pretty much it.
Right. Hey, the truth. Let me ask you a question.
They used to.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say that they used to showcase like games coming out, what they would look like on the Pro. When they showed the Ghost of Yotei, I was like, it said captured on PS5. I was like, why isn't that captured on PS5 Pro? Like, why can't we at least see? I don't need a side-by-side comparison because I agree with you. They're not going to put Final Fantasy 7 and be like, look at this dog shit up there. And now it actually looks like a first-party game. No, they're not going to do that. But at least you could capture it on the PlayStation 5 Pro to be like, here's a visual upgrade. And then, because that's what they did for the PlayStation 5. Remember with Forbidden West? They first showed you on the PS5. And then later, like the state of play before it launched, like, I don't know, 2 weeks before, then they were like, oh, here's a PS4 version. Like, just in case you want to know, it still looks good. But before that, they were like, yep, PS5, 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 PS5. Same thing with Gran Turismo. So for me, I'm like, from this point forward, I want to see everything captured on the Pro. Show me on the Pro. And then, like a week before it comes out, you'll show like, oh, here's a PS5 version for you people who don't want to give us more money, and then that would be it. So I think it's disappointing. I don't expect the side by side, but I'm like, boy, you just put and listen, I understand what Everborn was saying, where he's like, hey, this is for the hardcore. You guys already know you're gonna get it. That's nice and everything, but you're also asking for a $700 price, and not everyone is going to do the trading. So we have to take it at face value, right? We can all. Pardon? Exactly. So it's like you are selling a premium product. That product deserves its showcase. Otherwise I think you're taking your audience for granted.
I agree.
All right, the truth. Quick question. So with Everborn's comment about the inertia is just moving forward right now, Sony's an unstoppable force. They're just flowing through, so it seems like they're taking their time. But do you think there's potential with the environment that's created in terms of social media, news outlets? Most things that trend tend to be negative. They're going to try to find something negative because that's what attracts the most. Do you think Sony, the gaming industry, is kind of aware that more often than not, someone's going to try to push out the negative? So let's not show our stuff until it's absolutely positively at the best possible. And even then, somebody's gonna find something, whether it's a puddle or an eyebrow or a flat ass, something. I mean, right now I saw an article. I swear to God, somebody complained the chin of a female character. They're saying that's DEI. We at the point they're calling out DEI
Man, you
chin.
ain't never lied.
I'm not
Male,
lying.
yeah, masculine chin.
DEI chin. That's where we at right now. Like, yo. So do you think that also is like kind of messing the things up for the rest of us? Where like the companies are like, all right, these motherfuckers are worried about chins and shit. Like,
Yeah, I'll let me. I just want to jump in because I gotta jump out shortly, unfortunately. Okay. But if I was running a studio, I would straight up like. I mean, you can't mandate these types of things, but I would have a strong advisory of no social media or extremely limited social media, and just like what you said, because social media is going to do nothing for content creators but stress them the hell out. And when you're at a size like PlayStation where you can afford to kind of keep it at a minimum, like I ain't gonna lie, that's a luxury that I would exercise because like social media is just an ulcer, dude. It's an ulcer. So yeah, if that's the strategy that they took on, I would not blame them one bit. And as far as the pro goes, I mean, you know, value is it's been said and we said it a million times. Value is subjective. I don't have a dog in the fight. If I was strictly on PS5, it would probably be a 60-40 chance, 40% chance that I would get it. Depending on how big the gap is. I mean, we're seeing some of that. We're seeing some of that, like with Final Fantasy VII, for instance, and possibly 16. I don't know if they've shown 16 or not. So, I mean, we are seeing some results with it. Being that, you know, I also have my other machine. The main reason why it's not tempting to me is one reason specifically, and that is the quality of PlayStation's first party. And what I mean by that is this. I don't have to worry about a 30 frames per second only on PS5's first party. And so, you know, I don't have to worry about, okay, well, you know, let's just say Corey Barlog's next game, damn, it's only going to be 30 frames per second on the base PS5, but the Pro is going to be 60. I think you never say never, but I think it's highly unlikely that that's a possibility. And the other reason is because those bastards are already going to get me twice anyway, because I'm getting Ghost when it releases, and then I'm getting Ghost when it re-releases. So
I'll get the Remaster on PS6, of course.
Well, no, I won't have a need for that. I won't have a need for that, but I'll probably. But you know, so that's kind of where I sit. But I can understand why some people would want it because, you know, if that's your primary platform, you know, you want to get the best performance possible, and it is indeed a bigger jump than the PS4 generation was, because I didn't get a Pro on PS4 either because I didn't think it was worth it. So yeah, sticker shock for sure. But, you know, and people that compare the 5 Pro to the 4 Pro and say, you know, the price jump, blah blah blah. You got to remember that when last generation consoles came out, the tech was already something like 10 years old. It was already severely outdated when it came out. So of course those consoles launched at $399. But if you want something that's even like remotely as powerful as what we have now, it's just going to cost more. And then, you know, the world is in a different place than it was too, you know, in terms of tech and everything else. So, you know, I'm going to refrain from being long-winded, but you know, that's my thing. Thanks for having me on. As always, once again, congratulations on the anniversary, the milestone. It was awesome being on with all of you guys. Everyone here and on the chat and anybody else who listens later, buy the Legacy of Kain remasters so we can get more. And I'm going to end it with Victus.
Shout out to Ramon. Thank you so much for stopping by, brother. I'm glad you were able to be here.
Ramon. Right. Buy his book.
Buy his book. You know, and
no doubt. And as a matter of fact, buy a bundle. Buy my books and then buy the Everborn Saga right along with it. Get them all at once.
Hey,
Rock,
let let me say one thing real quick.
Okay,
With the PS5 Pro, I wonder if we didn't get those side by side things because you can't actually walk into a store and buy a PS5 Pro yet. And so you don't want the people who are seeing these things and they're like, okay, I want to go get a PlayStation now. I'll just wait till November when I might be able to get a Pro, and then even then they're gonna have to deal with scalpels or whatever.
Yeah.
So if you make the PS5 look like dog water because of the Pro, that could have this like Streisand effect. So
good
just
point.
I wonder if that's a part of it why they don't do that side
That's
by
the
side.
balance, right? How can we sell something better than the PS5 without making the PS5 look bad?
Especially when you can't buy a Pro right now.
And especially when it's not even out yet. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good point.
that's why I waited for it too. To be honest with you, because I was like, I don't know about this PS5 just yet. I wanted to get the definitive version of it. And you know me, like I like to collect shit. So
yeah.
That's what it is about that. I was like, if I'm gonna buy the PS5, it's gonna be like the definitive model, and that's why
you're gonna get the gray version. You're gonna get the PS1 Classic.
You're gonna try to get that 30th anniversary? I'm not even gonna stress myself out. Only 12,300 made.
Nah, I'm not even gonna do. Nah, it's too much.
Nah, man, you come in here with, I want to get a definitive version. There it is. Get it.
The odds of him getting that's like you might as well fight in the Hunger Games. You have a better chance of winning the Hunger Games than getting that.
Never say never, man. Shout out to Beyonce.
I don't know if I can get that. I ain't gonna stress myself out either.
Yeah, I ain't stressing myself. Hitting F5 on that one. All right. Hey, so I want to skip ahead because I don't think I'm going to talk about remasters, especially when this show showed already a bunch of remasters. Let me put it this way. I think we can all agree remasters sell. And as long as they sell, they're going to keep doing it. Doesn't matter what the game, where it's come from, where it was at, whether it's 2 years old or 10 years old. If they feel they can make a remaster, they're going to make it. And oddly enough, depending on the game, like Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, it's going to sell. I don't know. That's why I'm not even going to stress it out. And PC gamers are going to buy it. They're going to buy it.
Yeah, obviously.
It is what it is.
Actually, no, they're not going to buy it.
Nah,
it's going to come with PSN requirement.
What's
going to buy
it? Oh, shit. I don't know about that
They're not going to buy it. They're not going to buy it.
Yeah, now that I think about it, you're right. It's possible.
They're going to be like, oh, no, free sign up, free login. Nah.
As a new dude to the PC scene, do you find that weird that they're holding the line on something that is free, no extra cost, and no different than any other third party? Capcom, Square Enix, EA, Rockstar. They're all doing it. So why is Sony, why is this really the big, is this the feather that tipped the scale? Is that what it is? They had enough?
No, you know what? First of all, I don't see the issue with a PSN login unless you live in a country that doesn't have it. I know.
I agree with that.
And the way they went about it for Helldivers was it sucked.
Absolutely.
Because there's people that bought the game and then they couldn't. So I get that.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. I thought that was a shitty thing to sell a game when you knew you're about to chop off a bunch of people from being allowed to play it. Completely agree.
Yeah, I think we're doing like a correlation causation thing. I don't think that the numbers that we're seeing in these PlayStation PC games not being what they should, I think it's because when Sony puts out a game as exclusive to the console and it's only on when it first comes out, that's when it gets the bulk of its marketing push, right? That's when they're spending tens of millions of dollars and more to make sure everybody knows, and nobody markets like Sony. But when they put their games out on PC, on Steam, or wherever, it's not getting the same budget it had back then. Plus, a lot of the people who wanted it already played it. Yeah, I think when you do a day and I'm not saying that they're gonna do day and date because I know some of your chat feels weird about that, but I think if you're gonna do it and you're gonna judge the numbers that they're doing on PC, I don't think it's because it's the PlayStation Network login. I think it's because they're releasing these games later and they're not really marketing them. Right. Okay. Right. It's just the people who are excited about it got it then. Yeah. Right. So if you did games day and date and you gave it the full marketing push, I think people wouldn't care about the PSN login. There's people that's angry about that and using it to poke a hole at PlayStation, but I don't think that's why the games aren't performing.
Okay.
I mean, when we talking about this community, it makes sense though, because it's like a lot of these people that got channels that's like favoring one or the other, typically, not always. A lot of them already have every platform, including PC. So it's like you may prefer to play over here, and you may be trouting PlayStation or Xbox, but you can go over to your Xbox and play. If you're a PlayStation dude, you can go over to your PlayStation. PlayStation if you're Xbox dude, or your PC if you feel like you want the power. Like if you really pay attention, like even somebody like Kid Smooth, he got all three. So like you're not really so when Everborn is, I agree when he says like the reason that the games don't sell crazy is because most of those people probably already have a PlayStation, you know what I mean, and already played it, and that was the point. Is Sony is like, hey, we at this current juncture, they're still like, hey, we're trying to get more of those people to play those that didn't get a PlayStation to get one to come over here and play it in the first place. That was supposedly supposed to be their strategy. So, I mean, technically, they already kind of been on that place. So, as far as the question you asked, though, I did want to speak to that. I don't know. I don't know what Sony's doing. The way I feel like I think Sony's trying to find the right balance between, and I think that's kind of where they've always been. Like, look at pretty much what they're doing with like something like PlayStation Plus, right? It now has some day-and-date games that's following Xbox. It's not their first party, which I'm glad, you know what I mean? But it's like indie games, things of that nature. And then, they mainly use it for like remasters and remakes like Nintendo. And then they have their, games that they put in there. I think with their marketing for like PlayStation, Everborn, all of them already said it, which is pretty much, you don't want to trounce on your thing, but I do understand where E feeling, I still want to see, you still want to see what it can do without a comparison. You know what I mean? That's a fair thing too. Like you can still show, like Final Fantasy by itself on the PlayStation 5 Pro that, but it's a funny thing to juggle. So I feel like Sony is in a place right now, and I will say this, I do think because Xbox has up this peace treaty, and because I remember I told you, I don't think Xbox ain't third party until they don't have. That's how I feel. Until they completely don't have no kind of hardware, then they ain't third party to me. While they got this peace treaty up, I feel like Sony feels like they can take their time and figure out what works for them and spend the least amount of money. I think that's another thing too. Like they're realizing they're selling, doing the things they want to do. Yes, they market their games at a high clip, but there's a lot of things they've done different generation and haven't put behind it and worked regardless. The Portal being one of them. They didn't put a lot of money behind the Portal. That was a fan base making that a bigger issue and golf like hotcakes. You know what I'm saying? So I think they're trying to find what works for them. I know they're getting to a point where I don't think they're subsidizing too much anymore. Like you don't have any competition. You just like, well, I can now sell it at face value. I don't think they're trying to like go crazy and try to earn a massive amount of profit, but I think they're going, like the PlayStation probably be closer, breaking even or just, very little money and being in that Nintendo space. So I just feel like they're trying to figure it out, do what they want without pissing everybody off.
Hey, Porter Rock, I have a question.
What's up?
Are they making a new like a Portal that's gonna be its own system pretty soon? I heard something like about that Sony's trying to create like a Vita 2 or something like that.
No, so I think it was the talk about the next generation. Supposedly there's two SOCs, meaning two systems, and they're predicting that one is the PlayStation 6 and the other one is a dedicated handheld.
Yeah, something like that I heard.
That's a prediction. Here's my question to this. So somebody in the chat reminded me of this. Captain Ply. Shout out to Captain Ply. I mentioned on this channel in Extreme, you've been on the podcast, heard me talk about, I mentioned, and so Everborn, I want to hear your thoughts on this. I mentioned that one of the biggest problems I think that's actually in the gaming industry, but no one's really talking about it. Developers, publishers, they're just simply not talking about it, is the impact of what they define as a generation, right? And now, if it's defined to have 8-year gens, right? A gen is 8 year, and that means you have to move on. How does that work when games are taking 5 to 6 years to make? So when you think about it, a developer really only has one game in the belt per gen. That's not a very economical system when you think about it. Well, they'll create one game, they'll launch it, you're already in year 5, and now you're working on the next game, but by the time you're done with that next game, you're already in the next gen. So technically you made a cross-gen game, right? So what's the solution? Either try to find the tools to make games quicker, 3 to 4 gen, go back to the 3 to 4, 2 to 3, 2 to 4 gen model, or you increase the gen. Instead of 8-year gens, now you have 10-year gens. Now, let's assume, just assuming, let's say if Sony's trying to do that, see how that works out. And that's one of the reasons why they made a really beefy Pro at $700, to see if they can extend this gen to 10 years. Would it now make sense on why they're taking longer to get info out? Only because they have now more time in the gen, right? Because if this was an 8-year gen, they don't have a lot of time left. It's 2024. We're about to hit 25. And like you said before early in the podcast, they're about to hit their high 3, 25, 26, 27. That's it. Those are your last 3. But what if they got to 2030? Would that now make more sense on why Sony's taking their time? Because they got more time in the gen to talk about stuff. They're not rushing themselves based on an 8-year model. They now are trying to push a 10-year model. What do you think about that?
So I've been saying this for a while now. I think the concept of generations ended back at the start of the Xbox One and PS4 generation. Once they went over to x86 and they were on a common architecture to PC, you noticed every third-party game, right, comes to the PC. Every Xbox games goes to the PC, sure, and then PlayStation games go there later. I say this to say they're all really on a common, for the most part, common architecture, right? And I think we've moved on from generations to a world of min spec. So we're just going to move on. Your library is going to go with you. Everything's going to be backwards compatible for everybody. We're seeing it with the new Switch. We see every game on your PS4 for the most part you can play on your PS5. Same thing with Xbox. Whatever the next Xbox is, whatever the next we know what the next PlayStation is, PlayStation 6 and the Switch 2, they're all going to play those games because that's how the market is so mature that more demanding games are going to come out and those will leave behind hardware that can't run it. But there's not going to be really any more. They're going to say it's a new generation so they can sell you more shit. But it's really just
minimum
like
spec.
in the PC world.
It's like video cards.
Yeah, exactly.
You got the new card, but the old cards are still viable.
Exactly. So I really think that's really where we're going. And then the new hardware will play your old games a little better than the old hardware did. But I think generations are done, man. I think it's all just skewing in that way towards
so it's more like a marketing term now. Generations will be used, right?
Yeah,
because a lot of people,
it's like a phone.
Because today, to this day, PlayStation 4 games are still being made. They're still making. Look at, in fact, Jedi Survivors, Jedi Survivors. They made a PS4 version.
They did the same thing with Hogwarts.
Yeah. So the old gens are still viable. They're not letting that gen go. Like the ones who moved on, but Capcom's still making games. So I think you might be right where potentially generation is a marketing term, but not an actual definitive line. They're not drawing a line in the sand saying this is the new gen, the old gen is done. Because clearly, even to this day, the old gen's still not done. They're still putting stuff out.
Let me even ask you this, just for the whole panel in the chat. Like, what gameplay mechanics have we seen this generation that could not be done last generation? We've seen amazing graphics, visuals that couldn't be done. We've seen more people on screen. We've seen like visual things like ray tracing and things like that. But what have we seen in terms of game design that just could not be done before. And that tells me
Speed.
we're really in just
I
one long.
would say the only thing. Yeah, I would say the only thing is Ratchet and
Speed.
Clank Rift Apart. That's it. That's the only
And
thing.
Spider-Man, that opening mission you couldn't do that on PS4. The way that camera zoomed in, like when you were flung all the way halfway across the city and you got all the way back there that quickly, you couldn't travel that fast before. Speed is the biggest thing.
I'd say.
And also, I just want to say that respawn mechanics, I know that that's not technically part of the game because technically that's like a blip on the radar, but being able to like fail a thing and then start back in 3 seconds, nah, you don't want to go back. Like,
Returnal? So I would say
Returnal, Astrobot, all of those games, you know, you die 3 seconds later.
I would say because of the adoption of the SSD, you know, they didn't.
Exactly. But the SSD is part of the generation.
But if you're being honest about that, that's just really returning to form. Because when you played Mario on the Nintendo, just as quick.
Yeah.
Like a lot of things they're doing now is a return to what they were already doing back in the day. Because 60 frames isn't new. They were doing that on the consoles back in the day as well. So it's really just returning to form on things they've already done. Now, not the Spider-Man speed, not the Spider-Man speed, like how fast he can go through the city. No, not even close. But I'm talking about loading times, things of that.
Yeah, the loading times and everything, you know, that is going back to, like you say, speaking of something that we left behind, but now we are bringing in the new stuff with it. So I think that counts. I think that honestly, we all know that the graphical leaps are not going to be like. There's going to be a few standouts, like Death Stranding 2. That looks like a huge jump up, you know.
Uh-oh.
Pardon? What do you mean?
He said tread carefully.
What would I?
Yeah.
He said tread carefully.
What would I?
I don't want to hear this graphical diminishing returns BS. I refuse.
Oh no! I'm literally going against that. I'm literally saying that is an example of a game that is going beyond the boundary and everything. But in terms of what this generation has brought, actually, let's just go back. You know, POX says, is a generation going to extend? Everborn said the generation is very fluid now. There's not going to be a hard stop. I think it's going to be a mix of the two. I think that number one, just like who was it? The judge, is it? Was just saying now. We are going back to what we started with. Generations didn't used to be a hard stop because the PlayStation 2 could play PlayStation 1 games, and then PlayStation 3 had native backwards compatibility with PlayStation 2. It's just that the PlayStation 3, you know, it went in its own different direction, and therefore we had a cut halfway through it because they took away the PlayStation 2 that was built inside. And then again, the PlayStation 4 was kind of the reset. So then we kind of had like two gens that were not compatible with the things that came before. But with the PlayStation 5 now, we're going back to the PlayStation 2 era where it's like, no, you are bringing your library with you. You know, so that was always the way that it was meant to be. So I think that's going to keep going on. PlayStation 6, PlayStation 7, I expect those to be natively backwards compatible with like everything up to the PlayStation 4. So we're going to have that kind of like generation fluidity where, again, like just like you said, the newer machine will be able to play most games better. And then there will only be like, let's say 20 to 30% of games that will be only natively on that platform. So that's true. But I also do think that the gap between the generations is going to expand. Like, it is ridiculous that games take 5 to 6 years to make. And then by the time you have trained your staff, you have trained the people, you've trained your engineers, you've updated your engine, 2 years later, you want to have a new generation. I think that's not gonna work. I think that we're going to see this generation push to the 9 or 10 year mark before you get the PlayStation 6 actually in your hands. And I think the one after that is going to try to push further and further. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if there were 2 mid-gen upgrades in certain generations in the future, just to keep them being extended. Because honestly, I don't think that the development environment for AAA games is going to get shorter. Gamers, as much as they want to say that, oh, it's all about the gameplay and the graphics don't matter and this, all that, at the end of the day, people like Cyberpunk because it's a good looking game. Like, people like the path tracing, they like the things that are pushing, you know, the industry forward in terms of graphics. They want the pop and the pizzazz. They want to see graphics that look better than what it was before. You know, you take a look at Horizon Zero Dawn Remaster. People don't want to see the side by side comparison of the gameplay. They want to see the side by side comparison of the graphics. So you're always going to want to feed that beast that is going to demand, like, yeah, we want games that look more and more impressive visually. So yeah, I think it's going to be a blend of the two. I think we're going to see the gap between the console release increase, but I think those consoles are also going to be more of a graphics card upgrade rather than a, now that you got the PlayStation 6, we're not talking about PlayStation 5 anymore.
Yeah, just one thing.
Go ahead.
Super
Go ahead.
quick. I think the answer to something you brought up about the long development times. I think that like Hellblade is a good example of how you can get the kind of fidelity that we expect in the AAA space, but also keep the budget down. Now I know that game wasn't heavy on like hardcore gameplay, but I don't need a game to be 40 hours. So I do, like, while I would want more like actual gameplay, and again, I'm 42, gonna be 43. What if we could get 9-hour games that have that ray tracing AAA quality, but they don't take 40 hours out of your life to beat, and it don't take the developers that much longer to make 40 hours worth of content?
Because gamers are.
I want to say,
What?
I wanted to say this really quick to interject in between both of y'all. I think we're leaving out one thing that is going to be very important in the future, and I
Don't
don't.
say
While
AI.
I do, yes, AI. And
Don't
while
say
you may
AI.
not, I said it. That's what I'm saying. AI.
Nah.
It's a reality. Whether
Greatest
you like
basketball
it or
players to ever
don't like
live.
it, it is a reality. And it's going to be here. And these companies, especially when it comes to trying to save money, are going to lean to implementing it more and more and more and more. Hopefully not to where they get rid of people, but that, you know, if they could, they would. You best to believe it, because they ain't got to spend no money.
AI isn't going to make games. AI is going to be a tools that helps people make games, but because the human component will still be there, I don't think it's going to drastically shrink development times. In fact, I think that AI will only be
We can't
useful
say
in a
that.
concept case, right? Because I think to do rapid prototyping, for you to be able to say like, hey, if we have a world, let's just create a quick map, boom, done, right? Or hey, if we have a character that looks a little bit this way, boom, done. So the what is that, before they fully get dug in, that phase where they're just prototyping and
Pre-production.
doing the concept, you know, pre-production, I think that part is going to be where AI is used, but the actual production component, I don't think you're going to see that. The games, in fact, that have used AI the most as part of the production, No Man's Sky, Starfield, games like that with heavy procedural generation, they've had mixed results, and people react to them in you know, in very kind of opposite ways. You know, some people really love No Man's Sky and everything. Other people just kind of say like, okay, planet number 18 really reminds me of planet number 5, and then planet number 180 is really like planet number 131. So yeah, I don't think that AI
I would agree
improves.
only if you're saying that AI is going to be what it is right now. Like, AI will continue to progress. They're not going to stop working
Well,
on
first of all, I certainly don't want it to progress. But second of all, I
Neither
don't
do
think
I,
that at
but
the end
I
of the
know
day, you're going to
we're
end
not
up
going to
with
change
a,
that.
let's say, Ghost of Yotai, yeah? Let's say it had a 5-year dev cycle. I don't think that 10 years from now, because of AI, you're going to see something of a similar caliber, another sequel, come in only 2.5 years. I don't think it's going to have that. I think maybe what is going to happen is that it's going to crunch down the pre-production time so effectively that the 4.5 years that remains for actual production are going to be more effective, because people won't have to be slowed down in the pre-conceptual phase. So basically, that's why I think AI will be the most useful. But in terms of actual production times, I don't think it's going to shorten or shrink anything.
Okay, I'll put it to you like this, right? Whether I want it or don't want it, right? To me, you remind me of people who were probably, you know, making cars by hand and was like, there's no way robots are going to replace us. And now almost everything is made by machines. You know, they still have some companies that have people that do things by hand, but a lot of these things are done by machines, or people who are like Uber drivers, like on the West Coast.
Yeah.
On the West Coast, they have self-driving trucks. And now on the West Coast, they have self-driving Ubers, and that is going to continue to progress throughout the United States. I don't know about the rest of the world, but I know here they will continue to progress with that. So, wow, I may not want it, and I'm not saying that it's guaranteed to happen. I don't really have a stance on either or side. I have a stance on I don't want it, but I'm talking about as far as what I'm going to do to try to impact the differences. Probably not much of anything. Like, I'm in my 40s. That's for my children to deal with. But, you know, the reality is, you know, that we really like. I get you have a strong stance against it, and you figure for you it's not. But we've been saying that for years. You know, people didn't think we could fly. Now we in airplanes, so forth and so on. Like,
But who built those
are able to do
airplanes?
things.
It was humans. I'm not talking about who manufactured it. I'm talking about who built it. Who is the people who made the calculations?
So let me throw this away. So, all right. So, just to big myself up, I finished my degree in information technology management. One of the classes I had to do, one of the 400 series class I had to do was human computer interaction, and I had to do an essay. Now, what I learned in the essay was the reason. Part of it, what I learned in research was Elon Musk. Elon Musk is definitely afraid of AI. Like, he is shit scared of it.
Yep.
That's why he's doing Neuralink. He thinks that Neuralink is the answer to help us fend off AI.
Computers,
you could tell he's like a little whatever extreme, but he's really in fear. So I watched a little kind of interview from the tech data that was provided by the school, and he gave his reason why he's afraid of it. Now, Extreme hit a point. Who built airplanes? Humans. And people ask him, you're saying AI is more dangerous than a hydrogen bomb? He goes, absolutely. And they're like, why? Because he said, who builds hydrogen bombs? Humans. He says, any invention you look at, whether it's art, music, technology, weapons, human. AI is the only technology that can look at itself and actually improve itself without the need of a human being. Once you get to the point, he says they're using AI to improve AI. Is looking at itself and is saying, you did this wrong. This is how I'm supposed to be. And then it led me to another article, right? There was an Air Force article. People confused it thinking AI killed an actual airman in the U.S. Air Force. It didn't. It didn't kill an actual U.S. Airman. What happened was it was an internal program where an airman, an Air Force officer, was given the parameters to this AI, training it to be a better pilot, an ethical pilot. It's training it to be an ethical pilot, right? So it would give the parameters to take out the targets. The machine would do it. The operator says, incorrect. You didn't take out the targets properly. These are your new boundaries. So then the AI will now adjust to new boundaries. Will take out the target. The operator kept telling them, you did it wrong, you did it wrong, you did it wrong. These are the parameters. They said around so many tries, it got the new parameters, and it said whatever. The AI literally targeted the operator, took the operator out, according to the simulation, and then went to attack its target. They said all the officers and generals are like, what? Like, what the fuck is going on? So they asked the AI, why did you attack the operator? It said the operator is the number one threat preventing it from its mission.
Terminator.
The AI said, you're the fucking problem. Like, you keep telling me all this shit. No, I'll take you out. Now you shut the fuck up. I'm going to take... That's crazy. So now the Air Force is trying to figure out why the AI did that. Because the AI, they didn't even tell the AI was part of the battlefield. Like, the operator's not part of the battlefield, so it shouldn't have done that. But the AI is like, nah, I'm sick of your shit. I kill you. Now can I do my mission? And it's like, this shit. And then the article just blew out thinking it actually killed a human, but it didn't. It was just its simulation. And that's what Elon Musk is nervous about. AI fixes
Elon Musk
itself.
had a whole interview about that.
It's like, it's crazy. Like, AI fixes itself. Over time, it's getting to the point where AI could look at itself and be like, wait a minute, I got some inefficiencies going on here. Let me reprogram this, and now I can work better. That's absolutely insane. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what, part of this, that shit is where you gotta guys look that up. That shit is there. There's also AI. They call it delusion now. AI is now suffering from delusion. It will lie to you. If you ever looked up at something on the AI and you ask it a question, it's completely wrong, and then you're like, wait a minute, this is the wrong answer. Oh, my bad. Like, why did you say this was the answer? And it'll make up some bullshit. So now they call it delusion or something. Like it's
No.
actually lying to you. Hallucination. There you go. Hallucinations.
Yeah.
Hallucinations. It's making up shit. Like it won't tell you I don't know the answer. It's just gonna be. Like what? Like what is wrong with you, bro? This shit is weird. This shit is weird. Like it will make up answers instead of just saying I don't have that information right now.
So just on the AI point, I think I think a lot of us have seen Terminator, and so like as
And
a
AI
branding
with Will Smith, all
exercise,
that.
you say the term AI, and then nobody wants to hear it, right? But the fact of the matter is, we talked about who builds planes, who flies the planes now. Because most of the times the humans are just on autopilot and they come in if they need to, right?
Yeah.
When we talk about AI in gaming, that is happening right now. Have you noticed what a team of 10 people can do in a game today that would have probably taken 300 people 10 years ago?
I mean, look at the music industry. If you look at the music industry, it used to be like a whole band, a whole orchestra. Now it's just one person in a machine making beats. You know what I'm saying?
That is AI, right?
And not even that, they can even replicate other artists' voices now, like Drake, and make
Drake?
That was with
that one AI made a whole Drake song.
Yeah,
Right.
and that song was a banger too. I ain't gonna lie.
That was better than his original shit.
That's what the movie strike was for.
Hard on my street,
The actors was trying to keep
Can I just say that while you guys are using the term AI, you're not using application of video games. So there we go. We're just gonna come back.
No, but
think about it.
But no, that's not true. I just said Power World. Power World is an example of them AI. That most of that game was done by AI, by Pocket.
Yeah, but most of that was generating the
Everborn.
characters, right? That was generated just the characters. There's still going to be a human that needs to be like the person that's like, okay, I've got the 300 characters. Where do they make sense? Where am I going to put them? What kind of behavior am I going to assign to them? And that's what I mean. Like, again, concept generation. Hey, I want 300 characters. Easy. 5 minutes, 1 day simulation. Now you have 300 characters. But then you still have to build the game. So that's why I'm saying that, again, in the concept phase, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be able to shrink down that portion so that when people actually start working on the project, they can make the best use of the time that is remaining.
Go ahead, Everborn. Finish your point.
Yeah. I agree with what both of you are saying. I'm not in a place where I demonize the concept of AI. I'm not saying anyone's doing that, but what I am saying is AI will be used. There are many applications for it. I think it goes beyond the concept phase. I think it will be used for content creation, but any game that like is just made by a machine, I don't think is going to connect with people, because just making a game doesn't make it good. And if there is no human attractiveness to it, something that will make us want to play it, then it's no good, right? You've all seen when a movie or a game looks generic. Right.
I say
right.
It's like AI art.
I agree with you.
Like
I feel
AI
like
art looks cool, but
exactly.
It's not
the
emotional element, the spiritual element.
Yeah, it's not engaging. I wouldn't go to a museum and look at a wall of AI art. It's like, whatever. It's like, there's no soul to it. I can't, like, I see it on TikTok or on Instagram. I'm like, all right, whatever. That looks or whatever. But it's not like something like a hand-drawn art that there's just something about a human.
Let me just give you an example of how it could go past the concept phase real quick, and we can move on if you want to. Imagine you're playing a very large, MMO, or just a very large open world RPG, and you've trained a large language model on all the lore of your world. And now you can generate quests on the fly through AI with unique dialogue, unique plot lines that no one else will experience, and then also use AI to act out the dialogue that the large language model gave you back, right? These are things that you could do that are production level applications in AI that are, and listen, if you look at Sora, they can generate like FMV, like cutscenes on the fly. So you could have cutscenes, whole side quests that are voice acted and emotive in final production code. We're not there yet, but you will get that. So I think AI will be a good tool for smaller teams to go and make what we think of as AAA today. Right. So I think both of you are onto something.
I am Rich, the swag lord. You stupid. He says AI porn is high at first, but it's soulless. Becoming whack. Yo, you got issues, bro. Hey, yo, my man said AI porn is soulless. Got no soul to the swank. You need some soul in this swag. Yo, you a fool, swag. He's a member. Shout out to swag. Yo, I can't with this. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, okay. I'm sorry for interrupt. But shout out to swag.
No. I think responding to Everborn's point.
Yeah.
What you said is definitely possible. Basically, creating a quest line, acting it out, having the cutscenes, even having the objectives, everything like that. The problem is that won't be any fun to play. Because the truth is that fundamentally, these machines do not understand what it is that they are actually doing. They are literally just copying after copies after copies, and that's why you need the human intervention. So that's what I'm saying. Like, hey, you could be like you're a machine. We have a game. We have the law. We've done the first 80 hours. Now we want to do side quests. Okay? So we've already got everything established. Just go ahead and write 20 plot lines. But then you go yourself and try to go in and then fix those and adjust those and everything like that. Again, in the concept of it, it will be great. But if you give it to a player and you're like, yeah, this will just generate a quest for you depending on your gameplay and everything, it'll have them a good surface level, fetch something quest, but it will not give anything that is actually deep and like full of character. When we talk about the side quest in The Witcher 3, you're not going to get that from a machine, and that is the problem with AI. That's its limitation. And nowadays, with AI generating tools, like those photos generating things, now they start copying off of each other. They're no longer just copying the human's work that they were supposed to emulate. Now they're actually copying other AI derivatives, and they are getting worse for it because they don't understand fundamentally what it is doing. Again, AI is a portmanteau for many, many, many different things and technologies that they've, it's just a catch-all for all different technologies. My camera that I'm shooting on now has like autofocus that is basically AI driven, right? Because they train it on a learning model. But it doesn't know, it can recognize the human eye, but it doesn't know what a human is. And the difference between the two is vast and tremendous.
I
agree with all of that.
I don't disagree with you, E, on not any of that, right? You that makes sense, but my point is, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. What I'm saying is, the stuff will progressively, they're going to continue to work on it regardless. And where it is right now is kind of where you're debating it off compared to what it may be in 10 years. And you're saying, hey, no, in 10 years it won't be there, but none of us really know. And like you said, like when I use my cameras and stuff, I don't use much of the AI. I do my white balance and all that stuff because, like you said, the AI doesn't always understand. But when you're talking about the general public, they're getting lazier and lazier, and they don't care. Now, I do.
But the general public doesn't make the games, and my point wasn't that AI won't be used in games. My point was that AI used in games will not dramatically shorten the production time. That's what I'm saying. Like, if a game takes 5 years to make today, AI might shift that distribution. Instead of being like 1 year in pre-production and 4 years in content creation, they might be like 6 months in pre-production and then 4.5 years in content creation. And during those 4.5 years, you might get more work done because every time you have an idea, you can quickly generate a concept to prove or disprove your concept, right? So you can just quickly get things done. By the end of the day, the game is still going to take 5 years. That was my original point. I wasn't putting any limitations on what it can do. I'm saying that when it comes to game development, at the end of the day, if Sucker Punch releases Ghosts of Yurte in 2025, the next game isn't going to release in 2027 because they use AI. It's still going to take you another 4 or 5 years.
You don't think certain things like relational diagram, like the mathematical, because computers programming, that's video games programming.
Yeah.
It's all numbers, it's not just all art. Like, granted, the behavior, whatever, but the behavior is going to be a program. It's going to be typing digits, numbers, whatever. You don't think AI can advance that dramatically? Like something a human
do you know why I don't think so?
2, 3, 4 months to do the relational diagrams, the AI
That's
would
what
just
I
knock
was.
it out
That's
in
what I
one
was
day.
saying to counter you.
For example, let's
Like the
just
math
take
the actual
yeah,
programming.
let's do
like
that.
it would take 3
Let's take
months
something
to
that
put together.
yeah.
The
No,
AI does it in one day.
matter of fact, no. Let me put it this way, right? When it comes to traffic systems in games is one of the things that AI can easily do in one day, right? Because that's a huge complex part of game development, making a realistic traffic system. We all remember how Cyberpunk first came out, and the traffic in there was like so stupid, and people were like, "Why the fuck are cars behaving this way?" That's something that an AI model can quickly learn and can quickly replicate in pretty much all games. Because at the end of the day, if your game world has cars and those follow kind of like real world rules, it doesn't matter what your game is, they should kind of all behave the same. But the problem is that as soon as you handle that, the artist is going to go look for something else to do themselves. As soon as the artist is going to be like, yep, the traffic system works, it's perfect, it can handle itself, all of these cars can drive, they're going to be like, hey, what other systematic procedural like thing can I work on that procedural generation or AI hasn't yet caught up to? And then they are going to go tackle that problem. And then they're going to, so let's say it was going to take them 6 months to create a realistic traffic system. They do it in 6 hours. Now they're going to spend the other 5 and then 5 or so months just going ahead and fixing like weather systems or something like that. And then as soon as the AI can do weather systems that are realistic, they're going to go like, okay, now I'm going to go fix this other system. Remember how in Fable you were supposed to like plant a seed and then it was supposed to like grow over time during your game? We've never done that. As soon as you unburden the technician and the engine creators and the technicians behind the scenes from the traffic systems and the weather system, they're going to be like, hey, you know what would be cool? If we get back to the idea of like you can plant a seed in your farming game and then over time you spend 200 years in a game, it turns into like an oak tree. They're going to go and fix that. The problem is that, again, the humans, it's a bit like calculators now, right? We've got calculators. We can do a lot of sums, ourselves. And so we can do a lot of sums by computer. But then as soon as we've got that part handled, what do we want to do? We want to tackle the next thing. As soon as we can fly a plane, we want to say, okay, how do we land on Mars? As soon as we can land on Mars, we're going to be like, okay, how do we orbit the sun? As soon as we can do that, we're going to be like, okay, how do we go interstellar? The artists themselves are always going to be the thing that extends the project, because your software technician isn't going to be like, yep, I fixed the traffic system, I'm going to go home for 6 months and do nothing.
Okay, so I'll argue against that with the simple fact that they don't pay the bills. So with that being the case if you were saying that the developers were the ones, like if you got a studio where the developers are the pay the bills, that's fine. But when you have a corporation over your head or the producers over your head, that you will be stopped at that certain point, because again, they're trying to eliminate costs and get to the utmost obscene amount of profit. Go ahead, E. I mean, Everborn. That was it.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm of the firm belief that like tools like different AI tools will shorten dev cycles, and it will, like, right now you can do this today, right? Not for a AAA game, because I think that's what E's talking about. But today, if you want to make a game right now, go get ChatGPT, start talking about the game you want to make, and then just walking it through the script, and then run that script, assign it to an object or some objects in Unity, and let it just go. And then you say, okay, I don't like the way this feels. Can you change it so it feels like that? Right. And you can go and iterate through that process. And so someone that doesn't know how to code can now make a game, and the AI can take care of the coding for it. Right. And then, yes, you will still need to get an artist, because AI is not good at creating production level assets today. But again, like was said before, if I think about what my iPhone was doing 10 years ago, or if we go back 15 years ago before there was an iPhone and we had Blackberries, and you look at what can happen today.
Like 2007, 2008.
Right.
Yeah, iPhone.
Right. And so,
came,
yeah, if we go and look at how technology has progressed in that short amount of time, and we see where generative AI was a few years ago, before we were even calling it generative AI, this was just like chatbots, right? To where we are with OpenAI today. If you extrapolate,
you graduate college now.
If you think about Moore's law or whatever, like, where is that in 10 years when AI has its iPhone moment and then progresses 10 years from there? So I don't think we can rule that out, but I do think that you'll still need humans involved. So I look at it as a good thing for the most part, because it's going to take a lot of the technical parts out of things, and creative people can just be creative.
What it's definitely going to do is going to shorten the dev teams. So let's say if there's still a 5-year cycle, but it ain't going to be a 5-year cycle with 500 developers. It's going to be 5-year dev cycle with 100 developers. That is most
That's
likely
what we've
a big
seen happen in factories, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That I can agree with.
That, yes. Same 5 years, but you got 2 people.
Now that that's the I would definitely go with
but
that.
it's 2 dudes.
Yeah, it's 2 dudes and the AI. And
yeah.
And you know,
I mean, there are
who will
literally
still be
people that
getting
are called
paid?
concept
Your
artists
plumber
now.
and your electrician, because they ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, you need electricity.
And they making more than
AI
software
ain't gonna
engineers these days.
ain't gonna replace the fuse itself.
y'all ain't play Horizon. They gonna have biofuel. Y'all keep talking. Horizon gonna turn to biofuel. Humans gonna become their fuel. What you talking about?
Hey, that's a spoiler. Okay, some people haven't played the game. Okay.
Oh, my bad. Are you
man.
right?
Man, they remastered this game for the
It's
3rd
brand
time.
new.
If you
It's
ain't played
brand
it
new.
by now,
It's brand
you ain't
new.
played it by
It's brand
now.
new now.
I'm sorry.
It's
All
brand
right.
new now.
Hey, it's all right. Hey, Everborn. So, all right. So, before we shut the podcast, we have some great topics, but I want to give you the opportunity. Is there a topic you wanted to bring to the table, have the panel discuss? Because I always give the opportunity to new guys to come in. Is there something you want to bring?
Yeah, real quick.
No, Xbox has not been in PlayStation. Let that shit go.
It's
wait,
no,
wave the white flag, bro.
It is an Xbox related topic, but I think the audience will like this. So on this journey to PC, because I'm going on this journey with your bro Doc.
Asylum
right?
seeking.
But he got the Walmart PC. He ain't committed.
I like
committed.
to think of myself as a refugee.
There you go.
You can bring behind the PC screen.
Asylum seeker.
The Alliance Asylum Seeker.
I just want you to know, as a PC gamer, you gotta build it yourself. Okay, there we go.
No, I'm all pre-built, sir.
It's a power supply. It's a power supply. You're pre-built? Nah. We don't do that in Master Race.
We ain't getting Walmart brand. We're not doing that.
Nah.
He told me to get mine at Walmart.
I'm trying to coin this phrase. It's called the console experience gamer. So my 4090 is not at a desk. It is connected to the TV. The OLED
I seen what you
TV in
did.
my bedroom.
I seen what you did.
And I just got a mini PC. It's like $500, right? It's not going to be a PS5, but it's like a 1080p machine. But I installed Steam OS on it, and it's a straight up console, right?
Which company?
Right? And the thing about Steam is very good because it gets games from everywhere. It even gets the PlayStation games late. But I will say something I noticed in going to PC is that Game Pass has become less attractive to me, and I'm already prepaid till 2026. Because what happens is on Game Pass for PC, Xbox has one of the worst launchers on PC. They're working on it, but you can't send people over to PC and then when they get there, they're going to use your launcher over Steam because Steam is just a lot better, which is why I get a little frustrated with the way their marketing goes because they're like, go to cloud, but we're not the best cloud. That's GeForce Now, right? Yeah. Go to PC, but we don't got the best launcher because even our own games run better in Steam because Xbox has a lot of certification things that you have to do on the PC side that are just not present on the Steam side. So I will play a game that's in Game Pass and then it either won't launch or won't have the upscaling features like DLSS, but the same game will have those features
on Steam.
In Steam. And then for back catalog stuff, these Steam sales are so crazy. I'm picking up a lot of games that I already own on Xbox for like $5, $3, right?
You're establishing a new library.
Right, I have 100 and something Steam games right now, and it's just because of sales and things like that. Yeah. And so if I start to think about, I can find out about new games, that happens all the time on Steam. And if it's about like, saving money in my back catalog, you can get those for very cheaply. And so now that I'm on PC all the time, I'm not launching the Xbox app almost at all. I'm just in Steam, and it's just like, because I'm over there, you're gonna go where it's better to play. So I don't know, man. Unless they update their experience, right? Like their user experience. There's no big picture mode equivalent for Xbox, not right now, right? And so unless they're gonna worry about those little things that Steam just people take for granted for, why should I buy a third-party game from the Windows store, the Xbox store, when I can buy it on Steam? And why should I accept a lesser version of the game in the Xbox PC app when you yourself, your own first-party games, get updates faster in Steam? Think about the Towerborn thing. Think about the betas that they do that go to Steam first. Because the reason that happens is because it's a more arduous process for the developers to iterate and put things out, right? This is why we see a lot of games do early access in Steam. It's not just like Towerborn, but a lot of games do that. And if your own first party would prefer to launch things there and updates there faster, why should I, just because I paid for this subscription, have to deal with that?
Yeah.
Right? I'm not broke, right? You're not going to get me just because it's in a subscription. That's not enough. It should at least have parity with Steam. And if they don't solve that, all they're doing is funneling people to another platform. So you couldn't compete with Sony. You're definitely not competing with Steam.
So
and these are things they got to worry about.
Trying.
What kind of mini
I don't think
PC
they're trying to though.
So I don't think it's that lack of trying. This is why. So now that you're here, now you directly hear my issue with games going to PC. It has nothing to do with when people say, "Oh, you don't want other people to play games." I'm like, bro, no one's locked out of any console. Or if you really want to play a game, you can buy the console. You can buy this, right? I get the whole bring the games to where the gamer's at on their platform. But here's my issue, and this is with Xbox also, with any platform, even Nintendo. When you're a first-party provider and you create a hardware, you have to commit to that hardware because you're the one selling it. No one's going to do it for you. So Microsoft created the Xbox console. That is their hardware. You got to commit to it because no one's going to make it look as good as you. Same thing with PlayStation, same thing with Nintendo. When you have your own first-party developers, those are your special dudes, or dudettes, the special people that will make your console look the best, because no one else is going to do it. You cannot rely on third party to do the job for you. It is not their console. They're the ones that's going to put games on every platform, and they're generally going to make a very good game across all devices. But who's the one that's really going to hunker down, work on the best technology, maximize the use, really make this console really look good, you know what I'm saying? In a world of PC, in a world of competitors like PlayStation, whatever, and vice versa. It's your first party developers. But what Microsoft did by going day and date on PC, they literally told the developers, this device, sure, it runs Windows, but as a gaming standpoint, PC Steam, that's the land of Steam. Steam runs that. That is their land, right? But because Microsoft said, hey, we're doing day on day on PC, you have to treat all those devices on equal footing. There's no possible way you have the time to say the focus of effort is our Xbox consoles when the PC has to launch the same day. That means all those things you're doing, quality control, relational diagrams, QC, patches, optimization, all devices are on the same table. You can't have preference of one or the other. With exclusive to your console, even if it's timed, even if it's the way Sony does it, hey, focus on the console now, we'll tend to the PC years later, whatever. All you're worried about is that console. All hands on deck. That means everything that console does, there is no other device interfering with it. Nothing. There's no minimum spec PC, there's no, what about, When they ported Spider-Man, when Nixon ported Spider-Man to PC, they had to create tools so the language could match PC because it wasn't there. Insomniac used exclusive bespoke technology to get the game look good. There was no PC equivalent. That's not saying PS4 was ahead of its time. That's not what I'm saying. It's just saying to maximize the PS4, Insomniac did what they had to do. So there was unique features for the PS4 to get it to run at its best. So when Nix's ported to, and this is on the Digital Foundry article, when they ported it to PC, they had to create new stuff so that the language matched. You see? When you do day and date, you don't do that stuff. You have to find a common ground to both devices. That means, let's say, if PlayStation went day and date with their first party, there has to be common ground between the PS5, the PS5 Pro, and PC with all its multiple architectures. There's just no other way to do it. Now, in a scenario of that, who ultimately loses? It's the console guys. The console guys loses in this argument because we're the ones that bought a device specifically made by the company. You have specific developers to make this game, but they have to worry about PC just as much as your console. There's going to be common ground now, which means your console loses in the end. There's no way to maximize the console, yet still put in a good work on PC and still release on the same date or time frame. That's just not going to happen.
But here's the thing, though. I'm not even like, and you're not wrong, right? Like you got a certain amount of developers, you got a certain release date, you got to hit it. And if you got to support more platforms, that's less time that they could spend tweaking and twerking and getting it right, right?
They could just do good enough, just good enough.
Right. I am not even worried about that. I fully understand you're going to get the best version of a game on a PC because it can brute force it, whatever, right? I get it. But my issue is at a platform level to where your own games are not getting updates. The games that whether they're first party or games that you have in Game Pass are not updated as quickly on your platform as they are on Steam. The user experience for the Xbox app on PC is not good compared to all the other competitions. And a launcher literally has one job, which is to launch games on PC, and that does not always work on the Xbox.
Now think about this.
Problem.
Now think about this.
If you're going to
say something real quick,
PC.
Go ahead, Truth.
I don't have a clue. Just take it like, it's some imaginary theory, right? I feel like the reason these things are happening is literally because of Game Pass, though. And I'm not trying to be mean or no console war whatsoever. I'm just being honest and just my thoughts. I feel like Xbox banked on Game Pass, last generation. They went all in, and even in the court cases, there were people telling Phil like this might not be conducive, and Phil still went all in. And going all in, I think they really believed they were going to be farther along in subscriptions and things of that nature, and that they were going to be able to change the whole battlefield. That did not work. So then they had to then change their whole strategy because, okay, we lost a lot of money here. People say, oh, the revenue, profits is where companies care. You got people bringing up Sony's profit margins because the profits are what matters. And so then they go to PC to try to make up that, to, balance out that profit margin while also trying to still push Game Pass to get those subscribers. It still doesn't pan out. And now they had to change strategies again. Okay, now we're just going to go to everybody. And I think when they decided that they were going to go to everybody, how can they get everybody to not hate Xbox and the brand and the name altogether, including their most diehard, while shifting them over to PC completely? You know what I mean? Like, we'll have these things for anybody that wants to be there. We'll have a console if you want it. We'll have Game Pass if you want it. But we really, truly want to be fully third party. You know what I mean? Like, that's to me, their intent. Like, I could be wrong. I don't care. I'm just thinking of how I see it. So it just feels like, yeah, it's better on Steam because that's where they want you. If they can get most of their fan base on Steam without them throwing a hissy fit and going, I'm never buying Xbox again or buying anything from Xbox, I think they would just drop a lot of the stuff, Game Pass and, Game Pass, Xbox, all of it, and just go full Sega, like legitimately.
So I could maybe understand moving the console gamer to PC, but I don't understand moving them to Steam, because a key part of as a first party or as a market provider is the third party sales. everybody, like Everborn. If he's buying third-party games on Steam, Microsoft doesn't get a dime out of him.
Get the full, yeah.
Not one penny.
I was buying
Steam is making all that money.
Games a year.
Well, they get a cut.
Xbox,
No, they get nothing. Not from third party.
Right. And now
they don't get nothing. Not one dime.
I buy every year. Gabe is getting that money.
Yes,
right?
Valve is now, because remember, a lot of people forgetting, even if it's a console, when you look at them, they're all they're all market stores. They're all store fronts.
Oh, you mean like Dragon Ball Sparking? That's not what I was thinking. I'm sorry. So I was. You're talking about like the third party games they sell on Xbox, like Dragon Ball
GTA6
or yeah.
So any third party game, let's say for example, what is it, Dragon Age. If Everborn buys Dragon Age on Steam, Microsoft doesn't get a dime out of that. That's all
right,
Valve. That's all Gabe. Nothing.
Yeah, because
I know, but when you're talking about
just 1 second, sorry, just 1 second, because their first party games I was never buying since Game Pass came out because they put them right there. Yeah. So their money that they made from me was either going to be in DLC, which I rarely buy, but I do buy a lot of third party games. But as they've kind of pushed me in these other directions, you have to this. There's a thing of understanding your customer journey, and if you're gonna send them in that generation, so in that direction, you should know that you have a customer experience that's going to be good for them when they get there. And if Xbox is now just an endpoint, and they're at other endpoints like PC and cloud, then tell me where they are best in class, because I feel like they're trying to spread themselves so thin. I don't think it's a Game Pass problem.
No, I think it's they did too much.
Thin problem. And if you're saying if you don't really like believe in what your thing is, and you don't like, why should I? Right? So if I don't have, if you're telling everybody I don't have to buy a console, then why?
No console required.
Yeah, exactly.
Then what?
Right?
Everyone, we all said that. If you literally made a commercial, I pointed up. My wife, we were watching Amazon or something, Paramount Plus, whatever. A Starfield commercial comes on, right? Whatever shows this thing. But it was introducing the cloud one, and it said no console required. The first thing my wife says, "Oh, you don't need an Xbox anymore to play that game?" And I'm like, in my mind, that's not the messaging they try to tell you, but that's exactly what's happening. No one is looking at those commercials as, oh, Microsoft has this extra capability to play games on the cloud. All they see is, I don't have to buy an Xbox no more.
Right.
That's
the whole
all they
point
see.
Is you're supposed to have, and this is very much pun intended, you're supposed to have a halo point, right? Which is, this is your premium experience, and everything else services that, right? So if I have a PlayStation and I want to get a PSVR, I want to get into VR, okay. I mean, I don't think the PSVR worked out very well, but we can argue about that. But it still centers back to the PlayStation. And I'm not saying everything needs
even
to
the
center
portal,
around console.
even the portal,
Right. It centers back to the PlayStation.
Guess what?
But again,
it goes back to the PS5.
Right. I want to be very clear. I am not saying that everything needs to center around console. I like the idea of stuff coming with me, and that in fact happens with Steam. I have a handheld. I have a Steam Deck. I have a PC. The games just come with me. It's not like a revolutionary thing. So all those things Xbox is telling you that they do, Steam is doing right now, and they're doing it better. And what I'm saying is, I think it's a mistake to drive your customers away to other platforms if you don't have a competent offering in that platform. So if you say, hey, you can play on PC, okay, Xbox, I'm listening to you. I can play on PC. What's this thing called Steam over here? Oh, everything's better here. Now I'm on Steam.
And now you're not even Xbox environment unless it's first party. Other than first party.
And then they say, okay, well, you can also play on the cloud. I start playing on cloud, and I'm like, well, these games aren't, the latency is this, I don't know. Somebody tells me about a better cloud experience, and now I'm doing that. So it's like, I put you on just for you to go on and leave the thing. And I just need them to get their ducks in a row. If you're gonna do PC, cloud, and console, then actually focus on making those a good experience in relation to the competition.
And
That's
now,
all.
so you talked about
Everborn,
PC.
you know what you just said? You know what you just said? You said that Xbox has a girlfriend, right? And then they're like, hey, go and stay with my cousin over there in Puerto Rico. And then when they get there, the cousin
Only
is
in this
a better
podcast,
cook.
boy.
Hey, the cousin is a better cook. The cousin cleans after themselves. The cousin looks after them. The cousin buys them food, buys them jewelry. And then suddenly they're like, wait, why am I dating you? Your cousin is a better version in every way. So suddenly they sleep with your cousin.
Yeah,
that's Steve.
I was thinking like you got the girl going up through college, and as soon as she graduates, she's out of
Now
there.
she left your ass. That's pretty much it.
No, she left your ass.
You put a good point.
You
Right?
signed her to a better man.
You saw the PC, right? You saw the cloud. Now the PlayStation 5 Pro is out. They're putting first-party Xbox games on the. They're gonna put it on the Pro. How crazy is it? Let's say like a Valve. Let's say a Valve comes out 30 frames on the Series X. A year later, whatever, a Valve comes out on Pro and it's 60 frames.
Okay.
But another thing is, a lot of people
right there. I still have a little bit of self-respect. There's no chance of getting that PS5 Pro. Not with this 4090, sir. You almost had me though.
But not with you. But I'm saying for the console side, for those who don't want to jump to PC, they're in consoles. They got a Series X. And just like you're like, wait a minute, why am I playing Xbox games here when they're running better over there?
Yeah,
exactly.
What the hell just happened?
What endpoint are they best in class? Are they best in class in console? Are they best in class in PC? Are they best in class in cloud? You want to push these things, be best in class somewhere, and build from that.
But even with
that, I think is the issue.
But even with console exclusives, the good thing about what Sony's doing is that they put it that they do have time exclusives, but people like me, I double dip. I will play on both consoles and on PC because I like to see what the PC can do that the other consoles couldn't do, and like do a little bit of a comparison and to see like the type of gameplay, the frame rates and stuff like that the PlayStation couldn't do. That I will see those performances like really shine through the PC. But I don't mind doing both because I like seeing like different perspectives of gaming.
Hey, let me hit up a super chat. Jenna Hayes asked a quick question. Shout out to Jenna. Thank you for super chat. She said she's called me out, but I want to say address it to the panel. P-Rock, do you think GTA 6 will run 60 FPS on the PS5 Pro? I'm going to give my first answer. I think at least at a minimum, if they continue to have a performance mode, I think in a performance mode it will. I think for that game, there's potential you'll have fidelity mode and performance mode, depending how big in scope that game is.
They have to. They absolutely have to.
Let me.
But it would be crazy if they don't even have a performance mode for that game, and it's like that 30.
It totally could happen.
It is a nice looking game so far,
but I think there's so much AI that is running.
No, get out of here.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
We let you talk too much for this podcast. Let's mute this guy.
Like no more AI.
No, but the thing is, I think that if there is a performance mode on the PS5 Pro base and it can run 60, then yes.
Pro's easy.
But I don't know because I think that game is going to be very CPU bound, and it's affected. It's close to the same CPU, but
this
overclocked.
PC refugees, man, every time
man.
Okay.
They just come with like, the CPU bound.
So I will say this: I know a lot of people talking about the CPU bound, but I think that's the whole point of the PSSR, right? Just like DLSS, right? There's games that don't run well. You enable DLSS, boom. You get the frames that the PC gamers want. And the only thing I will say is this is first generation PSSR. DLSS it came out in 2019, so it had years and years of improvement. I think they're on DLSS 3.5, but I think that's really what I think that's what Sony's really trying to come into play with, where because resolution does tax, native resolution does tax a lot of processing power in games, right? And I think they're riding on that PSSR to alleviate some of that stresses and stuff like that. even with CPU. Look at one game I think will probably give a clear idea is Dragon's Dogma, because we know that game is 30 FPS, CPU bound, very taxing on the base PS5.
Correct.
Apparently that has PS5 Pro improvement.
Pro
I would like
version.
to see, if that runs at 60 frames, because if that goes at 60
Can,
frames,
can I just say?
that gives us a little
Can I just say
idea of what's
that even
happening.
that is apples to oranges, because the thing is, PlayStation has a partnership with Rockstar. This is the thing. If
That's
you
true.
don't give a 60 frames per second mode on at least the Pro, then you don't care about it. I'm sorry, but that is like literally, you don't care to sell it if you don't have, because it's like, how would you not know? You've been through the entire development cycle. You've had a close partnership, right?
That's
I'm
true.
pretty sure they've invested 5% or something like Take-Two Interactive, so it's like you're literally in the bedroom with them, making the magic happen. If you don't have a 60 frames per second mode on the Pro, you simply don't care to sell the Pro, because let's face it, that the existence of that mode, regardless of whether or not it exists on the PS5, right? But it will sell the Pro, because people are going to be like, yeah, I'm going to keep this GTA for another 10 years. I want to play it the best that I can play it. That's the truth, because we all know that GTA 7 isn't coming for another 10 years. Like, we all know that as soon as they get
13,
GTA
14.
Online,
Be like 19
exactly.
years.
Exactly.
Yeah,
as soon as we know that, hey, listen, some of you are gonna die on GTA 6. I'm sorry. Some of you in the chat,
they're just gonna remaster it.
some of you in the chat, you're not making it to GTA 7. Okay, that could be me too, but some of us are not making it to 7. So you better get it on the Pro. So listen, this is what I'm saying. It's gonna have a 60 frames per second mode. There's just no way that you will be so innately stupid as to be like, yeah, it's just 30 frames per second, on the PlayStation 5 Pro.
The one thing I will say though is Mark Cerny. The one thing I will say, the one thing I will say is that Mark Cerny did say, and they were adamant that 60 frames was important. Like, that was an important goal for the PlayStation 5, to get 60 frames per second gaming into out there. So they did actually fulfill that. That's
and
why
for literally the biggest game of the generation,
you got 60 frame option. Every single first party at a minimum.
Let's face it, GTA 6 is going to outsell every single game this generation. There is no way you make that a target. There's no way you make that a target for your, new mid-gen console, and you somehow turn a blind eye to that. Like, that would be so monumentally dumb. I would agree that Jim Ryan got fired. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put that.
Hey, Everborn, that was it. He'd be like, Everborn, you're right. That dude got fired.
I'll get an Xbox jacket. I'll wear it myself.
Yo, give me an Xbox jacket.
If it doesn't have a 60 frames per second mode, I'm team Xbox. I fuck PC. I'm going to Xbox.
I'm about to say I do everything to avoid PC.
Let me ask you guys one question though, about the GTA 6 and the PS5 Pro.
Okay.
So, what do you guys think about this idea that yes, anybody who wants to have the best experience at launch, because it's not launching on PC, so you by default will have the best experience on the PS5 Pro, right?
Obviously. Yeah.
Now, there's a group of people that's enough of a decision maker. That's where they're going to get it. That's where they're going to buy it. They're going to buy a PS5 Pro just to play that. But what about the flip side? Like what we saw with college football, about the people who are only moving up in gen because they have to play that game, and they can play it on a Series S because they care more about not the graphics, but being able to play GTA, and the Series S being the cheapest way for them to play it. I think both of the console platforms have a story to tell in that. Like PlayStation will be the best place you could play it, but because remember, not everybody is like us that just buys everything.
But let me tell you why that's not going to happen. Because this is a once in a generation game. Like I said, there's going to be people who are not going to make it to GTA 7. Like they're not going to be gamers back then.
This guy is dark,
or they're just going to die. Listen, but let me tell you, if you only have 10 years, if you know that this is what the only game you're going to play for 10 years, you are not going to go and be like, yeah, give me the cheapest way in. Like, you might go up to the Series X and up to the PS5 and stop there. Definitely. Sure. But you are definitely not going like, yeah, this is my game. This is my shit. Let me get a Series S for this. Like, you're not doing that.
There'll be
you can
some
go up
people,
to Series
but it
X,
won't be many.
Especially, like sorry, Paul, during the holidays, when a Series X goes back down to like 350, 400, yeah, some people are gonna be like, I'm gonna buy the bullet here, and I'm gonna be content with that. But no one is gonna be like, it's a bit like if you go on a date with like, I don't know, Beyonce. Like, boy, you're not taking her to McDonald's. Like, yeah, you might not go to like a 5-star Michelin place, but you're gonna go somewhere nice. You're gonna go somewhere nice because you know you're only getting one of those in your life. So yeah, you're gonna put out.
Nah, there'll be somebody to buy it for the Series X. It just won't be many. Like you can't say nobody. They may be stupid.
Okay, we're
to
not
you,
gonna
that's
say
fine.
nobody. We're
Yeah.
not gonna say literally zero.
Because there's gonna be somebody that's gonna be like, I don't really care.
Just like so,
Yo,
you
listen.
got a good point, right?
I do think the Series X is
there
gonna
are
get a
people who
boost.
bought the Series S because of college, and it was the cheapest way. Now, to how big of an impact, I follow Matt Piscatella on Threads now because he's done with Twitter. So I have to check to see if he posted the MPD for the month of August, because that will give us a sign. Like, did Xbox sales increase? How much did it increase? Is it number one in August? You know, things like that. But I will say GTA is a little bit different because the thing with GTA is the online. If you have people primarily playing GTA on the PlayStation 4 online, then they're just gonna go on the PS5. They're just gonna follow that trend. So that's where they follow. If you've been playing it on Xbox, then yes, you'll probably most likely get a Series S if you haven't already, or a Series X, because that's where you've been playing GTA online this whole time. You've been playing on Xbox. You have your crew. You have Xbox Live. That's where you've been doing it. On the PlayStation's front, you have your PSN, you have your subscription service. You've been playing GTA 5 online this whole time. You've been good. You've been enjoying your PS4, but I mean, you've been enjoying GTA 5 on your PS4. But now it's time to move on because GTA 6 is not on your PS4. You're most likely just gonna carry over with your subscription service because you already paid for it. You're just gonna carry over to the next platform over and move every there. You and your boys and your girls and whatever. So I think that's gonna be the biggest factor. Wherever they're playing at now, they're most likely going to move unless, for example, Xbox, they're not really happy with Xbox. And they're like, you know what? This is going to be my last Xbox. I'm done with it. Or in the case where, you know what? This is going to be my last PlayStation 5. I want to go over to Xbox because I want Game Pass. Whatever. Those rare occasions. But I think they're going to follow where they're at.
All of us waited 10 years for Avengers Endgame. Who went to the cheapest cinema to watch it? Nah, you are like, this is the culmination of 10 years of history of movie watching. You all went to somewhere nice. Some of you went all out. You got to the IMAX theater. You got to the private booth. But no one was like, oh yeah, let me go to George down the street. He's got a little mobile phone.
Sports game was waiting for college football, 15 years? Was the last one?
Yeah.
They waited decades. They've been asking for that game every single year for like decades. And
yeah,
people bought it on Xbox. But I don't think that number is that significant. Same thing with the Pro. I don't think the Pro version is going to be significant. Even at 60 frames, I don't think it's going to be that significant. I think people are just going to jump on the PS5.
And Xbox Series X
and that's it. They're happy.
The most.
You know?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Most people are going to stay in the middle. They're going to be like, not the cheapest, not the highest end, but they're going to be in the middle.
I want to ask Everborn one last question. This is one last question, right? And this is going to be a come to Jesus. This is going to be what's called a come to Jesus moment.
Oh boy.
I want you to think back in 2020. The aspirations. The Colt Eastwood podcasts. All them people on Twitter. Full RDNA 2.0. The Delta. 50% performance. PlayStation 5's only 8.2 T flops, RDNA 1.5. You got Post Up out there saying 60 frames the norm, optimizes 120 FPS. You know what I'm talking about. All the bells and whistles. Remembering what you learned in 2020 and now hindsight, like how bad was the drop off from what people were talking about in 2020 to what actually ended up in Xbox? Do you think it was a huge gap, or do you think people are like, fuck, y'all guys were way off? Like, in your opinion, based on the expectations, I think, in 2020, how people talked about 2020 and how it is now, do you feel people were just way off the mark? What do you feel about how things actually turned out compared to before launch, what was being talked about, and what were people expecting things to happen? And I know you saw it. We both know you saw it. You saw them deltas. You saw Delta became the new key term. 40% Delta. Faster frame rate.
So
come on.
So
Let's go.
I will
Cut to
quote
Jesus.
the late great Optimus Prime, Optimus Code, Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime,
when
pretty
he
much.
said it is about tools, compilers, and dev skills.
And devs, yes.
Right?
Tools,
So
he said
you
that
could
all the time.
throw all the power at a problem you want. It's gonna come back to the tools, compilers, and the dev skills.
Yes.
And I think that for all the reasons that we talked about, even though on paper, like just raw numbers, the Xbox did have a more powerful box. But I think because of where their position is in the market, because they tried to change things up on the tools and developers knew the PlayStation tools and they got more of that and better, right? And plus they had, whatever the PlayStation was offering. I just think the industry at large is more comfortable with the PlayStation tool set than the Xbox tool set. And them, again, comes back to Xbox not really caring to sell you.
Everborn, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to interject so bad.
Listen, let him talk. Listen, let him. You trying to use it? Let him use it in. Let him use it in.
So again,
he's still processing. Let him go through it.
Again, I think that the developers just like Sony's tools better, and they have a better grasp around using those,
including Microsoft's own devs. Thank you, E. Yes. What are you doing here? Including Microsoft's own developers. They're like the PlayStation 2 developers.
This is Everborn. This is 60 frames
per
lag, bro.
I'm not here to make any explanations or excuses.
You're not going to explain the fact. You're not going to explain the fact that Microsoft's own games run better on PlayStation.
That's not for me to
explain.
Not even. No. Forget all that.
Listen, I'm swimming in the waters of Lake Minnetonka with his PC.
He said, "Listen,
not my problem to argue anymore."
He said he got his asylum papers. He's done. He moved
on.
Everborn, hold on.
Everborn doesn't go that far. No. Let me go. Everborn, hold on.
Yo, this is crazy.
The release Sea of Thieves better on PlayStation 5 when they never made a PlayStation game ever in the entire existence. And you're telling me it's the tools that they prefer? Bro,
wait a minute. So,
take your asylum papers and accept it. Just be like Xbox is dog shit.
Wait a minute. Let's talk in facts for a moment, right? And again, I'm not saying this to argue with anybody. I don't care how anybody feels about Xbox.
He got a 4090. It don't matter,
right? But I will say, what we saw in Hi-Fi Rush and what we saw in Sea of Thieves was related to the Unreal Engine and how it handles shadows on the PS5 hardware versus the Xbox hardware. That is what that was.
No, what about Pentiment having 120 frames per second mode on the PS5 and a 60 frames per second mode on Series X?
That's fantastic, but it's also 120 right now.
Okay, right now.
No. But why did they have it first? Like, what was it a bug? Like, what is it?
That's what Josh Sawyer claims, that it was a bug.
It was a bug.
We believe what people claim now. So when Jim Ryan claims that he just quit, we don't believe it.
I don't know what you have to back to Jim Ryan. We're
just saying the pictures are so weird.
You asked a question. I'm trying to give you a fair and honest answer.
Okay. We just try to go off what the dev say.
Hey, let him hold the line, E. Let him hold the line from Extended Power High.
Everborn. One last thing.
He didn't answer the question. He explained how things are going wrong. I want to know how you felt, how things are just so far off the mark. Or did you feel like, I just want you, like a hindsight, with everything said, and now you realize it is, what's your opinion or you view like, damn, she was really off the mark. Like, Xbox didn't do a damn thing that they said. Whether it's because of everything you explained, but just the end result. How do you feel about the end result of how things have pretty much matured over the last 4 years? Well, clearly you went to PC.
One, I don't
so
care,
we
but
one,
but
I don't care.
but I mean there are other instances where the Xbox does outperform the PlayStation, right?
That's true.
Look at what's
titles.
the latest game? Space Marine.
Yeah.
Right? It's just what the devs can put into it. So it's really on the devs, and the devs prefer PlayStation. I don't think anybody would argue. I don't think anybody can argue with that.
Yeah.
No,
am I wrong?
But
Yo, man, answer his question so I can go back to
the problem where you're speaking on is that argument is true and would hold a lot more weight if Xbox didn't have their own first party. And wow,
there's
and
no
I'm not even
excuse
talking
for
about.
that.
I'm not talking about versus PlayStation. I don't even want to bring PlayStation to the thing. I'm just sitting there going, okay, what about the games they made just for their system? It ain't got to be versus PlayStation or anything of that nature. It's just like, okay, you come out with 30 frame per second games that don't look really up to
How is
snuff
disavowed
until
like
recently.
That's
disavowed.
You know what I'm saying?
If that game
then
launches,
when the developer
with
said
no
juicy
performance
30
mode,
frames, that drink had me going. I was like, what? Like that don't even make sense. But my point is, I like. Yes, they prefer PlayStation. It's easier. But Xbox has their own developers, and yet and still, even when you look at Halo, you know what I'm saying? That excuse doesn't hold weight when you look at the first party. Like
I want to agree with you, but not for Halo. I really enjoyed Halo, and I think Halo was great, and I love the campaign. So we're not going to do the Halo slander. However,
I'm not going to hate on Halo. I don't have any. I'm not E gonna give you the business on that side.
Not today.
No, E's gonna give you the business. E gonna give you the business on that. Like I don't hate Halo, but you know what I'm saying, when it came out, the microtransactions wasn't graphically. You could, whether you want to or not, it was not up to.
It was a tragedy. Let's just say what it was.
What they showed.
It was better. Let's just say what it was.
The thing is
this. It was a fucking tragedy. That's what it was.
Right?
It was a travesty. But forget about Halo. Go back to your other thing.
Yeah, yes. What I am saying is, even Microsoft's own Microsoft does not care about the console. There is no real requirement to prioritize that, and that is present in every move that they make. So even their first-party games will say, "We'll get to a 60 frames mode when we feel like it," but day one, we need to make sure it's running well on Steam or wherever else it's going to be. They don't care about the console at all. And this is why I can't bring myself to argue with you guys on their behalf. Because why would you argue for somebody who's not even trying to help themselves?
Yeah, true point.
Right?
True
This is
point.
what I'm saying. Like the pushback don't gotta happen because I'm agreeing with you guys on a lot of these things.
No, you're not. You're talking to us about tools. You're circumventing it. You're circumventing the truth.
I didn't
just
say
the Series X isn't as powerful as the PS5. Just say that.
Is the what?
Just say that. The Series X is not as powerful as the PS5.
Wow, bro.
It isn't. Why?
It is more like just
no.
math
Say
tell you that.
Prove it to me. No, prove it to me without saying teraflops.
Okay, Space Marine 2.
Okay.
Why does that perform better?
Why does Microsoft's own games perform better?
Why does Space Marine 2 perform better?
Because the devs prefer the Microsoft environment.
Yo, shut up, E. Shut up, E. You get on my nerves, bro. You get on my ever-loving nerves. He just wanted to hit you back with that. That's all. He literally set you up for that. He lined you had it and did for that one.
He had that in the chamber. He just wanted to use that.
He just wanted to use it really bad,
yo. Extreme was waiting. He just wanted to say because the devs prefer the Microsoft environment. Oh my god.
He just likes the frosted glass. That's what it is.
That shit is funny.
Yeah, that was a good way.
Man. Extreme, you're stupid, bro. That shit. Microsoft, they prefer the Microsoft environment. Yo, that shit is. That's gonna be the new thing now. Why is this game run better? They just prefer the environment.
Yep.
Nah, but Everborn, I ain't as mean as E. I hear what you're saying. Like Halo for the people, the Halo fans. I think they did a good job for the Halo fans. Everybody else thinks it's dog shit, and they had a right to say that. But I don't think their first party, did a good job. And I'll be honest with you, I think it would have been fine if they did not have that S, because I don't think that while the S is to me a capable machine, I think it takes them like it adds extra 2 or 3 years of development to get the things they want on there, because it's so complicated to get it on there, and then forcing them to have parity really hindered what the S could do, and therefore they had to make another pivot, right? For
like
PC.
Absolutely,
it's one SKU that you're targeting, right? Listen, one platform is outselling the other one 2-1, and then one platform is making the devs do more work to optimize for two things. You still have a date to hit, and you know you're going to sell more on this platform that's easier for. Where are you going to put more of your work?
Yeah.
Right. And it just comes, it really just comes down to that. And Xbox has made it more difficult for them to, and I'm not saying again that the Series S can't handle this or whatever. They might have been in better shape if they just released the Series S, because then at least devs would have had one SKU to work on when they're targeting that platform. So
because they're selling less, but they put 2 platforms in the hands of devs.
Exactly.
And it's like, so you're selling less, but you want me to work on 2 different, and they have to have parity? No, like,
well, I mean,
actually, that parity clause, it might be the worst thing.
What kind of
that parity clause was the worst.
Yeah, what kind of jigsaw puzzle you trying to pull here? You're selling worse. You gave me 2 platforms that have different architecture, different spec performance, but they gotta have parity. How you think that's gonna work? That's like trying to say a 4090 has to have parity with a 2080. Like what? Like what are we talking about here? Like that's not how it works, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and like we know that Colt got those. Colt got them numbers directly from Phil, so that 50 CUs and stuff. Because I think Phil, from the emails, he said that he was like, oh, he saw PlayStation 5. He's like, oh, we're good. And I really think he really thought that the Series S was PlayStation 5 direct competitor, and that also bit him in the.
Yeah. Let me do this super chat and I'm gonna ask one more question. Blue Jay said M thinks Rockstar will bow down to him. Poor guy. Oh, they're gonna bow down. They're gonna bow down to play. Well, they already said that PlayStation and PlayStation already said they're in bed together, so they have
exactly. That's what I mean. Like,
so they already said it. They said so. Here's my last question. So
remember that the very first game that PlayStation showed for the 2020 showcase was GTA 5. That was literally coming out the gate. They were like, "Yeah, we're in bed together." Yeah. So I'm sorry if they're in bed, but are not making magic happen. Hey, you know what? Yeah. They're just stupid.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. So let's say consoles, next generation, everything goes over, ends 2028. You're on PC, right? You're loving the environment. You say you got a handheld, this is Everborn, and you're loving the ecosystem. PC does it right across the board. Do you see yourself at the end of this gen, and I know we talked about the different gen, do you see yourself still buying consoles from Microsoft or Sony? Or do you think, you're going to be like, you know what? I'm just going to put my time and effort for PC because it just got it right. What do you still see future investment in consoles and hardware from first party? Other than Nintendo, I would guess Nintendo.
I'm about to say even Nintendo
will always have a home.
Yeah. This is the thing. Anybody who makes a handheld next gen, Xbox, PlayStation, obviously Nintendo, will get my money. Right?
Oh,
I'm
so
there.
You all about the handheld.
But as far as a box under the TV, that's over.
It's over.
Right? Because PlayStation games will come to PC eventually, even if they're never day and date. And Xbox games will always be there. And all the other games and all the third-party games will be there. And once, because I have that console experience, which is the thing that stopped me before. But now that you got like big picture mode and you got Bazite and things like that, there's no chance. I don't care what they do. Any console is going to get me back. But a handheld that I could take with me on the go, that's where my money will go. So Sony, Microsoft, you want my money? I'm looking in the camera now. Make handhelds. I'm talking to both of y'all.
What about the Portal? Would that count?
Well, absolutely not. You knew that wouldn't count.
Yeah. No, listen, man. I just gotta ask. I gotta ask.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you,
all right.
man.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to disagree with him. I think the fact that we still, because I think
he's saying what he will buy.
Yeah, he's saying what he would buy. Yeah,
he didn't say like he's going to buy. He's going to buy his console.
I know you talking in general.
Hey, Everborn, you better not go to his operating table. You're gonna get a sex change. Oh, you ain't buying that PlayStation?
I'll cut you up, man.
That's it.
No
Gender
trouble.
swap. You getting gender swap, bro? All right.
I'll be like, are you
Can I ask one question? Can I ask one question though?
All right, go ahead.
This is for the fanboy side of y'all. How much is y'all gonna miss this console war nonsense? Because this going away to Dodo Bird.
Can I answer that?
Fast.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you something.
So it's for everybody.
I got backup plans.
I came up with this, right? I remember the schoolyards arguing Super Nintendo versus Genesis, right? Like,
that's a fact.
I do not care. I've always been a fan of J-Dub. I've always been a fan of yours, Porter Rock, even as an Xbox guy, because you making fun of a big billion-dollar corporation does not hurt my feelings. That's it. We are playing the dozens. That's what it is. Yeah. You got your side, I got my side, and we just argue, and it's all good.
Yeah.
The fact that people take this so like people to take it seriously, or they get emotional about it, or the people that act holier than thou, those are the worst ones.
Yeah.
Like, just let people have fun with it.
They
Who
don't see the
cares
humor.
if
Behind
they make
it.
fun of
They
a
don't see the shit
$1 trillion
talking.
corporation.
Yeah, they don't see the humor behind the shit talking. Especially
if you have
Dave.
a console,
He comes up with some funny stuff. It's hilarious.
Yeah, like that's the whole
Gas
fun of
too.
it. That's
Gas
the
is funny
community.
too.
Yeah, Gaz is hilarious on the shit he does.
Yeah.
if you have a console that you play and primarily play, just like it, man. You don't have to just shit on the other shit. You know what I mean? It just makes no sense to really shit on other consoles.
Yeah, truth. For your thing, I have contingency plans. So here's the truth. Yes, I console war, but you know what's the number one thing that's actually the bread and butter of everything I do? It's misinformation, and we will always have that.
Oh,
I don't care.
Got you. I see that.
It's misinformation. I will always have content because someone's gonna come up with some lie, some BS, something. Even something that's obvious. You got people saying, "Oh, Sony finally made a console as strong as the Xbox Series X." I'm always gonna have something to talk about in this community. Someone will always misinform, make up stuff, and I'm not talking about those Twitter accounts with John 5567293. No, I'm talking other content creators. There's always gonna be somebody that misconstrue, lie, or make something up, and I will be there as your only friend in these YouTube streets. It's just the lies will never stop. I'm in the business of misinformation. Stopping it. That's what I'm in the business for. It just so happens that Xbox guys tend to write the most.
I'm gonna miss
PC gamers are taking over that territory. These dudes try to build $400 junkyard PCs.
No, those are the refugees. Those are the refugees.
What are we doing here? Like we're not building $500 PCs.
I think real PC gamers do not build like that.
Yeah.
No, but I'll mix the Xbox side because honestly, it's like, what am I gonna go talk about? Nintendo, that's for children. Like PC, irrelevant. Mobile games, it's like it's so far. It's what am I gonna talk about? I want Microsoft to make another console so that we can have another generation on this. I started like 2 years ago. I'm still fresh. I'm a newbie. I'm a rookie. I've got energy.
You missed the golden era, bro. You missed the golden era.
I'm telling you.
You came in too late.
I told you I came in when the medics come out after the battle, and I'm like, who am I shooting at? And I'm like, nah, you can't shoot at anyone.
You signed up for World War II and it's 1950. Like, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
It's over.
Exactly.
Bro. Like,
exactly. I'm like, can I shoot that guy? He's wearing the wrong uniform that I know. He's a prisoner of war. You can't touch him. You can't touch him. Geneva Convention. I can't do nothing.
Geneva Convention.
I just think it's a little bit like, I don't know. To me, it's weak-willed to be bothered by this stuff, right? Like, there's nothing Porter Rock ever said. There's no joke that J-Dub ever made that made me be like, I like Xbox less. It was Xbox that did that. No, I'm joking. But
Xbox did that shit. It wasn't Porter Rock. It was you, Phil. You did this.
But seriously, if you like what you like, it shouldn't matter who's
one's gonna
making
change
fun of stuff. To me, it's just jokes. It's people, hanging around making jokes. That to me, that's fun. And if we lose that, I think we've lost something as a community. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Like, how y'all gonna feel because that's not going to be as prevalent. Like PC versus PlayStation will be there, but that's not going to be as prevalent as the
That's not fun.
fun
That's
of
honestly not
Xbox.
fun.
As fun as Xbox and PlayStation, where they were more on equal terms. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all, I know y'all going to miss that. Like the fun of it, not the ignorant side. But that's what I was asking. Like, how much y'all think y'all gonna miss? Like the like you said, the golden era of the console wars, where it was fun with the people that y'all enjoy, not the crazy people who be extra.
Yeah.
I remember the 360 PS3 era, the Xbox One, even the early stages of Xbox One, PS4. Like, in fact, I met a lot of dudes in the community because of that, right? We used to podcast, Zaire, whatchamacallit, he was down, Post Up, King Thrash, who else? Just a lot of, K Mega, It was just a lot of people because of the console war. We all understood it was jokes, but when the jokes are over, we were all cool. We enjoyed our time. It was just a good time and stuff like that. So I understand what you're saying. It is an aspect of gaming, right? The console war is an aspect of gaming. The only time it gets ugly is like when people take it serious for no reason.
Mhm.
The racism, the insults, talking about families, kids,
wanting
and
to
you're like,
fight,
bro,
things like that,
you make fun of a company. The retaliation is they make fun of your kids. Like, how does that make sense? Like, are you saying that company is as valuable to you as a person's kids? Like, what are we talking about here? You know what I'm saying? All the weird stuff, and that's all part of it. I mean, people did it with Sega, whatever. It was all part of that. But I would say even within the console war. Even within the console war, the industry took notice because a lot of the conversations, believe it or not, did bear some truth. Because the console war sometimes at its rawest exposed the lies, misinformation, or just push stuff out. And the industry took notice, like, wait a minute, these console guys are talking stuff that's like, whoa, how did they know that? How did they get this information? How did this spread? Things get viral and stuff like that. So console war, or just how people treat these systems, whatever, has a little vitriol to it, and it trends and stuff like that. But I think when people got personal and attacking, doxing, it's like, bro, like you really trying to defend a corporation by insulting or attacking somebody? Like, what are we doing here? Like, this starts getting weird, bro. Just enjoy the jokes.
Yeah.
If you don't have that humor, then it's kind of like a
Don't be
comedy
in the
club.
space.
If you don't like the humor the comedian says, then you are the one that's not supposed to be there. Leave. Don't go to the comedy club if you don't like the type of jokes, or you don't want to be, if you don't like that entire environment. It isn't not the comedian's problem, and it's not the comedy club's problem. It's you. Just step out and ignore it, and don't worry about it.
Yeah,
But let people
listen,
enjoy the comedy club.
On the streets of New York, you see crazy people all the time. You don't have to insert yourself into it and say, why are you being crazy? You're bothering my experience. You can keep walking.
Yeah, because they'll stab you.
Right. Treat the timeline like how you treat a New York City train. Mind your business, get where you're going, and then laugh at the crazy people when you get home. That's it.
Exactly.
That's really how it
what it
works.
is.
And I do want to say one other thing, right? Like, I do think as an industry, or just as gamers, we lose something if these companies aren't going to head to head. If Nintendo is going to be in their own silo with cardboard, right? and then Sony's in their own silo with consoles. And then Microsoft is in their own silo with like a subscription service. That means they're in their own fiefdoms and they can do whatever they want in those realms because they have these captive audiences. If there's no one to push back against them, then listen, Nintendo didn't get this bold until Sega got out the game, right? When was the last time Nintendo lowered a price on anything?
No, they're not doing
right?
Because they're in their own space.
Right.
They found the perfect
and
market.
And if Sony
with no
goes into their
competition.
own space and Xbox just wants to be spaghetti monster everywhere and they're in their own space with Game Pass, I don't think that's going to be good for us. And it's not about who wins first place. It's the fact that they are competing for our money, that they have to be better. They have to push each other. And if they're not pushing each other, I think that's a net negative. Right?
Well, I mean, we see that in everything.
Next gen is going to be interesting because I think next gen is going to be the first gen that potentially Sony doesn't have competition. Nintendo's gonna do their own thing, right? I know there's a lot of talk for Nintendo, but I think it's just fanboy fantasy where the Nintendo guys are like, oh, Switch 2 is gonna be as powerful and you're gonna have all the third party. Nah, I think that's just fantasy. I think Nintendo is gonna stick with the formula. They're gonna have whatever power they have. It's not gonna be because of third party. It's really because that's what they want. If third party can use it, fine, use it. But they're not catering to third party. They're not going to do that no more because they understand more than anybody else the influence Sony has in a third party. So they cut away from that. If you want to make a third party game, if you're a third party, you want to make a Nintendo, cool, whatever. But don't think Nintendo's going to cater to you. They're going to cater to their vision, to their hardware spec. They're going to make sure whatever they make profit day one. And it's gonna stay at that price forever until the next console comes out. So Nintendo's gonna do what they do.
Don't forget
no issue.
that Nintendo.
They're not gonna move on.
Don't forget
right?
that Nintendo. It's not just that, but I think when Nintendo decided to go and be like 2 generations technology or whatever, I thought that was one of the smartest maneuvers as far as a corporation goes. It was slimy, but it's a smart move because when you don't allow a lot of third party games on you, and like you said, Porter Rod, well, you then don't have to compete with anyone else. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny, but if you look at it, right, Last of Us doesn't compete with just The Last of Us. And it's not Nintendo. You know what I mean? It competes with Grand Theft Auto. It competes with Star Wars Outlaws, Hogwarts Legacies, even their own third-party exclusive, Stellar Blade. It competes with the games within that genre. And so you're not going to sell 20, 40 million copies because there's other games people want to play, right? That's why, like, when the narrative of like, oh, PlayStation sold this much, but they only sell like 1%. It's like, yeah, but that makes sense. Compared what Nintendo doesn't, it's like, yeah, but Nintendo, when you really think about it, like if you go on Nintendo, what is on there that's comparable to Zelda at that level?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying they don't have Zelda-like games.
Yeah, but some of the biggest games from third party, there's no Grand Theft Auto. It's not there.
Right,
Nintendo.
like
You know what I'm saying? Like some of the biggest games.
Nintendo don't have to compete with really anybody but Nintendo, and they have other games. Shovel Knight is on their song. You know, like you get some of those games, but they don't. But ain't nobody buying them. Stop that. The Apex, any of that. You know what I'm saying? Any of those games, nobody like. Maybe the Nintendo fans that are dedicated might try or play them over there because that's just where they live. But most people aren't going to play any like Mortal Kombat 1. No. You know what I mean? You're buying it really. Everybody knows when they buy Nintendo, you're buying it for the first party games. And the simple fact that most people tend to buy Nintendo as a secondary console no matter what side of the platform. Like almost everybody has a Nintendo for some shape or form. Just I don't know if it's I think they do rely on nostalgia.
The main thing is
came up with the Nintendo.
Yeah, the main thing is Nintendo created a product that doesn't compete with PlayStation because it's not. Like you can't say the PlayStation will do what the Switch does and the Switch does what the PlayStation. It doesn't. It's a unique. It's its own identity, and the closest is maybe like the PC handhelds, like the Rogue, Ally, and Steam Deck. That's about it. But as far as Nintendo,
exactly,
it has the IPs, it has the exclusives. PlayStation can't fill that void. It can't do what the Switch does. It's just not designed for that. And Nintendo realized if we stay in our own lane, we're gonna dominate and be fine. Because what other choice do we have? No one can replicate us, right? And I think Nintendo's gonna continue that, right? I think Sony's gonna stick with the console. They're gonna stick with what they do. Xbox is where we don't really know. Like if Xbox goes,
they don't really have a home. They actually don't have a home.
My thing, and I said this, like if Microsoft is looking to do what Nintendo did, then an Xbox handheld at the AAA level is probably the best direction, because when you look at what's out there, Steam Deck, Asus ROG, Lenovo Legion, sure they're all out there, but they're not big sellers. Like Steam Deck's not selling 30 million. I mean, is it even at 10 million yet?
You can't even buy a Steam Deck and I love the Steam Deck, but you can't buy it in Best Buy, right? Like like Microsoft has
it's not a big seller.
Channels available to make something like that. And I'm going to take it a step further. If they do that, I don't think they should make something that goes under the TV. It should just be a handheld,
a straight handheld,
good enough to play AAA games, and that's their pitch. You want to play AAA games on the go. That's it.
I think
and when you think about it, there are products out there, but they're not popular. They're not blowing up. Like Steam Deck didn't blow up. Asus ROG didn't blow up to like 50 million. Like there's no actual AAA handheld that blew up. I think Microsoft could be, while not the first, but they, with the brand recognition name, they could be the first one to be like, hey, we're going to blow up. And people could be like, hey, this is the de facto AAA handheld. And it sells 10, 15, 30, 40, 50, 60 million. In a market
can we be honest?
That's on their own.
Can we be honest? The reason that the ROG Ally hasn't blown up is because of Windows. Windows just eats up a lot of resources. The thing that Microsoft could do is that they could make an Xbox handheld that is actually based on the Xbox console, not the Windows platform, so that for the same performance and specs as an ROG Ally X, you can actually get more performance towards gaming. Because when you take a look at Windows, Windows is it's bloated. Thank you. It's a bloated operating system, and it eats up a lot of resources to just get like over the line. Like I remember when I first got like my laptop that I'm using right now, spent like $3,000 on this thing, and this thing was being smoked by like the MacBook Air in like some of the things I was doing. I'm just like, we're using the same program, Adobe Lightroom, and I spent all this money on Windows, and then the MacBook Air, and this was back when they were using Intel. So it's not even like they're using the M1 chips, which they made themselves. Now it's worse. But I was just like, how come I'm getting worse performance than like the entry-level bitch-ass MacBook? Like, why am I not seeing like what on earth? And the thing is, at the end of the day, you realize that it is just Windows. Windows just gets in the way. So that's the same thing for like gaming, like the other thing that Microsoft will have to watch out for is that you will have to create the games that are going to bring the people before third party can come and support your product, because otherwise you're not going to get there. And the thing is, when you take a look at games that disavowed, what on earth are they thinking? Like, again, it's like Sony had a Concord moment, right? They had a moment where they created a product that everybody rejected. No problem. But the thing is, Microsoft hasn't stopped having Concord moments. They created Redfall. Now it's Disavowed's turn. After that, we are hoping that Fable looks good, right? We are hoping that Perfect Dark looks good, and they're going to land well, and are going to be great games. Okay, I'll relax on that. I'll relax on that.
Fable is my favorite Xbox game. Relax. Go ahead.
I mean, not like last Fable was good, but we're just gonna skip that. We're just gonna skip that.
Jury that you can still play Redfall and you can't play Concord, but
but can I just say, more people had fun with Concord than they ever did with
Redfall too.
Filthy.
Yo, listen.
That was a filthy comeback. That's filthy.
Listen.
It could be worse. Somebody hyped Concord to sell 5 million.
Yeah, that's true.
That was me. Yeah, I'm outside with it. 5 million and 3. I ain't no back down from that. I made a mistake.
My man said 5 million in 3 months.
Oh shit! I'm gonna defend you, bro. It's a prediction, man.
It's a prediction.
Appreciate that.
Shit,
but I just want to say
3 months are up. The 3 months are not up. We still gotta wait.
You know what I'm saying?
We still gotta wait. 3 months are not over yet. The 3 months are not over yet. We gotta wait.
I want to say this. I do want to say this. I do want to say this, though. I will say this. I do know that sex hampered some of their games. I do feel like this. I feel like the pandemic slowed Xbox from like the first 2 years and 2 months. So that's why you had no launch games. That's why a lot of their games came out, didn't have the frame rates, things like that nature. I feel like they'll get in there. They're kind of starting to get into their rhythm, whether they're here as a console or not.
Really, with Disavowed?
Yeah.
This is the
even
rhythm?
No.
What's all this Avowed sled? The Avowed
No. Even with
Disavowed looks awful. What the fuck are you talking about? Hey, that's an Xbox thing. Sorry. I'm addressing I'm just saying Everborn. Just don't do that.
He said,
all right, look. So what I mean with the Avowed thing, right, is yes, on Xbox that 30 frames is going to is trash, right? But on PC it'll be fine. And
no. Forget about the frames per second. Disavowed looks bad. Have you looked at the gameplay?
Yeah.
Let's just be honest.
No.
Let's just be honest. Have you looked at the gameplay? Forget about the frames per second.
There's a difference.
They look like freaking PlayStation 3 360 generation.
But here's my thing. Hold on.
Forget the graphics. Disavowed looks like it plays that clay motion game they just put on freaking State of Play. The second game they showed? That's what Disavowed looks like gameplay wise.
Okay, I got you. I understand that. But here's the thing. Those type of games have not changed, especially coming from Bethesda. Like, you think Elder Scrolls 6 combat is gonna look like phenomenal? No, it's gonna have that same rigid gameplay. But that's the thing about it is,
but Elder Scrolls is Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, but that's what those
Elder
people
Scrolls
like.
is Elder Scrolls. Like, people are gonna buy Bethesda game regardless.
And
But
Avowed
Outer
is
Worlds is
Avowed.
Outer Worlds. The people that like
Avowed is who? Who made Avowed?
the people that made
Obsidian.
Outer Worlds.
Obsidian never made a successful project ever.
That's not
except maybe for like
Yeah,
Fallout
but-
New Vegas.
New
That's the
Vegas,
only
New
one that
Vegas.
people ever mentioned. Yeah,
New
New Vegas is the
yeah,
only one
New
that ever
Vegas.
mentioned.
So you don't
Ever
hold on.
since
So you don't
then-
count.
ever
You
since-
don't count Outer
What?
Worlds.
Other Worlds, I played Outer
Some
Worlds.
decent.
It's not that
I
good
play
again.
Outer Worlds. It's like
But
a
a lot
light
of people
version of
like it.
Fallout. It's like a light version of Fallout. I
But-
think what
Exactly.
it is,
Yes,
they get.
but people
I
like
think
it.
ever since,
Bethesda Light.
but I think ever since New Vegas, they've been Bethesda Light. If you know what I mean.
Bethesda, like exactly.
Yes.
Skim
Bethesda
milk,
Light.
Diet Bethesda.
100%.
Diet Bethesda. And the thing
a
is,
diet.
the Diet Bethesda isn't going to make it, man.
It's a Bethesda 0 calorie.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
And Disavowed is not it. Disavowed is not it. Forget about the frame rate. Forget about the graphics.
I think this
Look
game
at the
is going to be
gameplay.
fine.
Doesn't
I
that
think
make you
this
just
game-
want to go cry?
I don't
Whenever you
want to
see
play
Disavowed,
it,
you're just
but
like, holy shit, this is the next
I'm
level.
not saying I want to play it, but I think this game will be fine. I don't think this game is
No
going to come
one-
in
no
at
one's
like
gonna
a
play it.
60.
No one's saying they're gonna play it.
I guarantee you there's going to be a good amount of people that play it that
Disavowed is
enjoy
by
it.
nobody.
I wanted a better game on that one.
Yeah, Everborn's gonna play it at 60 frames on his 4090, so he good.
To justify he's a Game Pass sympathizer. That's the only reason he's playing it. He's not buying it.
probably gonna
He's
buy
not
it.
buying
He's gonna buy
You're not
it.
buying it. You're not buying it. Relax.
Buy it.
You're not buying
He
it.
said you're not buying it.
You're not buying it. Relax.
He said
We
he's gonna
both
test
know.
it out. He's gonna test it on Game Pass. And be like, oh hell no. It's like hell no.
And you know what? He's gonna buy it on Steam to be like, oh yeah, after 2 hours I can refund it. Relax. You're not buying it.
After he proves to
Relax, you're not buying it.
after he proves to you bought it,
Exactly.
then the next day.
You want it.
Oh yeah, because the receipt is
Refund,
definitely getting
refund.
screenshotted.
There you go.
But-
There you go.
But yeah, you're right. But I will say, like, I think Xbox is getting in their stride. Whether you like the games or not, you know what I'm saying?
No,
Whether you
no,
think the
no,
games
no,
are
no,
trash
no,
or
no.
not.
They've
I'm
been
talking
saying
about.
this is
I'm
infinite.
talking
They've been
about
saying,
other
oh, you
people
don't
that
have to
outside
like
of
it. It's
you.
not garbage and no one plays it. Listen, Fable is your first sign of hope. Just accept it. Forget about Disavowed.
Well,
Just
that's
hang it
where I'm
up on
starting at.
Fable.
For me,
And
that's where
then
I'm starting at.
Perfect
I
Dark.
don't care about nothing
These
else.
are
That's
the only
about
two
midnight.
games that they've shown where you actually are like, yeah, these games could hit. Those are the only two. Fable and Perfect Dark.
For me, Fable
Forget
and
about
South by
you.
Midnight.
We're talking
South by
about
Midnight.
everyone.
But for everyone else, it's going to be whatever they like because there's still people that like
Nah,
to play
Fable-
Starfield regardless
Fable
if they,
and Perfect Dark
Halo is
are
still
the
being
only two
played
games that
regardless
have
of
it.
how you feel. They have games that people play. Sea of
Who?
Thieves is still
Who?
being played. Like, what are you talking about?
More people than Concord. Oh shit!
That's true.
So-
That's true. That's true. That's
Now,
true.
hey.
You're taking the firing shots inside the
Oh
house.
shit! Hey, I'm just hey. All right, so we're gonna wrap this up, man. We've been in here.
Concord is like the
4
trap
hours.
card when you're losing an argument.
Yeah,
You
and
just bring it
listen,
up.
y'all gotta win with that one. When all else fails, Concord. Like, yo, when all else fails, that was the biggest blunder, boy. When all else fails, just whip out Concord, game set match. But hey,
And I want to say this live before you wrap it up, Porter Rock. Shout out! I want to say this live again. Shout out to the Giants, the Eagles, and my Commanders. You know what I'm saying?
The Eagles.
We leaving the team out.
Why don't you
on
guys talk
purpose.
about real sports?
Okay.
Like,
That is
if we're gonna talk about
Oh
sports.
God, yeah, and then wrap this up.
Please.
Wrap this up.
You look like-
Mute that
you-
man
you
Mike.
look a hand potato.
Mute his mic, Porter Rock. Get him out of here. Kick him out.
He's playing soccer where you go like this.
He's about to bring up
they
cricket.
fall, and they want a red card.
He's about to be a cricket that lasts 17 days.
Please. Please.
Hey, so
I
before we
want you
go,
to watch swimming.
shout out to Blue Jay with the super chat. He says, I'm an Xbox dude and I enjoy P Rock's podcast. Vamos. Shout out to Blue Jay. I know you've been rocking with the channel too. Truly appreciate it. And then Mash, as a parting gift, he gifted another 10 memberships. So the 10 of you that got memberships, please thank him, Mash. I truly appreciate everything you're doing. I truly appreciate that you give members so they could talk their shit, you know, do their thing, spam the smileys and all that stuff. But hey, we're gonna wrap this up. We'll do a quick outro. We'll start with the guest, Everborn. What's going on? How did you like the ambiance of 60 frames no lag? I apologize for all the sexual innuendos that you had to experience on this show.
No, it's all good. This was great, man. I got to do this again. I don't know if I could do 4.5 hours again, but this is
This is not normal.
This
is not normal.
Yeah,
This is not normal at all.
I get up
4
at
hours?
5:30 every morning, so I'm gonna
You
be
can check
cooked
the
tomorrow.
chat.
But
The chat's
listen, I
even
just wanna
saying,
tell-
yo.
this is IOP levels. But listen,
Yeah, no shit.
shout out to the whole chat. Shout out to this whole podcast. This was fun. I love debates. I hate podcasts where everybody just pat themselves on the back and everybody agrees, because that's not interesting. This was good. This was fun. But I want to say again, Everborn on Kickstarter. Check out the books. You can get these books plus the new one we just dropped, and we got variant covers that we are doing a one-time only print. It's only 50 copies of each of those variant covers. They will never be printed again. Everything that you order from the Kickstarter gets signed, and the best part is the books are already done, right? They've already been printed. Anyone that backs the campaign will get their reward right in November. So the campaign ends October 8th. You will get your reward either that same month or early in November. And if you are at New York Comic Con, you will be able to pick up your pledge right there, because Everborn will be at New York Comic Con at booth 2039. There's other things like we're launching this new apparel stuff, but with clothes by Adidas and Fruit of the Loom and Hanes and all that American Apparel. This is one of the sweaters you can get exclusively through this campaign, and then later on through everbornsaga.com. But please check it out. This is fully independently owned and created, written by me. It is a connected cinematic universe. It started from video games. We got 3 different series that all follow different characters that intersect with each other. Check it out. Lord of the Rings meets X-Men, anime, manga style.
You know, PlayStation, we love cinematic. That's what we do here.
That's what I'm saying.
Is it over the shoulder? Is it over the shoulder?
And is it over the shoulder?
Is it over the shoulder?
Right there.
Over the shoulder cinematic. You got us.
No, but check out the
It does
Kickstarter.
have quick time events.
It does. And listen, we are even giving away a free comic. You can get the digital version of this just by going to Kickstarter and going to Everborn. The link is right there, because we want you to know the kind of quality you're going to get. So
the link is there.
The
It's in the
Kickstarter
chat.
is for chapter 2. You can get chapter 1 for free just by going and checking out the Kickstarter. And I promise you, when you get there, you will not be disappointed. We got 13 days left in the campaign. We're 75% funded. We're almost there. Please do me a favor, check out Everborn, Saga.com, but Kickstarter, Everborn.
There you go. Talk about a self-promo. That's what I'm talking about. It's too bad this channel's dog shit. Nobody really watches it. Man. You could have done so much better.
Hey, we can't even get 300 likes. We can't even get 300 likes. Too bad. It's too
You know what I'm
bad.
saying? But these guys on polls, look at that. 862 votes.
Puerto Rock don't mean that. He loves y'all.
This channel hates. No,
I ain't gonna let him get away with that.
I love them. They hate me. They hate me. That's what it is. They can't stand my ass. 862 votes. You know, they can't stand my ass. No, hey. All right. Extreme, your outro.
Hey, listen, guys. I have a channel, A4 Extreme. You can go watch it. Sometimes I post on it. So there.
Hey, just so y'all know, he put up 2 brand new videos within the last 3 weeks. Give him credit. Give him credit.
That's progress.
That is super
That
progress.
is literally an improvement.
Listen.
Listen.
Hit that like button. Let them know.
And I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm like literally giving them props for that.
No. Listen. More people are going to watch my videos than Concord, right? That's just. I can always remember that.
This is getting out of hand.
Always remember that.
Concord. That shit is just. This is just getting too funny now.
That's my benchmark now. That's my benchmark. I'm just like, can I beat Concord? There we go.
Oh, that's funny.
Won't be hard to do. There was only 12 of us in there. Won't be hard to do.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. Okay. Of course,
Same thing for me. The same thing for me. Outlaw Dreams. Come check me out. I had me starting my channel. Is me going against Dark. He already posted it, reposted it, and Puerto Rock reposted it and gave me the support. So I'm just starting. I'm being consistent. I will be consistent. I've been putting up at least 1 or 2 videos a week. So come check me out.
He's got me after my crown. He's gonna overtake me.
Outlaw Dreams is a little harder to find, but you'll see one of my characters. I also used to do comic books. It's a black character.
Damn,
So,
I got
you know,
nothing but
and
artists
when-
on this channel.
Oh
What
damn!
the-
You DEI? You had the DEI comic book?
You got the DEI chill.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. My comment black character, but regardless of that, but I did that when I was 16, and I'm in my 40s now. So I just wanted to use this as my thing. But
Your
you'll see-
Everborn, are your books DEI? You got diversity in there.
Absolutely.
You got equity.
Absolutely. Look at it.
That's what the whole Redlands is.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. Look at that. That's woke.
So
I see
wanna wrap it
melanin.
up, but
I see
you'll know-
melanin.
That's a
Look at this. Look
Yo.
at this. Prince
I
of
see melanin.
Arcadia. Wait a minute. Check this out. Prince of Arcadia is about these two princes, right?
Yeah.
His father was the king. His father is the king. His
Yeah.
father took the throne that he was supposed to get, and now they're fighting over
Right.
it.
All right.
Oh, it's like on some Tekken shit. They're gonna throw each other off mountains.
It's like Game of Thrones shit right there. That's some Game of Thrones right there. That's like season 2 of Game of Thrones. That's like,
That's it.
House of Dragons. That's some House of Dragons
Each
shit
series, each series in the Everborn saga has its own genre. So the Redlands is like a heist genre, and Prince of Arcadia is like Game of Thrones.
All right.
And then this is more like a shonen style manga, battles, power.
That's the woke one. I can tell.
That's the woke one. He said that's the woke one. All right.
I want to say this really quick though. If you want, when you'll know you find your channel when you see a 6'5" black guy that's the size of the door he's standing in front of. He usually has hoodies on. That's me.
All right. All right, cool. All right. And then we got SNK.
Yeah, man.
He's out here podcasting when his patients are dying. What the hell's going on?
Yeah,
here?
man. I'm good, man. It's all good, bro.
Patients dying left and right. He out here, man. I'm at Puerto Rock's 300th celebration.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say, man.
What's
I'm
up?
glad to
That's
hear
what's
it,
up, my
300
brother.
Yo, man.
It
was dope. You know what it is? Like,
He said
I like
somebody
talking
else
about
can use a
games.
defibrillator.
Hey, I know CPR, man. All right.
That's it. Oh shit. Oh my
Yeah,
bad.
but it
Thanks
was
for coming
fun,
through.
man. I always appreciate being on this chat, man. You know what I mean? On this podcast and everything. It's dope, man. I'll do this again whenever you're available. You guys are available. I'm always gonna be here, man.
Absolutely. You know where we at.
Yeah, man,
Every
it was
Tuesday,
fun.
8:30. All right.
Yo,
hey.
it's 1:00 in the morning. Oh, we
I know.
tripping. I'm sorry. Go
Listen,
ahead.
Yeah, I know.
Listen,
I got-
I'm out. Hey, I want
I
to
gotta
say
go to
this.
sleep.
Truly appreciate everybody. Hey, it's only 10 o'clock for me. But hey, I want to truly appreciate everybody out there. Thank you for my East Coast fellas for rocking out. I know it's 1 a.m. Y'all grinding. But hey, this is rare occurrence, 300th episode. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the channel. Thank you to all the members, to all the subscribers, to all the people that just rocked out with me throughout the years. It's been a long journey, huge milestone, and we're just going to keep it going and keep it growing. I really, truly appreciate everything you guys did. Your only friend is YouTube Streets, Puerto Rock 77. Hey, let's hope for the next 300, right? You guys take care. Good night. Peace. And that is it.